Since the leader of the mountain barbarians wanted him to personally visit the mountain stronghold, Ouyang Shuo obviously wouldn't refuse. That courage and confidence were traits he possessed. However, he wouldn't recklessly venture ahead alone. The next day, Ouyang Shuo led the infantry squadron and, guided by the spy, made their way to the mountain stronghold. From the barracks, across the plains, they entered the forest in less than half an hour. Once inside, the soldiers' speed drastically decreased. The ground was littered with broken twigs and dead leaves, and vines obstructed their vision, making it difficult to move forward. Ouyang Shuo had to dismount his horse and walk. Fortunately, the guide had extensive experience and left markers to prevent them from getting lost. After walking for 2 hours, the front scout reported that the mountain stronghold was 2 miles away. Ouyang Shuo ordered his troops to rest, replenish their supplies, and wait patiently. 20 minutes later, Lang Qian's team arrived at the location. As for Sangu's group, they were under surveillance by the mountain barbarians and couldn't meet up conveniently. Lang Qian reported what they had discovered about the barbarians. The entire mountain stronghold has about 3,000 inhabitants, mostly young and strong. Living in the deep mountains, they have short lifespans, with many not living past 40. The likelihood of children surviving is also low, giving them an average lifespan of 25 years. They survive on hunting and occasionally gather fruits. Their leader is typically the hunting captain, who is usually their strongest hunter. The mountain stronghold also has shamans who are well-versed in the medicinal arts. They are the old and wise ones, holding a lot of power. The whole region is covered by at least 100 tribes. Hunting grounds are divided between the tribes. The tribe we are meeting is called the Suanio tribe, and their totem animal is the shen bird. It is considered a medium-sized tribe. I heard that deep in the mountains, there are large tribes with tens of thousands of barbarians. The leader is called Xiang, who gained fame for hunting a black bear. The shaman, who has no specific name, is known as the Great Shaman. Ouyang Shuo listened intently. Lang Qian's intelligence report did not let him down. In just one day, he managed to gather so much information. Let's go, let's meet the Suanio tribe. In less than half an hour, they reached near the mountain stronghold. The sentries shouted, "Who are you? Report your name." "I am the lord of Shanghai town and was invited by your leader," Ouyang Shuo replied loudly. The sentries were briefly in a commotion. One of them, who had a small black bird perched on his shoulder, spoke a few words to the bird, which then flew away into the mountain stronghold. Ouyang Shuo helplessly shook his head. No wonder Zhang Dania was ambushed. With such a scouting device, they were bound to lose. That little black bird not only knew its way around but also understood human speech. He guessed it was a descendant of the Xian bird. After 15 minutes, the bird flew back, chirping to the sentry. Apart from that one sentry, the rest of them probably didn't understand anything. The leader says that the Shanghai town lord can only bring 2 men with him. As for the rest, they have to wait outside the mountain stronghold, the sentry announced. "How can we do that? We need to protect Sire's safety," Zhao Sihu couldn't help but shout. "This is what the leader said, you have to follow it," the sentry replied. Zhao Sihu wanted to argue, but Ouyang Shuo stopped him, smiling. "Since that's the case, Captain Zhao and Wang Feng will follow me." Wang Feng was the eldest disciple of Lin Yu and the sergeant of the first squad. "Sire, this is too dangerous. Why don't we just break into the stronghold?" Zhao Sihu obviously didn't trust them. "That's right, sire, this is really too dangerous," Lang Qian added, trying to persuade him. "There's no need to persuade me. I believe that their leader isn't a reckless person. The barbarians are often proud, and if they wanted to attack us, they already would have," Ouyang Shuo stated. Seeing they couldn't change his mind, everyone reluctantly accepted it. Lang Qian turned around and shouted at the sentry, "You hear that? If anything happens to our sire, the Shanghai town will trample all over you." The sentry snorted coldly at the threat and didn't reply. Ouyang Shua didn't pay it any mind and brought Zhao Sihu and Wang Feng, following the sentry into the mountain stronghold. Upon entering, the sentry returned to his post, and another barbarian took over. Along the way, Ouyang Shua managed to appreciate the beauty of the mountain stronghold, chatting with the two about it. The stronghold had its unique points. It was simple, sturdy, and roughly constructed. The barbarian passers-by, upon seeing these few visitors still laughing and talking at such a time, showed them respect. No wonder they were able to receive the leader's invitation. Xiang brought the important members of the tribe to welcome them in the meeting room. Guests from afar, welcome to Suanio tribe. Xiang announced loudly. Ouyang Shua smiled and exclaimed, "Many thanks to the leader for your invitation, allowing me to view the sights of the barbarian tribes." Xiang's face relaxed, and he warmly said, "Please enter. Please enter." Ouyang Shua followed him into the meeting room. After they sat down, Xiang cut to the chase and said, "Shanghai Town Lord, yesterday your men said that they wanted to work together with our tribe. What are the details?" "Respected leader, I came to make friends. Whether or not the cooperation is successful, Shanghai Town will give you 100,000 units of grain for free," Ouyang Shua offered. When he said those words, Xiang was clearly ruffled. 100,000 units of grain could feed them for 3 months. Such generosity immediately made them see him in a positive light, and their animosity towards him dropped. Xiang was shocked, but, as the leader, he didn't lose his composure. "Thank you for your gift. Our tribe is grateful. The cooperation has 3 conditions. First, your tribe must move downhill and live in Xiushui village. Second, your tribe can choose warriors to work in Shanghai Town's army, and we will pay them a salary. Lastly, your tribe will help us mine minerals and stone, and we will pay you a salary," Ouyang Shua proposed. "Our tribe has been staying here for so long, going down the mountain to live elsewhere is hard to do." Xiang declined the first method. Ouyang Shua nodded, as this was exactly what he expected. Without a suitable opportunity, it was impossible to get them out of the forest and into the plains. "How much is their salary for serving in the army?" Xiang asked. Ouyang Shua relaxed, as the big fish had taken the bait. "Normal soldiers will be given a salary based on their rank. Converting it to grain, it ranges from 10 units at the lowest to 90 units at the highest. Based on the standards of your units, I would say 50 units of grain." Xiang nodded, showing no expression, and followed up, "As for the third method, could the Lord please elaborate?" "Of course. From what I know, this area has silver and gold deposits and many rare ores. If your tribe can find these ores, Shanghai Town will pay you grain as compensation." Ouyang Shua knew that in his past life, Ba Dao had discovered a gold mine through the mountain barbarians. "Please sit for a while, we need to discuss this." Xiang then arranged for the tribal members to stay in the room and went to the backyard himself. The great shaman was in the backyard, and such a significant decision couldn't be made by Xiang alone, he had to consult the great shaman. After hearing Xiang's message, she remained silent. After a long while, she said, "This lord is a wise person. 3 months ago, the Xian bird told me that people would soon come from outside with daggers and mine the wilderness. These men could either be our chance at prosperity or the cause of our demise. In that case, let's chase them out." Xiang exclaimed. "We can't be too hasty. The Lord has come in good faith and might be able to help us out of this dire situation. We can send some of our people to join their army. As for the ores, we must search for them quickly to address our food shortage." "Yes. Great shaman, how many warriors should we assign?" "The first batch shouldn't be too large, but they must be our best. Let's select 200. Hu is quick-witted and brave, so let's send him for some training." Ouyang Shua had deliberately mentioned that their pay would be based on their skill level to prevent the tribe from sending subpar warriors just to meet the numbers, and it clearly worked. I'll follow your orders. Xiang said excitedly. Hu was the best among the hunting team and posed the greatest threat to him. Now that the great shaman had sent him away, he was naturally pleased. After Xiang left, Hu, who had just been mentioned, walked out and said respectfully, "Great shaman, you arranged for me to go to Shanghai town. Do you have any other orders?" Hu, don't overthink it. When you go there, you must consider yourself part of it. You must be loyal to your lord. I have a feeling that this lord will rule the entire Lianzhou basin. This is an opportunity for our people, the great shaman said, having indeed kept some things from Xiang. Xiang is too conservative, and it hinders progress. You are different. You are smart and adaptable. This time, going to Shanghai town is an opportunity. Do you understand? I understand. Hu nodded. That's good. Go and make your preparations, choose your best warrior, and don't tarnish the honor of the Suanio tribe. Yes. Hu turned and left. In the front yard meeting room, Xiang informed Ouyang Shua of the great shaman's decision. Upon hearing the decision, Ouyang Shua was very pleased. The results of the cooperation had exceeded his expectations. Big leader, let's have a good cooperation. Ouyang Shua laughed. Good cooperation. After agreeing to cooperate, Xiang released Zhang Daniu and the other men. After being locked up for the day, the village protection squad had endured hardships and were extremely dirty, looking nothing like members of the Shanghai town army. They were all embarrassed when they saw Ouyang Shua. Zhang Daniu led the squad and they all kneeled down. I made a mistake, ruining the name of Shanghai town. Sire, please punish me. The other members of the village protection squad echoed, Sire, punish us. For this village protection squad, Ouyang Shua had nothing good to say. He coldly remarked, Get up, haven't you lost enough face? I'll deal with you all later. Yes. Led by Zhang Daniu, they all backed out of the mountain stronghold and gathered with the infantry squadron outside. As it was already close to noon, Ouyang Shua accepted Xiang's invitation to stay for lunch. Compared to Shanghai town, the food here was obviously not as good. However, eating smoked meat, pickled vegetables, wild game, and various insects had its own unique flavor. After lunch, the selection of the 200 warriors was also completed. Siho led them and lined up at the mountain stronghold square. Knowing that these warriors were going far away, their family members all came out to see them off. Both those being sent and those sending off had sad expressions on their faces. The leader had said that the family members of the warriors would have priority for food, and to them, nothing was more important than food. Sire, Hu has gathered 200 warriors. Please take a look. Seeing Ouyang Shua, Hu announced loudly. Ouyang Shua nodded, immediately forming a good impression of this little mountain barbarian. Brother Shi, it has been tough. This trip to Shanghai town, I promise it won't disappoint any of you. Before leaving, leader Xiang brought out a wooden box and ran over. The great shaman couldn't send you all off due to her health, so she ordered me to bring this for you, Lord. Thank you for her gift. I hope there will be another chance for me to see her, Ouyang Shua said with a laugh as he received the box. Okay, I will tell her what you said. Goodbye. Ouyang Shua didn't waste any more time and said goodbye to the leader before leaving. After meeting with the squadron gathered outside the mountain stronghold, he ordered everyone to rush back to Shanghai town. At 4 p.m., they returned to Qiushui village. When village chief Zhao Dexin saw them return, he heaved a sigh of relief. Ouyang Shua's first action upon returning was to announce the punishment for the village protection squad. Zhang Daniu received a half-year penalty, the sergeants got 3 months, and all the soldiers were penalized for 1 month. As they say, every mistake is a learning opportunity. I hope you will learn from this and train hard to change your class and protect Qiushui village well. We won't let you down, sire. After this failure, the village protection squad was more motivated to prove themselves. Ouyang Shua didn't plan to let them rest and ordered Zhang Daniu to search for raiders around the village. If they found any, they were not to hold back, and if they discovered a large raider camp, they must call for help from Shanghai town. Zhang Daniu had expected to be fired and was surprised that Ouyang Shua let him off so lightly. Still trusting him so much caused him to feel very grateful. Settling the issue with the village protection squad, Ouyang Shua spent 100 gold at the intermediate market in Xiushui village and bought 10,000 units of grain. As agreed, the Suanio tribe would send people to collect it. Seeing that Ouyang Shua had kept his promise, Sherhu and the others relaxed. These grains would help solve the tribe's problems and prevent their families from starving. Afterward, Ouyang Shua led his troops back to Shanghai town. Before leaving, he gave Zhao Dexin 50 gold to use for the village protection squad's class change. Fan Zhengyin had gathered all the officials and was waiting for Ouyang Shua. After meeting, he laughed and said, "During the 2 days you were gone, the territory felt like it had lost its backbone. Finally, you're back." "Haha, with you covering for me, I have no worries," Ouyang Shua replied. On the way back, he told the 3 directors about the deal with the Suanio tribe. He then said to Tian Wenjing, "Regarding the precious ore agreement, I need you to handle it. We can consider sending a few miners to their tribe to help out. In this area, we are a bit more professional." "Don't worry, sire. I will take care of it," Tian Wenjing nodded. After returning to Shanghai town, Ouyang Shua let everyone go their separate ways. He then brought the unit back to the barracks, changing the class of the mountain barbarians to infantry. The high-rank class change chamber no longer required going through the militia class change phase and could directly upgrade to soldier. After the class change, Ouyang Shua had only 75 gold left, making him a poor man once again. He took the opportunity to convene a meeting with everyone who was a lieutenant or above. "I will first announce a few personnel changes. Sherhu will be the deputy captain of the 2nd Squadron, and Wang Feng will be the deputy captain of the 3rd Infantry Squadron." Sherhu and Wang Feng stepped forward and shouted, "Thank you, sire. We won't let you down." As the representative of the mountain barbarians, Sherhu's promotion was expected. However, Wang Feng, who was promoted to sergeant upon entry, was now being promoted to deputy captain after only a few days. This wasn't because Ouyang Shua was biased. As Lin Yu's disciple, Wang Feng possessed that capability. Ouyang Shua could also foresee that once Wang Feng reached the rank of a basic general, he would be stronger than Zhao Sihu. Wang Feng had mastered the authentic Bajiquan. While martial arts is only one aspect of leadership, it must be acknowledged that it adds extra points. The 2 squadron sergeants will be recommended by the captains and approved by General Shi. Regarding the sergeants, Ouyang Shua hadn't been overly concerned. The last time he assigned Lin Yu's 5 disciples to the infantry was a special situation. "We understand." Hui Biao. Present. "You are to be promoted to captain of the 1st Infantry Squadron." Hui Biao, a 25-year-old who had performed exceptionally well in the Water Stronghold battle, received this as a belated reward. "Thank you, sire. I won't let you down." After addressing the infantry, Ouyang Shua turned to the cavalry. "Li Mingliang. Present. I order you to take charge of forming the 2nd Cavalry Squadron. When funds are sufficient, change your class immediately." "Yes, sire." As one of the earliest sergeants, Li Mingliang's abilities were unquestioned, and appointing him to build the 2nd Cavalry Squadron effectively made him the squadron captain. "Liao Kai. Present. You are the vice-captain of the 1st Cavalry Squadron and lieutenant of the 1st Platoon." As a 2nd-generation sergeant similar to Zhou Feng, Liao Kai's promotion was well earned. "Thank you, sire. I won't let you down." Go Liang. Present. You are the lieutenant of the 2nd Platoon in the 1st Squadron. Gu Liang, similar to Hui Biao, had performed admirably in the water stronghold battle. The 6 promoted soldiers were all elite troops who had not yet changed their class. Changing their class to the basic rank of general would help address the current shortage of generals in Shanghai town. After addressing the cavalry issues, Ouyang Shua delivered one final announcement. The 3 infantry squadrons and 2 cavalry squadrons mentioned above will form the foundation of Shanghai town's mixed infantry cavalry unit. General Shi will be the major in charge. General Shi, finally emerging from the shadow of the raider camp failure, earned Ouyang Shua's trust once again. Leading the strongest military force in Shanghai town, he said emotionally, "Thank you, sire, for your trust." Following the rules he had set and to maintain the normal operation of the territory, the number of militants could not exceed 1/10 of the territory's population. This meant that at the level of a Grade 2 town, 1 unit was already the maximum, and the military would not be expanded. Given the flat terrain of the Lianzhou Basin, it was more suitable for large-scale battles. The current arrangement was a strategic move. In the end, they would still need to build an infantry unit and a cavalry unit. After completing the military reorganization, Ouyang Shua presented a large-scale military plan. This plan was conceived after he was gradually forced into a corner by the 6 tyrants of Handan. The appearance of the mountain barbarians allowed this plan to be implemented earlier. If Shanghai town wanted to maintain its lead, it needed to capitalize on this advantage. Since he had already established such a strong mixed camp, he couldn't afford to keep them cooped up in the barracks. Ouyang Shua looked at the group of leaders and said, "I have a plan. Let's call it the spring assault for now. Let's discuss and refine it, and everyone can share their views." The plan is divided into 3 steps. The first is to reorganize and strengthen the military. The second is to eliminate all the raider camps within our territory. The third is to venture outside our territory and act as bandits. The goal of the spring offensive is to improve army coordination and amass a large fortune. The various leaders were clearly interested in this plan and asked eagerly, "Sir, can you elaborate more?" Ouyang Shua nodded and said, "Today is March 9th, and to upgrade to a Grade 3 town, we have approximately 1 month. We should use this time frame to reorganize and train the military. How long do you think it will take to form a proper military force?" General Shi thought for a moment and said, "Of the mixed unit's 5 squadrons, the 1st Cavalry Squadron was the earliest to be established. The 2nd Cavalry Squadron has not been set up, and the process from recruitment to class change will take 5 days. The 3 infantry squadrons all have some battle experience. What I'm afraid of is that the mountain barbarians in the 2nd and 3rd squadrons are too accustomed to forest warfare and not used to plain warfare. They also need to adapt to military life, and with the language barrier, I think we need 1 week to hone them." General Shi's analysis was mostly correct, but it wasn't a holistic analysis. Ouyang Shua reminded, "General, don't forget the coordination required between the different types of soldiers. We also need to liaise with the Navy in Beihai town. This spring offensive needs to leverage all of our military power. If necessary, the Navy and the Village Protection Squad from Chirshui Village can participate. Against water bandits, the Beihai town Navy could be of great use." "Your Highness's reminder is correct," General Shi said, with a hint of regret. Ouyang Shua said, "Therefore, I will give the army 10 days to sharpen. In these 10 days, you must complete 2 tasks. Your Highness, please instruct." The first task is to secure the funds needed for the class change of the cavalry squadron. "I will tell you all something. The territory has no more funds, and we need you all to think of solutions. No money and no food, go find raiders. This task will be done by the infantry and cavalry 1st battalions." Ouyang Shua looked at Lin Yi and Zhao Sihu. "Your Highness, do not worry, we will accomplish the mission." The 2 of them stood up and proclaimed loudly. Ouyang Shua nodded and turned to the military intelligence divisions Sanguzi and Lang Qian. "The second task is to do thorough intelligence gathering. To strengthen the division, I will expand it to 50 personnel. You are in charge of selecting and training the men. Yes, they both said excitedly. Apart from that, let Lei Sun continue following the Qingfu horses, Ouyang Shuo added. Lei Sun was another go-getter in the division and had been coordinating with the Material Reserves Department across the shore, as well as catching Qingfu horses. Sangu nodded to show he understood. The second step involves the bandits in the area. I don't need to say more. I will give you a month. Do you have the confidence to complete this mission? Ouyang Shuo said loudly. Yes. Very good. The next and last step is the most crucial, driving the bandits out of our area. This is more challenging than dealing with them within our territory. You must make thorough preparations. I hope that when the time comes, we will not only gain but also avoid any harm. This step was more dangerous and advanced. He made this decision to help them quickly adapt to close combat and gain experience. Monetary rewards were secondary. The leaders all agreed and were determined to win the battle. You have 2 weeks. Whatever you gain, I can't wait to see. Finally, Ouyang Shuo said, Sire, don't worry. We will complete the mission. After returning from the barracks, it was already 6 p.m. Ouyang Shuo went offline, exited the game cabin, and noticed 2 missed calls from Song Jia on his phone. This reminded him that he had forgotten to set the alert function in the game cabin. At noon, Ouyang Shuo called Song Jia, beautiful, sorry I missed your call yesterday. On the other end, Song Jia was sitting on a sofa in her living room, busy man, what have you been up to, not even picking up a phone call? Cough, I'm just a jobless gamer. Oh, by the way, was there something important in that call yesterday? What, I can't call you if I have nothing. No, you know I didn't mean it like that. Ouyang Shuo put on a pitiful act. Seeing his sad expression, Song Jia's mood improved, and she said, forget it. Let me ask you something, have you heard of a game called Earth Online? Mentioning this game, Song Jia's expression turned nervous, and she hesitated as she spoke. Ouyang Shuo was shocked. The incident with Sun Xiaoya's grandfather had alerted him that the secret behind Earth Online was beginning to spread to smaller powers. Listening to Song Jia, he was now 100% sure. Since Song Jia came from a powerful family in Lingnan, it wasn't surprising that she knew. However, how could he explain this to her? Song Jia must have just received the information and, despite her family's demands to keep it secret, she immediately told him. If he wasn't touched by her trust, he would definitely be lying. Song Jia noticed Ouyang Shuo's unsettled expression on the video call and asked, so, have you heard about it? Yes, but only a little. I also joined the beta test, Ouyang Shuo decided to lie. Song Jia relaxed, this wouldn't be considered leaking a secret. She judged Ouyang Shuo and teased him, I didn't expect you to be hiding so much. What is your ID? I'll add you, and we can play together. It seemed like he couldn't escape that question. Fortunately, he had thought of a good reply and said, I signed a non-disclosure agreement, so I can't tell anyone my ID. However, if you have any questions, you can give me a call, and I will answer them. Everything related to the beta test was highly confidential. Song Jia wouldn't know that the non-disclosure agreement was only in effect during the beta test and didn't prohibit him from sharing his ID. This was just his excuse, and one day in the future, he would explain it to her. Song Jia believed him and said cutely, oh, I wanted to play with you together. What occupation do you play? I play a chivalrous expert. I want to be a female chivalrous expert, righteous, maintaining law and order, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. Such a carefree life. One couldn't tell that the demure Song Jia would actually have such an adventurous spirit. Born into a wealthy family with a silver spoon, she wouldn't have much freedom. The restrictions on her life would be too many, so the game would be a chance to release herself. People like Song Jia faced the problem positively. Many others who appeared honest and lived very routine, orderly lives would, in the game, shed morals and laws, preferring to do bad things, revealing how twisted their minds were. Of course, the authorities in the game weren't useless and would jail players who broke the law. I couldn't tell that our big beauty had such a heavy heart, he replied. How about this, tell me your ID and I'll prepare a gift for you in-game, Ouyang Shuo laughed and said. That's more like it. I'm nearly broken the game, not having enough money to learn basic swordsmanship. You're a beta player, so please fund me. Song Jia didn't decline his offer and smiled. Remember, my ID is Jiachi Rumming. The number 4 beauty in the top 10 beauties from his last life, wasn't she Jiachi Rumming? She was the only chivalrous expert in the top 10, gaining her many fans. This was really a case of coincidence. After meeting his little aunt Snow Rose, Ouyang Shuo now had another famous buddy in the game. In his last life, it was such a sad case that he had missed both of them. When Ouyang Shuo went online the next day, he thought about the gift the Suanio tribe had given him. He had not opened it and had asked Wang Feng to place it in his office. Walking into his office, the wooden box was unsurprisingly on his table. He opened the box to find nearly 30 colorful silkworms lying on thick layers of leaves. The silkworms were vibrantly colored, with gold, purple, blue, orange, red, and green worms. Each color had at least 2 silkworms. This was truly a special gift. These mutated silkworms could only be found in the deep mountains and were a rare boon, obtained by the mountain barbarians by sheer luck. Seeing these colorful silkworms, Ouyang Shuo thought of the silkworm breeding technology he had acquired during the beast siege. Now he could finally put it to use. Moreover, with these colorful silkworms, along with the mulberry garden, textile mill, and garment workshop, he had a production chain from silk to clothing. Economists might call this an industrial chain. Recognizing the value of the gift, Ouyang Shuo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He inwardly chided Shi Xiong for being so bold and not informing him of the contents of the box. If Ouyang Shuo hadn't been courteous and asked his men to take the gift, he might have stored it in his storage bag, and these adorable silkworms would have all perished. Fortunately, Wang Feng was thorough, and even after traversing the mountains and forests, the silkworms were still in good condition. Unable to sit still, Ouyang Shuo called for Mu Qingxi and the others into the meeting hall. Those attending the meeting, apart from the 3 directors, were the Agriculture Secretary Sun Yanong, Resource Secretary Du Shaolin, Mulberry Garden Manager Zhao Yud, Textile Mill Manager Ing Sui, and the Garment Workshop Manager Wu Ni. Seeing such a large lineup, Zhao Yud and the other 2, for whom this was their first time entering the Lord's Manor, felt perturbed. Zhao Yud was a bit better off, as he was one of the first 10 people from Zhao Village to join Shanhai Village, as was his brother Zhao Yukai. For some time, their talents had not been utilized. Now, among the 2 brothers, one managed the mulberry garden, and the other managed the fruit farm. The textile mill manager, Ing Sui, was a 23-year-old advanced weaver. The garment workshop manager, Wu Ni, was a 25-year-old intermediate tailor and Mu Qingxi's main working partner. Ouyang Shuo sat at the head of the table and glanced at the 10-odd people in the meeting, 5 of whom were women. No wonder some people said that in Shanghai town, women could manage half the sky. Big brother, why did you call us here this time? In this atmosphere, no one dared to casually talk to Ouyang Shuo except for that little brat, Qing'er. Ouyang Shuo ignored her, opened the wooden box, and smiled. Take a look. What is this? Wow, such cute baby silkworms. But, why are they so colorful? I remember they should be white. Qing'er said, pointing at the baby silkworms. Hearing her words, everyone became very curious and crowded around to see. Is this the legendary colored silkworms? I only read about them in old records, but didn't expect them to really exist. Out of everyone present, Ing Sui was most familiar with this and thus had some understanding. These colored silkworms, does the silk they produce really come in various colors? Yingyu, who had a keen business eye, saw the value in these colored silkworms and asked eagerly. Colored silkworms do produce colored silk, but I'm not sure how it works, Yingyu said with uncertainty, as they only existed in legends, and no one had seen them before. I can confirm that they do indeed produce colored silk that matches their body color, Ouyang Shua said confidently. Yingyu's eyes brightened, filled with thoughts. After everyone was seated, Ouyang Shua began, I'm sure you heard that the silkworms in the box are the legendary colored silkworms. We also have a silkworm technical manual. With this and our already established mulberry garden, Shanghai town has all the requirements to produce and raise colored silkworms. The colored silkworm will be listed as a strategic resource and managed by both the agriculture and resource divisions. We must keep it a secret and ensure that the silkworm eggs do not spread outside. If everything goes well, the natural colored silk from these silkworms will become our specialty, so we must ensure that only we produce it. The textile mill will also be listed as a government entity, prohibited from privatization, and managed directly by the territory. Everyone nodded in agreement, but Qingyang voiced her concern. Big brother, you called Sister Wu and I and me here. Do you plan to take over our garment workshop for the territory to manage? This money grubber, Ouyang Shua, really couldn't handle her. Even Yingyu, who sat at the side, couldn't stand it anymore and pulled her to the side, shoving her mouth shut to stop her from speaking. Ouyang Shua, growing impatient, said, Why would I need your garment workshop? It's clear to everyone that the silk produced from the mulberry garden will be made into textiles at the mills and then into garments at the workshop. This chain will involve many departments. The mulberry garden is managed by the agriculture division, the silkworms by the resource and agriculture divisions, and the textile mills are under the charge of the administration department. The garment workshop is private property. It's a very complicated matter. Sire, are you suggesting we create a specific department to oversee all of this? Tian Wenjing thought about the armory division and hesitated before speaking. Ouyang Shua shook his head and said, No. If every industrial chain required a new department, we'd end up with a mess. It wouldn't improve cooperation and would only create organizational tumors. No matter how you plan the organization or use political methods, it wouldn't be logical. Then what are your intentions, sire? Tian Wenjing couldn't understand. My intention is that this doesn't need to be done by the government and can demonstrate the power of the people. More specifically, we can form a textile association. Each step in the industrial chain will become a unit in the association. The president, vice president, and secretary will form the board of directors, overseeing the entire industrial chain. Ouyang Shua didn't want to hide his ideas and thus laid everything out in the open. This was a fresh and innovative concept. Everyone in the meeting realized why they had been called here, to establish the textile association. Given Yingyu's business background and knowledge, she understood the implications most clearly. I agree with Big Brother, Yingyu added. How will you arrange the people in the association? The others looked at Ouyang Shua with concern. He did not let them down and said directly, For the initial board members, I will make the decision for everyone. After the association operates smoothly, you can select internally. The board includes Mu Qingxi, Sun Yan-nong, Du Xiaolon, Zhao Yuda, Ying Chui, Wu and I, and the future manager of the silkworms. To be clear, government officials like Du Xiaolon and Sun Yan-nong cannot participate in the decision to choose the president, vice president, and secretary. Sun Yan-nong and Du Xiaolon nodded to show they understood. The president of the Textile Association will be Ying Chui, and Mu Qingxi will be the honorary president. The vice president will be Wu Ni, and the secretary will be the manager of the silkworms, Ouyang Shua continued. Qingyang felt delighted at the prospect of a high-ranking position with little work. Ying Chui, surprised by being chosen as president, nervously said, Sire, I fear I might not do well. Factory managering need not be overly modest. I trust you. Ying Chui nodded, saying no more. None of them expected that this hastily assembled association would play such a significant role in future territorial economic activities. After settling the issue with the Textile Association, Ouyang Shuo took the time to visit the market to buy a gift for Song Jia. He opened the Skills tab and purchased Basic Swordsmanship, Basic Movement, Basic Internal Strength, and Basic Investigation, spending a total of 1 gold. Then he went to the Special Items section and searched for sword techniques. Ouyang Shuo shook his head, as none of these sword techniques were real. He spent 50 gold to purchase the real technique, the Yunnu Swordsmanship. After returning, he went to the arsenal and took out the only gold-level exquisite iron sword that was plundered from the water stronghold, as well as the silver-level leather armor suit. Lastly, he sent all these items anonymously to Song Jia, spending 1 gold on mailing fees. With all these items, Song Jia could be considered well-armed. As long as she leveled up slowly, she would become a strong chivalrous expert and make up for the 2-month gap between her and the other players who had started the game earlier. On the outskirts of Chuanzhou region, a group of teenagers were leveling up. The team consisted of combat classes such as generals, chivalrous experts, and government servants, as well as support classes like healers and priests, forming a typical leveling party. Generals, similar to Western knights, could only walk on foot without mounts. Chivalrous experts, whether swordsmen or bladesmen, were all close combat specialists. Government servants, a role with distinct Chinese characteristics, wielded water-fire sticks and swung iron chains. While healers lacked instant healing abilities, they focused on first aid, much like army doctors. Priests, unable to cast sorcery, relied mainly on Fulu as their primary means of attack, similar to Western wizards. Dressed in system provided coarse linen clothes and wielding the cheapest ordinary weapons, the 5 of them struggled to kill a level 3 wild dog. Their cooperation was poor, often placing them in dangerous situations, making it clear they were newcomers to the game. After great effort, the team finally defeated the wild dog. The system evaluated their performance and contribution, awarding them a small amount of experience points. The healer tended to the wounded government servant, while the priest collected the wild dog's fur, demonstrating a clear division of labor. The team leader, a young general around 24 to 25 years old, had a commanding and authoritative presence. He held the best weapon in the team, a bronze-level iron spear. With a bitter smile, he said, "Oh my god, this idiot game is too real. Even leveling up is so strenuous. How long is this going to take for us to level?" "That's right. I wonder when Big Brother can get a village creation token. I heard that when we have militants from the territory to help us, it will be much easier to level," the beautiful young chivalrous expert said. The 2 were the core of the whole team, the others were merely here to accompany them. How could it be that easy? We can only blame ourselves for entering the game too late. Rumors said that the first 10,000 Lord players could skip the village building quest and directly obtain the village creation token. But now, we can only try our luck, praying that any one of the gold farming groups has an extra village creation token for sale, the young general said, clearly not expecting much. As the female chivalrous expert was about to reply, a burst of system notifications sounded in her ears. "System notice, you have an anonymous parcel. Do you wish to receive it?" Anonymous parcel? Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly glanced around to make sure it was safe before she said, "Receive." There was a flash of bright white light, and as it faded, a huge parcel appeared on the ground, fully wrapped in linen sackcloth. The female chivalrous expert had no intention of opening it and directly put it in her storage bag. "Who sent you a parcel?" "It looks like it contains a huge fortune," the young general said curiously. She randomly glanced at the items in her storage bag and for a moment, her face was filled with shock. However, she quickly returned to normal, acting as if nothing had happened. In a calm voice, she said, "Second brother, let's go back to Chuanzhou region. It's not safe here." Clearly, she was very alert. They were in the middle of the wilderness, facing the risk of being killed and robbed at any time. This was not a good place to check the parcel. "All right, let's return," the young man replied. He understood his little sister very well. She always had a sense of propriety and would not make irresponsible remarks. For her to make such a decision, the parcel must be unusually important. The group returned to Quanzhou region. They had rented a quadrangle courtyard as their temporary place of stay. All kinds of people were coming in and out of the courtyard, and a rough estimate would put the number at no fewer than 200 people. "Second brother, third sister, what brings you back to the courtyard so early?" A scholarly man, around 27 to 28 years old, stood in the courtyard and asked curiously when he saw the group of teenagers return. "Big brother, we'll talk inside," the young general replied. "All right." The young scholar noticed the unusual atmosphere and led his two siblings into the secret chamber. "Little sister, take it out and show us what's so mysterious about the parcel. I wonder what it contains, it must be something good." "Show me, let me have a look," the young general said more casually once they were in the secret chamber. "Humph, I bet it will blind your eyes." "Don't get too jealous," the female martial expert teased, loosening her restraints and speaking playfully. She took out the parcel from her storage bag and placed it on the table in the middle of the room. "Hey, you underestimate your second brother." The young general stepped forward and opened the parcel. In the blink of an eye, a huge pile of items burst out of the parcel and lay before their eyes. There were skill books, secret manuals, weapons, armors, and 10 gold coins. The young general was stunned as he gazed at the items, and even the seemingly calm young scholar couldn't help but exclaim, "Little sister, who gave you all of these? How generous." The young and beautiful female chivalrous expert was none other than Song Jua, whose in-game name was Jiachi Rumeng. The two young gentlemen in front of her were her blood brothers, also the lead representatives of Song Corporation in Earth Online. The elder brother, Song Wan, chose the civil path of Lord's Kingdom building, while the second brother, Song Wu, opted for the military personal adventure mode. The quadrangle courtyard was actually rented by Song Corporation as a temporary base, and the 200 or more players were either members of the Song family or professional players they had recruited in real life. "Hee, it's a secret, don't worry so much," Song Jia said with pride. Song Wu picked up the exquisite iron sword, his mouth watering, and said enviously, "My god, this is a gold-level weapon. Only the leaders of the top 10 mercenary groups have these. Little sister, you're only level 2. It would be such a waste for the weapon to be in your hands." "Hee, second brother, you're just jealous of me." Song Wu then picked up the leather armor set, exclaiming once more, "Oh my god, a silver-level armor set. Woo-woo. I'm only wearing linen clothes." He was deeply injured, and in contrast to the equipment before his eyes, his own gear seemed almost beggarly. Song Jia stood beside her brother, watching him exclaim over the items. Her heart was filled with the sweetest honey, she was truly satisfied with the gifts Shua had prepared for her. Song Wan placed his hands on the skill book, "You knew swordsmanship," and said calmly, "Second brother, you're really blind. The value of this skill book is comparable to that of a gold-level exquisite iron sword. My preliminary estimate is that all these items would cost at least 200 gold. Little sister, are you really not going to tell me anything?" Even so, Song Wan was just as blind as Song Wu. In a year's time, after Gaia exposed the truth behind the true and false secret manuals, a genuine skill book like You Knew Swordsmanship would be worth an arm and a leg. Now, it was the only period when true skill books and secret manuals were sold like vegetables on the material trading platform, and even at such low prices, there were few buyers. If only Ouyang Shua had extra funds, he would have gone on a buying spree. What? They're so valuable. Even though Song Jia wasn't as sensitive as her brother Song Wan about the prices of goods, she had a clear understanding of the rarity of gold. The market price of a copper was 2 credit points, so 200 golds would be equivalent to 4 million credit points, assuming they were willing to sell the gold. Ouyang Shua, who are you? In real life, you are such an ordinary man, yet you can afford to give away such expensive gifts. You say it's just a welcome gift for me to enter the game, but that suggests you must be extraordinary in-game, right? Little sister, little sister. Ah. Huh? Big brother, sorry, I was distracted. Her face flushed red. As for this friend, big brother, don't ask too much. I've promised to keep it a secret. All right then, I won't push you. As long as you're happy, everything is fine. Songwon pampered his little sister a lot. Seeing that she was unwilling to reveal the mystery sender's identity, he didn't continue asking. After all, it wasn't a bad thing. Thank you, big brother. Song Jia couldn't contain her excitement any longer. She picked up and learned the 4 skill books and the Yu swordsmanship. Then, she equipped the leather armor set and the exquisite iron sword, and made a sword posture. She appeared bright and brave, like a heroine frozen in time, with Song Wu drooling on the side. Ah, this Yu swordsmanship is really special. After I learned it, every stance and move fills my mind. It feels so real, Song Jia said, puzzled. Probably because the game is so realistic that you can't easily distinguish between the virtual and the real world. Songwon knew nothing about the truth behind the secret manuals, so he could only offer this guess. Oh. Although she disagreed with her brother, she did not care too much either. Song Jia picked up the 10 gold on the table, smiled, and handed it to Songwon. Big brother, I'll leave the gold with you. Songwon was delighted by his thoughtful and sensible little sister. He patted her head and said, since it was a gift from your friend, you should keep it for yourself. These 10 gold wouldn't make much of a difference even if they were given to the family. Besides, the repair costs for your equipment are not cheap, you need to have some money with you. Your friend must be quite attentive to include these 10 gold in the parcel, considering all these little details. Oh. Song Jia hadn't given it much thought. After listening to her brother's analysis, she didn't insist further. She was surprised that someone from the woods could be so considerate. However, if it's convenient, can you ask your friend if they can get us a village creation token? Of course, we'll pay a high price for it. Songwon added jokingly at the end. The village creation token was the biggest challenge he was facing. He had nearly gone gray trying to get one. Without a token, it was impossible to establish a territory, and without a territory, Incorporation couldn't take root in the game, a form of failure. All right, I'll try asking. Song Jia understood her brother's situation and readily agreed to his request. Since Woodsy had said to just call him if there were any problems, it was worth a shot. But, there's no guarantee my friend can get it. Song Jia added with a hint of uncertainty. Sure, I'm just trying my luck. It's best if it's there, but it's normal if it's not. Obviously, Songwon himself didn't have high hopes. Water fire stick, an ancient Chinese weapon used by government servants in courtrooms. Half of the stick is painted black and the other half red. In the Chinese 5 elements, black represents water and red represents fire. Since fire and water don't mix, the stick signifies that in the courtroom, the law does not allow for personal considerations. Fulu, a supernatural talisman with various functions, drawn or written by Taoists. Ouyang Shua knew little about the discussions among the 3 Song siblings that his seemingly ordinary gifts to Song Jia had sparked. This was the difference in strength that caused their differing viewpoints. At 2 p.m., Ouyang Shua led his 3 directors to the city wall. After a month, the main structure of the city wall was finally completed. The remaining work involved the construction of ancillary facilities, including the city gate tower, arrow towers, turrets, and the drawbridge. Standing 9 meters high and 5 meters wide, the stone-built city wall looked magnificent, instilling a great sense of security in all who saw it. As he climbed to the top of the northern city wall, Ouyang Shua looked around. Every inch of land, every drop of water, the plains, the mountains, the rivers, everything he saw belonged to Shanghai town. Ouyang Shua felt his mind broaden and his spirit soar. Excellent. The construction division has done a great job supervising the completion of the city wall. They shall be rewarded, Ouyang Shua said, turning to Chuangyu. The finance department will draft a standard of incentives and submit it to me for approval. Chuangyu nodded. Zhao Duong, standing nearby, said enthusiastically, "My lord, the construction division is honored to receive your recognition. We dare not ask for anything more." Ouyang Shua waved his hand. "No, you deserve it. Secretary Zhao, there's no need to be humble. This wall will be the greatest line of defense for Shanghai town. With it, the military can launch Operation Spring Assault with ease. The construction division must accelerate the construction of affiliated facilities to ensure that a complete defense system utilizing the city wall can be formed promptly. The construction division promises to complete everything within a week," Zhao Duong said, patting his chest. In comparison to the city wall, the drawbridge was progressing more slowly. Even with more workers assigned, it would still require an additional 2 weeks to finish. After the city wall was built, Ouyang Shua had grand plans for his territory. Back at his manor, he asked the concierge to invite the manager of the brick kiln workshop over. The manager, Tao Weng, was an advanced kiln master, aged 32, with dark skin, and known for his honesty and loyalty. Upon receiving the summons, he rushed from the kiln workshop outside town to the manor. Once Tao Weng arrived, Ouyang Shua called the 3 directors, Zhao Duong, Hao Jinsing, and Zhou Haichen, to his office. Due to his exceptional performance during the official assessment, Hao Jinsing had been promoted to Assistant Secretary of the Construction Division. This was the first time he had the honor of being called to Ouyang Shua's office, and the young assistant looked excited. "Master Tao, please give a brief report on the kiln workshop," Ouyang Shua said. Tao Weng stood up and answered with great respect, "My lord, we have 120 workers, 4,000 units of green bricks, and a production rate of 120 green bricks per day, averaging 1 brick per worker per day." Ouyang Shua nodded and said, "I have a plan to discuss with all of you. The territory layout is generally based on a Grade 3 village design. However, after the passage of time, the current layout can no longer keep up with our rapid development. We have to look 1, 2, or even 3 steps ahead in matters like territorial layout." Hao Jincheng nodded in agreement. As the planning manager of the construction division, he was very clear about this situation. Our city wall was built according to the standards of a Grade 3 town. But are we going to keep adding walls when we reach the levels of a Grade 3 county, Grade 3 prefecture, and Grade 3 capital? Of course not, the walls would hinder the city's development. Therefore, from now on, we will plan and assess our city layout according to the standards and perspective of a capital city. He continued, "The future capital city will cover 100 square kilometers and will have a total of 3 city walls. The first wall will be 3 kilometers long on all 4 sides. This is the city stone wall we have just completed, which will serve as the royal palace wall in the future. The second wall will be 6 kilometers long on all 4 sides. Its construction will begin during the county stage and will serve as the inner capital wall. The third and final wall will have sides stretching 10 kilometers long. This will be built during the prefecture stage and will serve as the outer wall of the capital." This was the first time Ouyang Shua had revealed his future plans for the territory, showcasing his domineering and ambitious true nature. Everyone present, including the 3 directors, was deeply moved as they listened to his plan. Their blood boiled with waves of emotion. Returning to our main topic, taking the completion of the city wall as an opportunity, we will adjust the future planning of the territory. There are 2 adjustments that need to be made. First, the general layout of the territory. Second, the construction materials of the buildings. We will first talk about the construction materials. Currently, the primary materials used are stones and wood. As a result, the buildings are not safe due to their poor performance against fire hazards. Therefore, We will seize this opportunity and change the wood and stone structures into a combination of brick and stone structures. The construction division will have to coordinate with the brick kiln workshop to adjust the production and consumption rates of bricks, ensuring a constant supply. Ouyang Shuo instructed them. Zhao Duong nodded to indicate his understanding. The Lord had thrown out one surprise after another. The construction division had just completed the massive city wall project and was now given another enormous territory upgrading project. There wasn't a moment to rest. The household registration division will have to prepare and allocate workers appropriately. My suggestion is to increase the kiln workers to 200 men, Ouyang Shuo said to Zhou Haichen. No problem, Zhou Haichen accepted Ouyang Shuo's suggestion. Now, the main issue, the adjustment of the territory layout. In principle, within the 5 registration categories, farmers, workers, fishermen, herdsmen, and craftsmen, other than the craftsmen, the others will have to be shifted to the suburbs. The settlements will be decided based on their occupations. For example, kiln workers will be placed around the kiln workshop, while miners will be settled near the mining fields. This will not only ease the congestion in the city but also provide convenience to the workers. This decision was the first step to separate the urban and rural populations. These settlements would serve as prototypes for the establishment of village communities in the future. The decision marked the first step in the transformation of Shanghai town from an agricultural village to an urban city. When the other 4 occupations moved to the suburbs, the city was left with only craftsmen, tradesmen, and other business-related personnel, giving the town a focused and lively atmosphere. My lord, I very much agree with the settlements, but I have 2 questions. Director Fan of the Administration Department was the first to speak. Please speak. After the settlements are established, how will we implement administrative work there, and how will we ensure the safety of the residents? His questions were well-reasoned and went straight to the heart of the matter. Ouyang Shuo was well prepared. The plan to establish settlements was not a hasty or premature idea, it was the result of a series of serious considerations. Similar to Operation Spring Assault, this proposal was designed to address the town's current challenges. Good questions. For the administration in the settlements, we will adopt a system of self-governance. The residents will elect a respected individual as the settlement chief. He will be responsible for taxes and household registrations and will report to the administration department. Fan Jingyan was undoubtedly familiar with the concept of settlement chiefs, which had existed since the spring and autumn period, making them the ideal choice for managing the settlements. Regarding the safety of the residents, there is nothing to worry about. As long as Operation Spring Assault progresses smoothly, the territory will be cleared of external threats, and safety concerns will be minimized. Additionally, we will establish military camps both inside and outside the town. They will ensure the safety of everyone in the territory. After answering Fan Zhengyan's questions, he continued, for the buildings within the city wall, we will need to make some adjustments. The West District was initially a residential area, but as the residents will be relocated to the suburbs, only the Southwest District will remain residential. The Northwest District will be converted into a business district, and all workshops will be moved there. The Northeast District will house only military camps, arsenals, stables, the weapons workshop, armory division, and other military buildings. The Southeast District, which currently contains only the Culture and Education Division, will be developed to include residences for officials, specifically those with the position of at least Deputy Secretary. He continued, the iconic commercial street will remain, but we will undertake a comprehensive renovation of the shops. The square in front of the Lord's Manor needs refurbishment, so we will pave the floor with quartz stones and decorate it with flowers and sculptures. I want it to be a leisure gathering place for the residents. Lastly, the 2 city crossroads will also be paved with quartz stones. Our territory is now a Grade 2 town, but the roads are still mud. This is unacceptable. Zhao Duong felt a great twinge in his heart as he listened to Ouyang Shuo's plans. The workload of this project was comparable to that of constructing the city wall. Ouyang Shua, ignoring Zhao Duong, turned to Chuang Yu. The expenses for the entire plan will be classified under public expenditure by the finance department. Any concerns? We can barely manage, Yu said cautiously. Ouyang Shua nodded. Good. If funds are insufficient, come to me. I will figure it out. The whole plan will have to be completed within a month. Is there any problem according to the construction division? If it includes the settlements, we can hardly make it. Although he did not want to disappoint his lord, he knew that making a promise he couldn't keep would enrage the lord, possibly leading to his execution. Ouyang Shua smiled and shook his head. The settlements will not be the concern of the construction division. As a self-governing community, the residents will build their own houses. Zhao Duong breathed a sigh of relief and said, Then I have no problem. Very good. I have only outlined an overall plan for the territory upgrade. The details will be drafted by the construction division and submitted to me for approval, Ouyang Shua concluded. Rest assured, my lord, the details will be ready in 3 days, the planning manager, Hao Jincheng, said, patting his chest. All right, that will be all. You are dismissed. The next morning, Ouyang Shua received a call from Song Jia. About the parcel from yesterday, I've received it. So, how was it? Are you happy with it? My brothers were shocked by your parcel. Your brothers? Yes, my 2 elder brothers are also playing this game. Oh, I wasn't thinking too much about the gifts. Hey Pro, I want to invite you to dinner, my treat. Are you free? Of course. I'll always have time when a beautiful girl invites me to dinner. Oh, stop flattering me. Let's make it 6 p.m. today. I'll be waiting outside. All right. See you tonight. See you tonight. Upon hanging up the phone, Ouyang Shua waved his hand and shouted excitedly, yes. Moreover, for the entire day, Shua was in such a state of excitement, just like a young boy meeting his beautiful first love for the first time. All he could do was keep practicing his martial arts to relieve the excess hormones. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Binger arrived home on time. At this moment, Ouyang Shua realized he had no time to prepare dinner for his adorable sister. As a result, he had to call Xiaye out of nowhere. Xiaye, it's me. Hey, what's up? Listen, I'm sorry, but I have something up tonight. Could you please come home earlier to make dinner for Binger? No problem. Meeting a girl for a date tonight? Sometimes, a girl's intuition can be extraordinarily accurate. Suddenly, Ouyang Shua, for no reason, subconsciously did not want her to know the truth, so he said vaguely, what date? There's no date at all. I'm just meeting some friends from high school. Geez, I'm just asking casually, why are you so nervous? Let's leave it at that. So, both of you will have to settle for dinner, is that all right? Ouyang Shua decided not to continue the entangling topic. Rest assured, I can still make some simple dishes, Sun Xiaye muttered. She felt like she was being underestimated by Ouyang Shua, as if she were a parasite. I know. So that's all, then. See ya. Ouyang Shua hung up the phone decisively. For the sake of that night's date, Ouyang Shua, for the first time in a long while, dressed up nicely. He bathed twice, shaved his beard cleanly, and styled his hair for half an hour. When it came to his outfit, he couldn't afford to be casual. Ouyang Shua chose a casual shirt with a simple pattern, paired with the only branded pants in his closet, a pair of Zegna trousers, and a pair of white canvas shoes. A confident and handsome young man now stood before the mirror. Finally, he couldn't forget to trim his nails, as every detail often adds up to a certain success. As for perfumes, he always avoided them as much as possible. Before heading out, Ouyang Shua dragged Binger to his side and coaxed her, Darling, I'm going to have a gathering with my friends. Be a good girl and wait for Sister Xiaya to come back and have dinner with you, okay? Binger, like a little adult, said naughtily, don't worry, brother. Binger won't tell Sister Xiaya anything about your date. Naughty girl, Ouyang Shua touched her nose affectionately and turned around, heading out. Song Jia, in her red Ferrari, was already waiting outside Ouyang Shuo's house. She smiled when she saw him and said, let's go. Song Jia wore a black long dress, matched with a small shawl. Her elegant and alluring hourglass figure was presented in a very fascinating way. Ouyang Shua got into the car under everyone's curious gazes, took his time, and thoroughly examined Song Jia from head to toe. Wow, you look sexy today. Even my little heart is racing. Upon hearing this, Song Jia blushed immediately. She could not stand his gaze at all. His eyes were so intense that even from a distance, she could feel the burning intensity of his stare, as if it were piercing through her clothes and reaching her skin. She pouted, why are you behaving like that? I can't stand it. Ever since his rebirth, Ouyang Shua, like a phoenix risen from the ashes, had shaken off all his shackles and burdens. He had become a proud man filled with hope and confidence, refusing to let any secular constraints hold him back. He became a real person, someone who wouldn't bow down to power that defies his will, someone who wouldn't bend to money, someone akin to the son of a prodigy in every novel. Beyond that, his manner and presence naturally exuded a unique and captivating aura. To the ladies, it was intensely charming, drawing them to him like bees to honey. Although Song Jia protested against his remarks, her heart secretly raced at an incredibly fast rate. Ouyang Shua's unhidden admiration for her beauty was the best compliment she could receive. The way he looked at her, through the windows to his soul, was crystal clear and pure, free of any perverse or ill intent. It was a mesmerizing vortex, and she felt herself wanting to sink deeply into his gaze, never wanting to look away. Song Jia quickly composed herself, started her Ferrari, and asked, what do you want for dinner? Fancy some Western cuisine? Sure. I'm fine with anything. All right, let's go. Half an hour later, in the fanciest Western restaurant in Jiao State, Ouyang Shua felt fortunate that he had dressed more formally, or he would have made a fool of himself. Turning to Song Jia, he said, this is a bit much. Right. Stop pretending you're poor. We both know you're now an invisible tycoon, Song Jia teased. They followed the waitress to the table Song Jia had booked. Song Jia asked Ouyang Shua what he wanted to eat, but he just shook his head and said he wasn't familiar with Western cuisine, so he'd pass and let her order for him. Song Jia smiled and nodded, knowing he didn't know much about Western cuisine. She then ordered, could we have a set of escargot, Danish pastry, sirloin steak, black pepper steak, vegetable salad, and 2 sets of clam chowder? Also, I'd like to order some desserts and fruits as well. After placing the order, she asked Ouyang Shua, wanna have a drink? How about a bottle of red wine? To the pretty waitress's surprise, Ouyang Shua, determined to be a freeloader, said shamelessly, sure, why not? It's your treat anyway. I'm not spending a single cent, so I wouldn't mind at all. Song Jia couldn't maintain her perfect image upon hearing this. She facepalmed herself and ordered a bottle of 2100 vintage grape wine. When the waiter left, she said, my brother asked me to ask you if there's any way he could get his hands on a village creation token. Ouyang Shua frowned and replied, I don't have any at the moment. This token can only be obtained through luck. I'll see what I can do. I'm organizing a party to raid a group of bandits, and if I happen to get it from the loot, I'll send it to you. You don't have to force it. In fact, I feel quite embarrassed to trouble you with this, she said. If it weren't for her brother's request, she wouldn't have brought up the topic, as it could ruin the mood. It's fine, it's not troublesome at all. If you still consider me a friend, then you don't need to worry about it. Ouyang Shua, on the other hand, did not take this to heart at all. When the dinner was served, Song Jia took the opportunity to mention it casually, Yuan Ping is starting to play this game too. Really? Ouyang Shua said perfunctorily, busy with his black pepper steak. Song Jia finally snapped. She put down her utensils and complained, "What kind of reaction is that? What's wrong with him playing the game? Just let him play by himself. What could possibly go wrong?" Ouyang Shua asked, clueless. "Whatever, forget it." It was clear that Song Jia had something on her mind but was hesitant to speak up, typical of a girl who expects you to read her thoughts. Suddenly, something clicked in Ouyang Shua's mind, and he grasped the crux of the problem. "Yuan Ping, he's still chasing you, isn't he? Yes, this guy is so annoying. He's stalking me constantly, he's becoming a real nuisance now." The only impression Yuan Ping gave Ouyang Shua was from their gathering this year. Yuan Ping was subtle and a qualified second-generation rich kid. No one would believe his persistence in pursuing Song Jia was out of love. Song Jia might be pretty, sexy, and unique, but to these wealthy children, there was no shortage of attractive girls in their lives. To them, women were just a form of stimulation to make their lives more enjoyable. His perseverance in pursuing Song Jia was more about diplomatic interest in their business profits. There were many business corporations in Lingnan, but both Song's and Yuan's corporations were equally powerful. The marriage between Yuan Ping and Song Jia would lead to cooperation between the two corporations. If this occurred, it would result in significant gains for Yuan's corporation and Yuan Ping's personal profit. The collaboration between these two corporations would not only make them the leading force in the entire Lingnan economy, but Yuan Ping could also leverage this to establish his power in the Yuan family and become the rightful heir. Ouyang Shua acknowledged the possibility that Yuan Ping might have genuine feelings for Song Jia. However, either way, Ouyang Shua did not want any of this to happen. In his past life, Ouyang Shua could not have done anything about it. Yuan Ping would not have even considered Ouyang Shua a competitor, especially in a society where marriage within the same rank was a given. Cinderella and her Prince Charming were only found in fairy tales. It was almost impossible for someone from a lower rank to marry into a higher one. However, in this life, Ouyang Shua had gained entry to the upper echelons of the game and established his own power there. He, the man who had risen from the ashes of his past life, was no longer afraid of any opponents. He vowed to compete with every single one of them. Ouyang Shua swore that no matter what obstacles came his way, he would not let go of Song Jia. If necessary, he would even stand against the entire Song Corporation. "Ah, don't worry, just ignore him. If things really get out of hand, just let me know. With the power I have now, I am confident I'll be able to deal with it," Ouyang Shua said confidently. "Okay." Song Jia felt suddenly relieved when she got the answer from Ouyang Shua. While others might see Ouyang Shua as just an ordinary boy, arrogantly claiming he can solve any problem without considering his own capabilities, Song Jia believed in him. She believed that this average-looking boy had the strength to handle things others deemed impossible. Maybe sometimes, love really is blind, making someone lose their mind and trust their loved ones blindly. After their dinner, Song Jia said mischievously, "Come, accompany me for a walk." "All right. If it's a gorgeous woman like you I'm going for a walk with, I will be very honored," Ouyang Shua joked again. Song Jia didn't complain about his attitude this time but walked as if she were hopping in front. At this moment, there was no goddess untouchable to mortals, only an ordinary girl falling in love. Ouyang Shua followed behind her, looking at the beautiful girl walking with a relaxed pace. At this moment, all he could see was her. Love struck him just like that. Perhaps, this is what happiness means, Ouyang Shua thought to himself. Ouyang Shua reached home at 9:30 p.m. There was no one in the living room. This was the time when Binger listened to her bedtime stories. When he opened the door to Binger's room, Xiaoyu was telling her the story of Pleasant Goat and the Big Bad Wolf. "Brother, you're back," Binger said happily, smiling when she saw Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua walked towards her, patted her little head gently, and said, "Sleep earlier, sweetheart." "Okay, good night, brother." "Good night, sweet dreams." March 11th, another day of unrest. System notice: congratulations to player Feng Qingyang for founding the Qingyang Sword Sect. Special reward of 500 merit points, 1,500 reputation points. Swordsman Township awarded the title Home of the Martial Arts. System notice: congratulations to player Feng Qingyang. System notice: congratulations. Feng Qingyang, the heir to a powerful ancient martial arts family in China, founded China's first sect in such a short time. He had now stepped into the limelight and into the public eye. From now on, he would no longer be overshadowed by Di Chen and Chen Shinjun, two of the Handan Six tyrants. He would now shine on his own. In Earth Online, to establish a sect, four requirements must be met: wealth, population, technique, and land. Wealth: the sect's startup capital requires at least 200 gold. Population: the sect must have at least 500 nominal disciples. Technique: the sect's main technique line must include at least one emperor rank technique, which should be a mixed technique containing passive, movement, and offensive skills. Land: this is the location of the sect. If established in the wilderness, it would be vulnerable to beast attacks and raider ambushes. Therefore, it is best to establish it within a lord player's territory. What a showy move by Feng Qingyang, naming the sect after himself. I wonder what benefits this Home of the Martial Arts title will bring. Shua thought and guessed it would likely boost the practitioner's physique or something similar. Probably Feng Qingyang thought he hadn't gained enough attention, so he continued shouting in the national channel, "Qingyang Sword Sect invites swordsmen of all backgrounds to join us. Once joined, you will be taught the emperor-level technique. Spaces are limited, first come, first served." The other three members of the Chunqiu Alliance also jumped in. Chen Shinjun, brother Feng, congratulations, congratulations. Xiangba, congratulations +1. Wandering Magic, congratulations +2. Feng Qingyang, thank you, three brothers. Shua shook his head. Here it comes again. There's no such thing as a free lunch. In his past life, Feng Qingyang had used the same method to raise substantial capital for himself. According to the Wulin sect disciple system, there were 4 different grades: junior disciple, senior disciple, core disciple, and direct disciple. Each grade had varying access to technique levels, the specifics decided by the sect head. Feng Qingyang used the emperor-level technique as bait to attract swordsmen to his swordsman town. Joining the Qingyang Sword Sect came with fees. Junior disciple, 50 silver. Senior disciple, 2 gold. Core disciple, 5 gold. What about direct disciples? Sorry, those positions were limited to members of ancient martial arts families. Only one of them could become a direct disciple. And, of course, the so-called emperor-level technique wasn't something Feng Qingyang had bought from the market or obtained from loot. He lacked such capabilities. In Earth Online, the system allowed players to create their own skills and techniques. Thus, using the system's technique and skills creation feature, he was able to incorporate his family martial arts into the game. This brilliant plan of his was able to get Feng Qingyang a lot of gold and bring countless advanced adventurers to his swordsman town, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. The Qingyang Sword Sect had become a golden chicken that laid eggs. Moreover, only with these steady streams of capital did he have the opportunity to start his real techniques collection plan, making himself the biggest winner a year later. These series of plans, one after another, utilized the ancient martial arts family's advantages to the fullest, like art painted by God's hand. Shua knew these plans were not Feng Qingyang's but from his sister, Feng Qingyue. At only 18 years old, ranked 5th in the China list of beauties, and known as one of the China 3 Zhuges, alongside Handan's Juedai Fenghua and Consonance's Tsingyi. Putting aside his envy of the others, Shua focused on his Bejiquan and spearmanship training. Due to logging in late today, It was already midday when he finished. At 2 p.m., Shuo appeared on time in his office, starting to handle the day's territory affairs. At 3 p.m., Director Tian arrived with the mining field manager, Yuan Xiaoping, a delighted look on his face, exclaiming, "My lord, good news, very good news." Seeing the usually deadpan Tian Wenjing so excited, Shuo was puzzled and curious. "What good news?" Director Tian, pointing at Yuan Xiaoping, laughed and said, "It's better to let Manager Yuan report to you, my lord." Shuo nodded, and Yuan Xiaoping stood, bowed, and began, "My lord, after exploring for 2 days, we have finally found a large open-pit gold mine, just 5 miles south of Suanio tribe." "Great!" Shuo exclaimed, standing up in great excitement. He asked, "What is the terrain like at the gold mine? Is it easy to mine? How large is the gold mine?" "My lord, the location is well situated. To the north, a 10-meter wide river flows. To the west, it borders Suanio tribe. To the south is a wolf-head-shaped rock mountain, hereinafter referred to as Longsho Mountain. To the east lies a field of woods. The mining layers are shallow, making them easy to exploit. As for the ore reserves, we have not yet determined them, but it is confirmed that the mine is rich in gold ore. I roughly tested and found that a ton of gold ore can be refined into 20 grams of gold. I took a bold guess and estimated that at least 40 tons of gold could be excavated from the mine, Yuan Xiaoping reported, clearly prepared and detailed. Shuo was excited. According to the rate of 20 grams of gold per gold coin, 40 tons of gold would translate to 2 million gold coins. Of course, he knew this would only be realized after the gold was excavated and refined. 1 ton equals 1 million grams. Shuo continued, "How efficient can the mining operation be?" "On average, a skilled miner can excavate a ton of gold ore," Yuan Xiaoping responded. "As the mining layers progress deeper, the efficiency gradually decreases. Moreover, after the ores are excavated, they need to go through a complex refinement process to extract the gold, which also requires significant manpower." Yuan Xiaoping answered his lord's question in detail. Shuo nodded and walked back and forth in the office, then asked the concierge to invite Chuangyu and Zhao Duong to his office. When the two arrived and sat down, Yuan Xiaoping briefly discussed the gold mine's current condition. "Everyone, this gold mine will, in the long run, provide a steady stream of capital and will become the fiscal pillar of our territory. Its importance cannot be overstated, and it must not be neglected. To ensure the smooth operation of the mine, I will assign several tasks to all of you," Shuo said, filled with excitement. "Please give the orders, my lord." Yuan Xiaoping. "My lord. Since the gold mine is situated behind the Longsho Mountain, it shall be named the Langshan Mining Field. I hereby appoint you as the manager of the Langshan Mining Field and the assistant director of the Materials Reserves Department, with full responsibility for the mining field. Thank you for your trust, I will not let you down." Promoted from an ordinary mining field foreman to an assistant director, 3 levels, this highlighted the significance of the Langshan mining field in Shuo's eyes. As for the iron mining field, recommend a new foreman and report your candidate to Director Tian for approval. "Yes, sire." Yuan Xiaoping replied loudly. Secretary Zhao. "My lord. The construction division will fully cooperate and support the operation by paving a road from Qiushui village to the mining field. When in need of manpower, you can recruit from the Suanio tribe. After all, the constructed road would benefit them as well." "Understood, I will see it done." The construction division had just received the latest orders from the territory. Surely, they wouldn't have the manpower required for the over 10 kilometers long Qiushui-Longshan road construction. However, with the tribe's involvement, it would no longer be a concern. The entire tribe had over 3,000 people. Director Tian. "My lord. The Material Reserves Department will talk to and negotiate with the Suanio tribe. The main goal is to fully ignite their enthusiasm. have them send their adults to work in the mining field, and Shanghai town will be fully responsible for the tribe's logistics. The entire tribe had over 1,500 adults, and if they were fully utilized, the gold mine could excavate at least 100 tons of gold ore daily. Rest assured, my lord, the Material Reserves Department will handle it perfectly. Changing the Suanio tribe's hunting tradition was not an easy task, but Tian Wenjing was quite confident. Shua nodded and continued, furthermore, talk to their great leader, Xiangshi. Request the tribe to form a garrison team from their best hunters and station them in the Langshan mining field. Security and safety must not be taken lightly. The number should not be less than 200 men. Shanghai town will provide logistics and all necessary equipment. In times of need, the military will send generals to train them daily. For the Langshan mining field, this golden goose, Shua did not dare to take any chances. Besides guarding against the wild beasts in the mountains, the mining site would have to guard against other savage tribes. For now, the other tribes knew nothing, but once there were any movements within the Suanio tribe, they would surely notice. Of course, Shua did not have any intentions to create any hatred or enmity with the savage tribes. The best situation would be, through the Suanio tribe acting as a go-between, to establish a cooperative relationship with the other savage tribes. Forming the Langshan garrison team had two purposes: 1, preparing for the worst-case scenario, and 2, they could serve as a reserve team and in times of need, be summoned to Shanghai town and transformed into a regular army. Yu. Yes, big brother. The finance department needs to speed up the renovation of Four Seas Bank. We need a larger and more secure treasury. The safety of the treasury must be prioritized. Speak to the security division and have them strengthen the security measures around the bank. Yes, brother. Leave it to me. All right, that's it. Everyone, get back to work. Yes, my lord. Everyone stood and answered. Longsho Mountain, Lang means wolf, Shou means head, Wolfhead Mountain. March 13th, after 5 days of preparation, Linyi led the 1st Cavalry Squadron, and Zhao Sihu led the 1st Infantry Squadron to wipe out the territory of an intermediate raiders' camp. They seized a large number of materials, including 216 gold coins. Ouyang Shua immediately spent 150 gold coins to change the class of the newly established 2nd Cavalry Squadron and officially appointed Li Mingliang as the lieutenant of the 2nd Cavalry Squadron. After leaving the barracks, he rushed to the intermediate market, where he spent 20 gold coins to buy a blueprint for a gold ore refining workshop, ready to hand it to the construction division for immediate construction. Negotiations between the Materials Reserve Department and the Suanio tribe went very smoothly. Tian Wenjing successfully persuaded Shi Xiang to give up the tribe's traditional hunting practices. The 1,500 young adults from the tribe will become full-time miners at the Langshan mine. In return, Shanghai town will provide 10,000 units of grain to the tribe and guide them in agricultural skills. What Ouyang Shua didn't know was that the smooth negotiations were due to the silent acquiescence of the tribe's shaman, who had agreed to the terms. Otherwise, with Shi Xiang's conservative nature, he would not have been easily persuaded. The Langshan garrison team was fully established, consisting of 2 squadrons led by the tribe's 2 best hunters, Shi Bao and Shi Lang, respectively. Ouyang Shua claimed a batch of equipment from the arsenal and fully equipped the 2 squadrons, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. That was not the only good news. Just as Ouyang Shua had expected, the 3-flower wine made by Du Dun using the spring water from the Lianzhou Basin had been classified as Shanghai's special local product by the system. The system named it Lianzhou 3-flower wine, and it can be sold through grocery shops with half the trading tax compared to the markets. On average, every 3 units of grain can be brewed into 1 unit of 3-flower wine, which has a selling price of 1 silver. After deducting the cost of grains and manpower, as well as the 10% taxes, it has a pure profit of 40 coppers. Such a high profit margin was surely enough to make Ouyang Shua ecstatic. Without a second thought, Ouyang Shua shamelessly listed the wine workshop as non-privatized property, placing it under the control of the finance department. To maximize profit, he upgraded the wine workshop to a 1,000-man large workshop. The large wine workshop has an average monthly production of up to 50,000 units of 3-flower wine, providing Ouyang Shua with an additional 200 golds of income each month. Beyond the profit, the wine brought another surprise to Ouyang Shua, an additional territory buff. Lianzhou 3-flower wine, Shanghai specialty wine, plus 15% chance of territory to attract wine lovers. Given such a significant surprise, Du Dun, the man behind it all, would surely be heavily rewarded by Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua offered him a monthly salary of 1 gold, making him one of Shanghai's highest-paid members immediately. And most importantly, with the help of the 3-flower wine brewing technology, Du Dun had become a master winemaker, the second to achieve the master rank after the master tailor, Little Sister Mu. On March 14, while scouting for intelligence on the raiders' camp, the Military Intelligence Division found a refugee camp 15 kilometers away from the center of Shanghai town. Sangu didn't dare delay the news any longer and immediately reported it to Ouyang Shua. Refugee camp? That's rare. How big is it? Ouyang Shua was clearly surprised by the news. My lord, there are about 1,500 refugees. That many. How could they survive the wilderness? Were there any leaders of sorts? Ouyang Shua knew little about refugee camps. They are rare in the wilderness and extremely hard to come across. To survive in the wilderness, one must either be a displaced person, wandering until they reach a lord player's territory, live in a secluded village, like Zhao Dexian's village Zhao Jiago, a paradise out of reach from the outside world, or live as raiders or bandits, the wolves of the wilderness. But refugee camps don't fit any of these categories. Unlike displaced persons, they have a constant shelter. Unlike secluded paradises, they are fully exposed to the wilderness, and unlike raiders or bandits, they are not strong enough to protect themselves. A refugee camp is neither fish nor fowl. Each one is formed by chance. Either they found a place with enough food resources to feed themselves, or they had a leader strong enough to lead the refugees and protect them from the danger of raiders and bandits. You are right, my lord. There is a leader in the camp named Qingyang, aged 35, an ex-military man who has somehow been living in the wilderness. He has a strong ability, having gathered the hopeless refugees, trained them, and found a place for them in the wilderness, though they are just barely surviving. Sangu's report provided detailed information about Qingyang. Even if they were able to fend off raiders and bandits, I assume they are still living a poor life? Ouyang Shua asked, though he was confident in his assumption. Even the lord players, who received special treatment, found it hard to survive in the wilderness, let alone the system aborigines. How could they survive without the market's long-range trading? Sangu looked at Ouyang Shua with a pair of admiring eyes, nodded, and said, "You have guessed it right again, sire. With no grain seeds or farming tools, they cannot grow their own crops. The camp relies solely on food from hunting and fishing. Thus, their food sources are not truly secure, and they often have to consume wild vegetables and grasses. Furthermore, since the lord players established their territories in the wilderness, the number of wild beasts has plummeted, indirectly making their life harder. They are reaching their limit and are almost turning into raiders to survive." Ouyang Shua nodded, smiled, and said, "This presents an opportunity for us. It would be inhumane to say, but if we can absorb the refugee camp into our territory, it would save us considerable time. It's both an honor and a blessing for them to become part of Shanghai town. There's no need for you to feel bad about it, my lord." Sangu smiled. Ever since attending the crash course at Lianzhou College, his speeches had improved significantly. It seems the courses were quite effective. Has the Military Intelligence Division approached Qingyang? Shua asked. Yes, I had a brief conversation with him, introducing him to Shanghai town and your courtesy for talented individuals. Hey, from what I observed, he was quite moved, but as the camp leader, he was hesitant to be the first to speak up. Sangu smiled. Good, then I will visit him personally, Ouyang Shua said, understanding the situation. The visit to the refugee camp was intended to bring peace, not conflict, so it would be unwise to bring an army. Ouyang Shua only took a squad from the Military Intelligence Division and the 1st Cavalry Squadron with him. At 3 p.m., Ouyang Shua and his troops stood before the refugee camp. The camp, 1 square kilometer in size, was surrounded by wooden fences. 2 guard towers stood tall beside the main gate, each manned by 2 sentries. Upon spotting Ouyang Shua, they grew anxious, and one of them shouted, "State your names, intruders." "I am the Lord of Shanghai town." "Please inform your leader," Shua called out from the back of Black Tornado. The sentry was shocked and remembered the words of his leader from that morning. He answered immediately, "May the Lord wait a moment, I will pass the word to the leader immediately." "Thank you." Ouyang Shua dismounted and waited patiently in front of the gate entrance. After 10 minutes, a middle-aged scholar walked out of the camp. He had a slim and slender physique, broad shoulders, and, though his face was wan and sallow, his eyes were sharp. He was dressed in coarse clothes. Behind him followed several men, both young and old, all dressed in rough clothes and with wan and sallow faces. Before he even reached Ouyang Shua, he greeted, "The Lord comes to visit us, welcome, welcome." Ouyang Shua looked at Sangu, using his eyes to ask if the scholar was the leader, Qingyang. Sangu slightly nodded, confirming the scholar's identity. Ouyang Shua then smiled and replied, "I apologize for the sudden visit, please forgive me." As the refugees behind Qingyang laid their eyes on the well-equipped cavalry, they couldn't help but feel terrified, deeply awed. "Let us talk inside," Qingyang said with a smile. Ouyang Shua nodded and ordered the others to stay, bringing only Lin Yi and Sangu with him. As they walked through the camp, the refugees came out of their houses and looked at them curiously. Most of the refugees were like the displaced, with no decent clothes, only ragged and tattered garments. Their faces were just like the others, wan and sallow. Before Ouyang Shua left for the refugee camp, he had donned his armor, taken his sword, and dressed as a general, looking like a glorious hero. The 2 walking beside him were also well equipped, making them stand out sharply in comparison to the refugees, who seemed like a world apart. Ouyang Shua inspected the refugee camp's military equipment, which consisted of only simple and crude armors and weapons. He could not imagine how Qingyang managed to command the refugees and defend against the raiders' invasions. This observation led Ouyang Shua to reassess and value Qingyang much more, recognizing him as a man highly skilled in battle tactics. As they entered the chamber and sat down, the refugees, except for Qingyang, an elder, and a young man, left on their own. "Let me introduce them to the Lord," Qingyang said, pointing to the elder. "This is Elder Su, a former general in Yamen's finance department." He then pointed to the young man. "This is our military general, Sun Tanjiao, a former sergeant in the military." Ouyang Shua greeted them in turn, smiling and introducing Lin Yi and Sangu to the others. He noticed that when he introduced Lin Yi, the military general Sun Tanjiao's gaze turned intense with excitement. As for Sangu, the refugees had already met him that morning, making the introduction easier. Upon learning that Sangu was the secretary of the Military Intelligence Division, a sudden flash of white light appeared in Qingyang's eyes, and he understood the situation in his heart. To be honest, when Ouyang Shua was introducing Sangu, he felt a little embarrassed. For the Secretary of Military Intelligence Division of Shanghai to have such a name, it really wasn't suitable at all. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll see if I can change it to a better name. In the refugee camp meeting hall, after both sides greeted one another, they delved into the topic. Ouyang Shua did not want to beat around the bush and said directly, "You are all talented individuals. It's rare to find such caring hearts for the citizens. I am not as talented or smart, so I invite you and your residents to join Shanghai Town and develop together. What do you think about that? Elder Su, the one who asked, inquired, "We appreciate your highness's good intentions. May I ask a bold question? If we join Shanghai Town, what kind of treatment can we expect?" Ouyang Shua nodded and smiled. "Even if you hadn't asked, I would have had to explain it to all of you. A month ago, Shanghai Town completed privatization. Every resident was given a basic benefit package, which includes 100 units of grain, 20 units of meat, a piece of leather, a set of basic clothing, and 20 silver, enough to last for 3 months. If the camp residents join Shanghai Town, they can find jobs according to their specialties. Those willing to be farmers will be assigned land and provided with free farming tools. Those interested in fishing can rent boats to fish at sea. Those willing to work in labor can find jobs in quarries, mines, or logging camps. Additionally, the territory has built various workshops, factories, and shops, all of which need skilled people. Even those without specific skills can find work in construction. Therefore, as long as you are willing to join Shanghai Town, you won't have to worry about finding a job or feeding your family. As long as you are willing to work, it is natural that you will have a house and food. As for all of you here, the political departments and military systems welcome your addition anytime." Go Hongliang and Su Jin's eyes brightened. They were infected by what Ouyang Shua described, their expressions visibly shaken. If it were true, then it was definitely better than staying in such an old and run-down camp. As a general, Sun Tinjiao was not moved and said loudly, "This general has a question." "Please speak, General." Ouyang Shua smiled and said. He could tell that Go Hongliang played the role of the good cop, while Su Jin and Sun Tinjiao played the bad cops. The questions he did not want to ask would be posed by the other two. "If we join Shanghai Town, how will you deal with our troops?" Sun Tanjiao directly asked the sensitive question of military arrangements. "What is the current situation with the military?" Ouyang Shua did not rush to answer and instead asked. Sun Tanjiao nodded, sensing the sincerity in Ouyang Shua's words. If Ouyang Shua had not asked and given an answer outright, he would not have believed him. The camp has a squad of 150 people. Due to a lack of horses, we are mainly infantry. But they are all trained in archery and horse riding, so as long as they get war horses, they will be passable cavalry. Regarding the troops he had trained, Sun Tanjiao was extremely confident. Lin Yi, who was sitting opposite him, snickered, obviously not believing his words. Ouyang Shua nodded. "I naturally believe in your units. How about this? I'll give you a cavalry squadron, while the remaining 50 men will be reserve troops. When the time is right, they will then be changed to operational troops. How about that?" The reserve troops were just Ouyang Shuo's best attempt to prevent a bad situation. Shanghai Town did not have a reserve army. Sun Tanjiao knew that Ouyang Shuo's other answer would have been to let the 150 people form a squadron, dismissing the rest. Considering the injured and those whose physical conditions had declined due to lack of nutrition, they could barely make 100. Thus, Sun Tinjiao didn't try to ask for more and quietly accepted it. After Ouyang Shua answered both men's questions, he turned to Gu Hongliang to wait for his opinion. Gu Hongliang and Sun Tanjiao exchanged glances, and he smiled. "Sire is so sincere and kind. We are struggling to keep warm and fed in the wilderness, fighting for our lives every day. To receive Sire's help is our good fortune. On behalf of the 1,500 residents in the camp, I thank Sire for your generous assistance." "Great, with all your help, it's as if we're adding wings to a tiger," Ouyang Shua laughed. After they both came to an agreement, Ouyang Shua took the chance to check the stats of all three. Name, Go Hongliang, Gold. Identity, resident of Shanghai Town. Occupation, strategist. Loyalty, 75. Command, 35. Force 15. Intelligence 55. Politics 60. Specialties, devise strategies, increases troops' combat power by 5%, tactical proficiency, increases troops' movement speed by 10%. Evaluation, a scholar by birth, highly intelligent, capable of devising strategies, and notably loyal. As anticipated, Guo Hongliang was a quintessential strategist, known for his military inclination, providing two remarkably potent boosts. Name, Su Zhenchang, Silver. Identity, resident of Shanghai Town. Occupation, civil servant, Jurin. Loyalty, 75. Command, 15. Force, 12. Intelligence, 40. Politics, 50. Specialzers, diligent, elevates domain tax yield by 5%. Evaluation, passed the imperial examinations, with a prudent and virtuous character, seasoned in political matters. A distinguished talent in governmental affairs. Elder Su was indeed a pleasant surprise. His silver ranking and extensive experience made him a notable find. Name, Sun Tinjiao, Silver. Identity, resident of Shanghai Town. Occupation, basic rank general. Loyalty, 75. Command, 35. Force, 35. Intelligence, 20. Politics, 20. Practice, Army Lance Law, 6 postures. Equipment, fine horse lance. Evaluation, of military descent, endowed with prodigious physical might, adept in wielding horse lances. Sun Tinjiao was no mere simpleton. The horse lance, the preeminent armor-piercing tool in the age of cold steel, was exceedingly challenging to command, requiring immense practice to master. The trio represented critical talents urgently needed in Shanghai Town, much to Ouyang Shua's delight. The migration of the refugees would require a great deal of work, but such concerns naturally fell to Guo Hongliang. It was already late, so Ouyang Shua did not linger at the refugee camp. He left Sangu there to coordinate and brought the rest of the cavalry back to Shanghai Town. Adding 1,500 people to the town required preparation, but fortunately, Shanghai Town was no longer the small Shanghai village. The Material Reserves Department had ample resources to build houses for all the newcomers. Ouyang Shua also planned to send 400 of them to Chirshui village to help it achieve the status of a Grade 1 town. On the 15th of the third month, the refugees began their slow march into Shanghai Town. Ouyang Shua specially arranged for the 1st Cavalry Squadron to ensure their safety. At 11 a.m., Ouyang Shua led the various officials to the town gates to await Guo Hongliang. The town walls and secondary facilities had already been constructed. At Shanghai Town's main gate, the North Gate, a brick tower stood, looking grand and equipped with a variety of lifestyle and war resources, including hot oil and rolling logs. A squad of infantry and 2 archers were stationed atop the tower. The tower was adorned with flags of Shanghai Town, designed by Ouyang Shua. The blue flag, split by gold, featured a volcano spewing hot magma, encircled by a golden dragon, appearing fierce and majestic. The doorway beneath the tower, 6 meters wide, bore the inscription Shanghai above it. The 2 huge wooden doors were encapsulated with thick layers of metal, and metal spikes were hammered into them, making them look like a beast. On each side, there was also a secondary passageway, 4 meters wide and 5 meters high. Under normal circumstances, the main door was usually closed, and visitors would use the secondary doorways. Not far from the secondary doorways were 2 trenches. The trenches had 2 levels, the upper one with 6 arrow holes and the bottom one with 5. Each arrow hole area had an arched top that could be opened and closed. The trenches also had a tunnel with 3 arrow holes facing the Friendship River, aiding in defending against invaders. The trenches were seamlessly integrated into the town walls, ensuring the safety of the soldiers hiding inside. At the front of the village doors was a massive wooden suspension bridge that extended all the way to the opposite side of the 8-meter-wide river. As the Friendship River was only 1 meter away from the wall, the suspension bridge, which was 6 meters wide and 9 meters long, operated via pulley devices attached to the walls and could be raised and lowered at will. Under normal circumstances, it would be placed down, except during wartime, when it would be raised and tested weekly. When the refugees saw such a majestic wall, their mouths were agape. Compared to this wall, the camp they had stayed in seemed like a backward tribe. With such a strong wall protecting them, they instantly felt more calm and safe. Their discontent with having to migrate had subsided. The leaders looked at each other, relieved that their tough days were finally over. Qingyang was shocked, not because he hadn't seen high walls before. In truth, compared to the imperial capital, this wall wasn't anything special. What amazed him was that Shanghai town, despite being only at the town stage, had the ability to build such a strong and stable structure. This revealed just how far-sighted the Lord was. After finally seeing Qingyang and his group arrive, Ouyang Shuo led the officials to welcome them, saying, "Welcome, Qingyang. From now on, we are family." Qingyang, not daring to neglect him, bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, sire." This bow signified allegiance. From then on, they would be treated as leader and servant, unable to speak as if on equal terms. Everyone who followed behind bowed, the common residents even knelt, shouting loudly, "We greet the Lord." Ouyang Shuo understood the significance behind it and accepted their greetings. He helped Qingyang up, smiling. "Let's go. I have asked my men to prepare wine to welcome all of you." With that, he personally led Qingyang towards the Lord's manor. Shanghai town was in the midst of reconstruction, with construction sites everywhere. Qingyang paid attention to the surroundings, noting that the town's layout was logical and the buildings were well aligned. Along the way, he saw residents in clean clothes, looking fresh and energetic, a sight indicative of a well-off and contented life. Qingyang couldn't help but nod. It seemed the promises from the previous day were not exaggerated, and Shanghai town was as prosperous as described. In the banquet hall of the Lord's Manor, Ouyang Shuo organized a feast to welcome Qingyang, Su Zhencheng, and Sun Tongjiao. The 3 directors and military representative General Shi were also present. Other refugees were placed under the care of the Material Reserves Department. Before beginning the banquet, Ouyang Shuo introduced everyone to each other. From this day onwards, they would be working together, and this was a great time to get to know one another. The people from Shanghai town were all big brother figures. Apart from Yu, they were famous in history, so they would naturally take care of the newcomers. The 3 of them were different, experiencing shocks and surprises one after another. They couldn't imagine that a grade 2 town could gather so many talents. The little pride they had before coming here had been erased. When Sun Tongjiao saw General Shi, he couldn't muster any fighting spirit. When he saw Lin Yi and the others around Ouyang Shuo, he thought they were the strongest generals in Shanghai town. Little did he know that a special rank general was hidden among them. After the feast, Ouyang Shuo didn't rush to give them duties and let them rest. At 2 p.m., in the meeting room of the Lord's Manor, the 3 directors, 14 secretaries, 1 organization president, and all personnel of captain rank and above gathered for the meeting. Ouyang Shuo said, "This time, I called all of you here to adjust the organizational structure. As our military grows, there are more and more issues concerning it. From logistics support, weapons and equipment design, soldier management and deployment, to tactics design, we need to establish a department that focuses on military matters." Since military affairs were on the opposite wing from government affairs, Ouyang Shuo had always been looking for a suitable manager to take control of the organizational structure. Now, with Qingyang, this was the perfect opportunity. "I've decided to establish the Military Affairs Department, and its president will be Qingyang. The Military Intelligence Division and the Armory Division will be under it. Apart from that, the Resource Division and Combat Logistics Division are also under their charge. The establishment of the Military Affairs Department brought significant changes to the Administration Department and the Material Reserves Department. That is why he invited everyone from the 3 departments to this meeting. From today onward, the 3 departments of Shanghai Town will become 4, and Gu Hongliang has become one of Shanghai Town's 4 dragons. Gu Hongliang got up excitedly and said loudly, "Thank you, sire, for your trust. I will not let you down." To be given such an opportunity showed the absolute trust in him, making him feel deeply touched. Su Zhengcheng and Sun Tanjiao, seeing their leader placed in such an important position, had their last shred of worry disappear. They began to truly assimilate and feel that they were part of Shanghai Town. Ouyang Shua held the principle of trusting people and not doubting them. He believed that with his abilities, Gu Hongliang would be able to manage the Military Affairs Department and share some of his burdens. The divisions under the Military Affairs Department were not yet complete, and Ouyang Shua did not want to rush and build them immediately. Therefore, he decided to allow them to grow and wait for the right time before making such changes. Establishing the Military Affairs Department resolved the confusion and chaos in the Military Intelligence Division. While the old division could operate independently, it was also under General Sher's leadership as a reserve unit, lacking a proper allocation. The Armory Division took on the responsibility of building weapons and equipment, thus settling this issue. Zhao Yufeng from the Combat Logistics Division was demoted to Vice Secretary due to poor performance in the year-end assessment. He had already been reinstated as Secretary, and now that his division had been moved under the Military Affairs Department, the start of military independence had begun. As the Combat Logistics Division moved away, the position of the Material Resources Department dropped once again. However, this was something inevitable, as the department was set up to solve the problems that came with privatization. Now that privatization was progressing well, most of the functions of the department were unable to keep up with the speed of progress and needed to be released. The office of the Military Affairs Department was already arranged by Ouyang Shua. To be built at the Northeast Military District, a 4-in-1 base for all 4 divisions under the Military Affairs Department will be needed. No problem. Zhao Duong nodded and said. This arrangement was, first, because the Lord's Manor had no more workspace, and second, because the Armory Division and the barracks were already in the military district, making it more convenient to house the department there. After reorganizing the Military Affairs Department, Ouyang Shua turned to look at Yu and smiled. "Yuer, I found a talent for your department, but I don't know if it's easy to enter your department." "Big brother, don't tease me like this. Others may not know, but you should know how busy I am. Having someone to share the load is what I desperately want." Ouyang Shua nodded and announced, "I've decided to appoint Su Zhengcheng as the Deputy Director of the Financial Department and Secretary of the Business Division, while also removing the position of Secretary from Yu." Su Zhengcheng stood up and bowed, thanking him excitedly. "Thank you, sire, for your trust. I won't let you down." Su Zhengcheng had a wealth of government affairs experience and would be of great help to the financial department. With his years of experience in various departments and divisions, it would be effortless for him to manage the business division. Ouyang Shua also didn't want Yu to spend all her effort and time on the business division and preferred her to oversee the bigger picture. After arranging the territorial government structure, Ouyang Shua gathered all the military personnel for a meeting. In addition to the captains from Shanghai Town, the village protection squad captain from Chirshui village, Zhang Daniu, also attended. Even Pei Donglai, who was busy training in Beihai Town, brought Zhou Feng and Yu Feng to rush back. Yu Feng, an elite water bandit, was promoted to the Navy's 2nd Squadron captain upon Pei Donglai's recommendation. Mr. Gu is not only our military affairs director but also our war advisor. The spring assault is of utmost importance, and Mr. Gu will arrange and command it. His orders are the same as mine. You must assist and follow his orders to the best of your abilities. Do not slack, Ouyang Shua stated directly. We will follow your orders. Ouyang Shua's authority in the military was unchallenged, as all the leaders were chosen and nurtured by him. Many had doubts, but set them aside to listen to Ouyang Shuo's instructions. Military planning and command were not Ouyang Shuo's strong suits. As a modern person, it was difficult to possess such knowledge, especially about warfare in the era of cold weapons. He had only learned a bit from books and movies and was still in the learning stage. Therefore, he entrusted some of the responsibility to the more experienced Gu Hongliang to lead the spring assault. Following this, Ouyang Shuo introduced Sun Tinjiao to them. He would be in charge of the 3rd Cavalry Squadron, comprising 100 men from the refugee camp. "How is the training of the troops going?" Ouyang Shuo asked. "Sir, it is going smoothly. The mixed camp has already started coordinated training between infantry and cavalry. We believe they will be ready for battle soon. The mountain barbarians have also adapted well to military life and are integrating with the other soldiers," General Shi replied. "Very good. Apart from them, don't forget about the newly formed 3rd Cavalry Squadron. We must help them integrate into the camp and adapt to military discipline," Ouyang Shuo instructed. "Understood," General Shi replied. "What about the village protection squad from Chirshui village?" Zhang Dainiu stepped forward and said loudly, "Sir, don't worry. After the last mistake, we have trained even harder to regain our pride and honor. I can promise that the current village protection squad is not weaker than any infantry squadron." Ouyang Shuo nodded and turned to Pei Donglai. "What about the navy?" Pei Donglai immediately stood up and replied, "Sir, after half a month of training, the 2 squadrons are fully formed and ready for battle." Ouyang Shuo sighed with relief and smiled. "That's good. Since everything is in place, we can start the spring assault soon." Director Gu. Present. I need you to spend the next 2 days familiarizing yourself with the various troops in each area. Create a detailed battle plan based on the scouting report from the Military Intelligence Division, Ouyang Shuo ordered. "Don't worry, sir," Director Gu replied. "As for the arrangement of raiders near the border region, I already have some understanding. I promise to complete the mission," Gu Hongliang said confidently. "Good, then I will await the good news," Ouyang Shuo replied. On the 7th day of the 5th month, Di Chen once again asserted his dominance. System notice: congratulations to player Di Chen for being the first lord in the China server to upgrade to a grade 3 town, rewarded with 1,100 merit points. System notice: congratulations to player Di Chen for being the first lord in China to upgrade to a grade 3 town. System notice: congratulations. Handan Town took just half a month to upgrade from a grade 2 town to a grade 3 town, reclaiming the top spot in China and breaking Shanghai Town's control. The outside world was in an uproar, and doubts about Ouyang Shuo began to spread. Many people believed that the 6 tyrants of Handan had strong backing and that Ouyang Shuo's lead was purely due to luck. Now, with Di Chen displaying his strength, Shanghai Town was nothing. Such thoughts were widespread, and forums were filled with posts laughing and mocking Shanghai Town. Some jeered, others felt pitiful and wasted, but most were there to cause trouble. First post: the tale of Shanghai Town is now destroyed. Di Chen is the king of the Chinese server. Second post: the black horse has been washed white, the glory of Shanghai Town is no more. Third post: starting from Shangzhongyang, discussions on the rise and fall of Chiue Wui. Fourth post: a shooting star has fallen, I pay respects to the past glory of Shanghai Town. Fifth post: 2 men competing, Di Chen takes the lead. Sixth post: this proves that Lord's mode is only for the rich, normal players will lose. Seventh post: who will be the next black horse? Let's wait and see. Eighth post: the 6 tyrants of Handan have proven themselves once again, is there a chance for a reunion? Even the other members of the Handan Alliance, Zhang Lang and Sha Pejuan, came out to cheer for Di Chen, criticizing Shanghai Town to strengthen the reputation of the Handan Alliance. As expected, Ouyang Shuo did not lack supporters. Many players considered him the representative player of common players and saw him as their role model. Leaders such as Gong Chengshe and Xuanlong Dianshui also came out to cheer for Shanghai Town. First post, we support Shanghai Town. I can't stand those clowns who get so arrogant with a small lead. Second post, good luck, TWO Wui. We will always support you. Third post, our flag bearer won't fall, our faith won't be destroyed. Shanghai Town, stay strong. Fourth post, TWO Wui, you are our pride. Destroy Di Chen. Fifth post, the legend continues. We support Shanghai Town and TWO Wui. Supporters from both sides got into a war of words, leaving comments and making it very lively. At that moment, Di Chen suddenly announced through the global channel, TWO Wui? Just a small fry. Ouyang Shua had not paid much attention to the war of words on the forum. Handan Town's rapid upgrading speed was as expected. Seeing so many supporters, he was deeply moved. However, this time Di Chen's arrogance was too much for him to bear. In response to Di Chen's provocation, Ouyang Shua did not choose to hide but teased, I'll let you be arrogant for a few days. This time, he outright considered Di Chen an enemy, with no chance of reconciliation. He did not expect that Di Chen would rush to achieve short-sighted goals. Di Chen invited large numbers of players into his territory, which would certainly affect the future development of various productions in the area. One mustn't look at how impressive Di Chen seems now, he will definitely face problems in the future. Not long from now, he won't just lag behind Ouyang Shua but won't even be the leader of the 6 tyrants of Handan. After shouting in the global announcement channel, Ouyang Shua kept quiet. He did not pay attention to the discussions in the outside world and patiently prepared for the spring offensive. Ouyang Shua's indifference did not mean others felt the same. The war of words between the two current leaders escalated the situation, and various powers were discussing how to handle it. In Consonance Town's meeting hall, the 4 flowers gathered again. Elder sister, what are your thoughts on Di Chen's provocation? Ziluolan asked. What can my thoughts be? The truth is clear. Di Chen just wants to make himself look good to rebuild the reputation of the Handan Alliance and regain his position as the leader of China, Beihai said. That's right. He wants to step on TWO Wui to climb upwards. It seems he made good calculations, and it appears to be quite successful. All the comments on the forums are criticizing Shanghai Town. Although most are people he hired to support him, we can't ignore the fact that many who can't see the real situation might share the same thoughts, Xing added. Ziluolan was stunned and asked curiously, Fourth sister, do you mean you don't think his plan will work? Of course not. Upgrading to a grade 3 town was only a small step, as long as players compensated for the population, the upgrade was easy. Only someone like Di Chen would boast about it like a clown. The most important consideration is the upgrade from a grade 3 town to a grade 1 county. Based on the system's tendencies, there will definitely be some difficult task or requirement. That's how Shanghai Town initially gained its lead, after all. Didn't you see TWO Wui's reply? He was obviously very calm, Xing explained. No wonder she was the smart one, able to see the crux of the problem. Beihai nodded. Fourth sister is right. There's also one point I don't know if you noticed. What point? They asked curiously. TWO Wui gave us the privatization method, Beihai said. Eldest sister, what do you mean? That's right. Beihai nodded. Aya, can you two stop doing mute riddles and tell us the point? Hong Ying, who couldn't understand anything, shouted. From that privatization strategy, it seems he has a deep understanding of the game and was likely a beta player. Not only that, his participation was also very high. I think TWO Wui probably understood the requirements needed to upgrade the town, which is why he could set such a plan with a specific goal in mind. This is why he would be able to gain an unassailable lead and secure the title of the first town, Beihai explained. Luo Xilan's brain worked fast and she had already reacted, saying with uncertainty, "Eldest sister, do you mean that TWO Wui already knows the requirements to upgrade to a grade 1 county and that they are very difficult? Even with Di Chen's ability, he wouldn't be able to complete it in a short time, which is why he was so fearless?" "That's right. But how is that possible?" Zi Luolan couldn't believe that information someone with such deep family connections like Di Chen couldn't know. How would TWO Wui know? Beihai laughed. "Firstly, this is only my guess. Secondly, the game is very mysterious, given Gaia's personality. For such things to happen is not rare at all. Speaking of specifics, did you notice that among all the people from the Handan Alliance cheering for Di Chen, one person was missing?" Xing Yi said. "Feng Qiuhuang?" "Exactly. What does elder sister know about this person?" Beihai shook her head and laughed bitterly. "She has never joined any game before, so how would I know anything? All I know is the basic information revealed on the forums." "Little sister does have some speculation," Xing Yi smiled. "Oh? Quickly, tell us." Xing Yi nodded. "Feng Qiuhuang represents a joint power. No one in the alliance could stand against Di Chen alone, so they had to come together. This kind of team relies heavily on the leadership ability of the leader. For Feng Qiuhuang to stand out, it shows her capability. Her background, revealed on the forums, indicates that she is from one of the largest families in the alliance, the Feng family. The Feng family is a special family where men are placed above women. The men don't need to involve themselves in family matters and can play all day while still holding the highest power in the family. The women do all the work but are ultimately the sacrifices for the family. The name Feng Qiuhuang is the best description of the Feng family. My conjecture is that, as the brightest female member in a few hundred years, she didn't want to be the next puppet and sacrifice. What she wanted was a hidden ally that wasn't a member of the 6 tyrants of Handan, hence TWO Wui was the most suitable. Did you notice that during the Siege of Beasts, when Shanghai Town became the first, Feng Qiuhuang sent her congratulations? And this time, when the Handan Alliance ganged up against TWO Wui, she did not participate. From this, we can tell that she isn't aligned with the Handan Alliance and wants to work and cooperate with TWO Wui. Beihai clapped first, praising, "No wonder you are our little Zhuge. With such small clues, you can make such big conjectures and see the crux of the situation." Xing Yi felt a little embarrassed. This was just a guess, who knows if it's accurate. "All right, everyone, no matter what, we must trust in our allies. As for other things, let's not worry and just do our best on our side." Beihai concluded. Meanwhile, in the fallen Phoenix Town Lord's manor, Sister, Di Chen's side is remaining silent against us to express their dissatisfaction, an 18-year-old, petite female strategist said. In the town of Fallen Phoenix, besides the town lord Feng Qiuhuang, there were 4 core members, Qingyang, Zhu Ke, He Tiana, and Shuiya, princesses from the alliances for core clans. These 4 girls were all top-rated in terms of their appearances and abilities. Who does he think he is? Acting so arrogantly, we joined the Handan Alliance, but that doesn't mean he can order us around like pawns. Qingyang, go and tell them that we, Fallen Phoenix, have our own stance. We will not give in, and Handan Town has no right to interfere. Feng Qiuhuang frowned, her beautiful face clearly showing her anger and discontent with the arrogant Di Chen. Understood, but sister, why do you support TWO Wui so much? Is he really that powerful? Qingyang asked, curious. You wouldn't understand, Feng Qiuhuang said, frowning and murmuring. Seeing this, Qingyang decided to give Feng Qiuhuang some private time and quietly walked out. On March 18th, Shanghai Town's spring assault operation officially commenced. Their first targets were the 2 intermediate bandit camps. Under the command of Gu Hongliang, 3 cavalry squadrons and 3 infantry squadrons from the main camp crushed the bandit camps one by one with unstoppable force. The operation seized 387 gold coins, large amounts of equipment and supplies, and captured 67 bandits and 241 non-combat personnel as prisoners of war. On the same day, Qiushui town also brought good news. Under Zhang Danyu's leadership, the garrison platoon had annihilated and abolished a low-level bandit camp. As for the loot, Ouyang Shua did not touch it and fully handed it over to Qiushui town. On March 20, after a day of rest, Ouyang Shua's forces launched another attack. This time, the target was the only advanced raiders' camp within the border. To ensure success, Guohongliang even shifted the troops garrisoned in Qiushui town to participate in the operation. Guohongliang first ordered the infantry squadron to provoke the enemies, luring their main forces out of the fort. He then commanded the cavalry squadron to charge through the enemy ranks from behind, destroying them in one strike. The result was rewarding. They seized 825 gold coins, a large amount of weaponry, and captured 232 bandits and 375 non-combatant personnel as prisoners of war. In addition, they acquired 1 territorial scroll, 5 civil servant job tokens, and 1 medium-rank spatial stone. Territorial scroll, 2 special talented person attraction rate increases by 5% after use. Spatial stone, medium-rank storage capacity increases to 100 cubic meters after use. Ouyang Shua used the territorial scroll and spatial stone directly. As for the 5 civil servant job tokens, they were given to Sun Yanong, Du Xiaolin, Zhao Yufeng, Yang Yun, and Yuan Xiaoping. In the end, apart from the Military Intelligence Division, Armory Division, and Security Division, the core officers of the other divisions have transitioned to civil servants, enhancing Shanghai town's administrative efficiency to a higher level. Sangu, the secretary of the Military Intelligence Division, successfully advanced to a basic general. Wang Hao, the secretary of the Armory Division, maintained his advanced blacksmith position, while the Security Division's secretary, Li Tai, advanced to a government servant. After several battles, in addition to Sangu, Zhang Danyu and Li Mingliang also advanced to basic generals. Liao Kai, Shi Hu, and Wang Feng were promoted to rank 8 elite soldiers, one step away from becoming basic officers. The sergeants who excelled in the war were promoted to lieutenants and selected as captain candidates. Sergeant Zhao Yan stood out the most, advancing to a rank 8 elite soldier and being promoted to the 1st Infantry 1st Squadron 2nd Platoon lieutenant. However, the most remarkable achievement was that of Lin Yi. This young general participated in every battle and, after a successful breakthrough, advanced to an intermediate general. Name: Lin Yi, gold rank. Identity: Shanghai Town 1st Cavalry Squadron Captain. Occupation: intermediate general. Loyalty: 90 points. Leadership: 40. War: 50. Intelligence: 25. Political: 20. Skill: Lin family's hereditary spearmanship, total 12 styles. Equipment: fine iron spear, pommel sword, fine warhorse. Evaluation: began learning the art of war and practicing spearmanship at a very young age, but exhibits wild and bohemian behavior. On the 22nd of March, Shanghai Town launched a total assault on the last large-scale water bandit camp within its borders. An army of 900 soldiers from the main camp's 3 cavalry squadrons and 3 infantry squadrons, along with the navy forces and the troopers garrisoned in Qiushui Town, marched towards the bandit camp through land and sea under the command of Guohongliang. The navy launched a feint attack on the river to decoy the water bandits out of their camps. Once the water bandits were lured out, the infantry and cavalry squadrons stormed the camp with lightning speed and took it over. With their camps taken and their escape routes intercepted by the navy, the water bandits saw neither hope of winning nor escaping. They were forced to lower their heads and surrender. Thanks to the well-planned strategy and effective tactics used in this battle, the water bandit camp was taken down with little effort. Apart from the 52 bandits killed, the other 1,000 people in the camp were taken prisoner by Shanghai Town's forces. A total of 954 gold coins, a large amount of materials, 3 intermediate warships, and 4 special items were seized in the battle. These special items included 2 talismans, a series of books on the art of war, and the Mengcheng Warship Manufacturing Manual. However, it was a shame that the village creation token Song Jia wanted did not drop in the loot. Talisman of Vitality quickly restores strength and combat power upon use. Talisman of Rapid Marching increases the troops' marching speed by 50% for 2 hours upon use. The 2 talismans were very rare and valuable. This was because, at crucial moments, one could turn the tide of fortune in their favor if used appropriately. As for the Talisman of Rapid Marching, it was even more valuable. If used for raiding, it could lead to the enemy's miscalculations, causing forces to reach the enemy's ranks earlier than expected and crush them with the element of surprise. Name: Lu Tao, Wu Tao Volume. Stats: upon equipping, increases leadership by 10 points and battalion combat power by 10%. Evaluation: one of the ancient top 10 books about the art of war, a famous text containing pre-Qin military tactics and thinking, often referred to as the ancestor of all art of war books. Lu Tao has 6 volumes in total, and the Wu Tao volume is the second. It discusses military strategies and tactics. Lu Tao, although only a remnant remains, its effectiveness is still remarkable. If all volumes could be acquired again, who knows what incredible stats it would have. Mengcheng Warship Manufacturing Manual, upon use, grants the technology to produce Mengcheng warships. These warships were used by the Han Dynasty as their primary naval vessels. Due to their long and narrow hulls, they had high mobility and powerful thrust, enabling them to tear enemy ships apart. With this manual, the naval shipyard finally gained the knowledge to produce reliable, moderate warships to bolster the navy. Ouyang Shua participated in the entire Shanghai town spring assault operation, and as a result, his level surged to an impressive level 40, surpassing the highest level 38 adventurer player in the blink of an eye. Not only that, thanks to the continuous extermination of 4 bandit camps and 1 water bandit camp, the successful establishment of Qiushui town, and promoting a village to a town, his merit value had skyrocketed to 13,200 points, and his prestige value reached 10,450 points. As a result, he was now promoted to a second-class earl and advanced to a prestigious level, earning the title of Patriot. Ouyang Shua couldn't help but check his own personal stats due to these rapid changes. Name: Qiue Wui. Title: Patriot, increases NPC's relationship by 25%. Territory: Shanghai Town. Level: 40. Merit: 13,200/25,600. Rank: Second Class Earl. Body structure: 18. Comprehension: 21. Luck: 5. Charm: 8. Command: 53 plus 10. Force: 16. Intelligence: 13. Political: 50. Talent: locked. Technique: Bajiquan. Art of War, Lu Tao, Wu Tao Volume. Skills: Advanced Collection, Basic Shipbuilding, Intermediate Diplomacy, Advanced Scouting, Advanced Weapon Proficiency, Basic Riding, Basic Spearmanship, Basic Archery. Mount: Black Tornado, Gold. Equipment: Ring of Courage, Gold, Exquisite Composite Bow, Gold, Exquisite Iron Sword, Gold, Exquisite Iron Spear, Gold, Bull's Guardian, Dark Gold, Barbaric Gauntlet, Silver, Barbaric War Boots, Silver, Bull's Belt, Silver, Bull's Gauntlet, Silver. Unique items: Talisman of Bloodthirsting, Talisman of Vitality, Talisman of Rapid Marching. Ever since deciding to focus more on being a general, Qiue Wui's strength stats should have been higher. Therefore, when his political stat reached 50 points, Ouyang Shua automatically assigned his stat points to 1 command and 1 strength every time he leveled up. This was because 50 points in political stats were more than enough, and he had many strategists assisting him with political matters. As for the talent column, unlocking it largely depends on luck. Some players unlock their talents at level 10+, while others fail to do so even by level 50 to 60. Players like Ouyang Shua, who did not unlock their talents at level 40, are in the minority. The main reason is that they leveled up with external assistance. The easiest way to unlock talents is through repeated participation in wars, particularly by fighting for one's life on the battlefield. After extensive practice, Ouyang Shua's Bajiquan reached the novice rank. Additionally, his gathering, diplomatic, scouting, weapon proficiency, and other basic skills each increased by 1 level. The only disappointment was that he had yet to find a suitable art of spearsmanship for himself. Beyond these changes, Ouyang Shuo also upgraded his equipment. After seizing a large amount of weaponry and armor, he easily replaced his sword and bow with gold-class weapons. However, he did not obtain any dark gold-level weapons, as they remain extremely valuable and rare. That said, every situation has its pros and cons. Although the battle against the water bandits went smoothly, the bandits' lack of resistance meant that the rank 8 elite soldiers, who were on the verge of advancing to rank 9, missed their chance for promotion. If they wish to become basic generals, they still have a long way to go. The 5-day intense spring assault operation brought Shanghai town abundant rewards. First and foremost was the town's population, which increased by 1,967 people, including 868 armed forces and 1,099 non-combat personnel. This increase pushed the town's population beyond its maximum capacity of 5,000. With no other options, Ouyang Shua had to transfer some of the captives to Beihai town and Qiushui town. Among the 868 combat personnel, 18 who had committed unforgivable sins were executed. 600 were recruited and reorganized into the army, while 250 were sent to the mining site to mine minerals for 1 year. The Navy selected some captives from the large-scale water bandit camp and reorganized them into 3 additional squadrons. This officially established the Navy unit, commanded by Intermediate General and Colonel Pei Donglai. Under him were Zhou Feng as the 1st Navy Squadron Captain, Yu Feng as the 2nd Navy Squadron Captain, and Li Hai as the 3rd Navy Squadron Captain. The other 2 squadrons would temporarily remain without captains. Li Hai, a basic general and one of the best from the water bandit camp with a good reputation among the villagers, was promoted directly to captain. The cavalry also formed 3 additional squadrons, officially establishing the Shanghai Town Cavalry Unit. This unit was placed under the command of Intermediate General Lin Yi, who served as the colonel of the cavalry unit. Under him were Li Mingguang, the 1st Cavalry Squadron Captain, Sun Tingjiao, the 2nd Cavalry Squadron Captain, Liao Kai, the 3rd Cavalry Squadron Captain, Guo Yang, the 4th Cavalry Squadron Captain, and Su Wang, the 5th Cavalry Squadron Captain. Similar to Li Hai, Su Wang was also a basic general who originated from the water bandit camp. Despite his origins, he was an elite who firmly adhered to his principles of justice. After understanding his situation, Ouyang Shua decisively promoted him to captain. Ouyang Shua expanded all troop divisions except for the infantry division, as he had plans for them. According to his strategy, he hoped to recruit quality troops from the mountain barbarian tribes. To improve efficiency, he organized the infantry into a single unit under Shi Wansui, maintaining the same 3 squadrons. Another significant outcome from the battles was the financial gain. The money seized, including the proceeds from selling building blueprints, totaled 2,250 gold. After deducting the expenses for upgrading the armies and generals, there was still 1,710 gold remaining. However, despite the substantial income, Ouyang Shua had yet to formulate a plan to maximize the advantages of the gold coins. The primary concern now was upgrading the town to level 3 as quickly as possible, as the town's population was nearing its limit. Unfortunately, progress had stalled due to the lack of an alchemy workshop, a basic requirement for upgrading the town. This issue arose because there was no alchemist in the town. As Ouyang Shua had anticipated, the most challenging aspect of upgrading the town was finding a suitable alchemist. Ouyang Shua couldn't believe that even with everything he had now, and the conditions in Shanghai town, it was still so hard to recruit an alchemist. God knows how Dichen got so lucky, securing an alchemist in just half a month. In the end, Fan Zhongyan reminded Ouyang Shua, "My lord, if I recall correctly, the recruitment hall recruits one special talent a month, and you haven't used it this month, so why don't you give it a try?" Ouyang Shua nodded but didn't hold much hope. He replied with a wry smile, "There's no such coincidence in this world, getting an alchemist we urgently need just like that." "If you don't give it a try, you won't know, my lord," Fan Zhongyan insisted. "Okay, I'll give it a try," Ouyang Shua conceded. This was the second time Ouyang Shua had walked into the recruitment hall. The last time he entered, the hall recruited two men of great talent, Fan Zhongyan and Du Chun. Would the hall help Ouyang Shua solve his problem this time? System notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for operating the recruitment hall. You have one use left for the hall at the moment. Do you want to recruit someone? Yes. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for successfully recruiting a special talented personnel, an advanced alchemist. 10 gold automatically deducted from inventory. A white light flashed and a portal appeared. Immediately, a European man appearing to be 30 years old walked out from the portal, saluted Ouyang Shua in a very medieval aristocratic way, and said enthusiastically, "Magnus at your service, my lord." Haha, praise the Lord, Ouyang Shua really managed to recruit an alchemist. The happy Ouyang Shua then smiled and said, "Mr. Magnus, welcome to Shanghai town." After recruiting Magnus, the rest was very simple. By giving it their all, the construction division built an alchemy workshop in just one day, and master alchemist Magnus officially settled into the workshop. With this, the final barrier to the town's upgrade was completely removed. On March 24th, at 9 p.m., in the Shanghai Town Hall, Ouyang Shua whispered to himself, "Territory upgrade." A white light flashed across his eyes as the hearthstone rose from the ground slowly. He placed his right hand on the hearthstone, and the system notification prompted. System notification, scanning for Shanghai Town upgrading requirements. Requirement 1, reach a population of 5,000 people, requirement met. Requirement 2, construct all basic buildings required, requirement met. Requirement 3, the town lord must be at least a first-class viscount, requirement met. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for meeting the requirements to upgrade Shanghai town. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. A golden ray shot up from the hearthstone, exploding into energy and spreading around. The golden energy disappeared as it spread to the far borders of the territory. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for being the second player to upgrade his town to a grade 3 town. Reward, 1,000 merit points. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui, 4. System notification, congratulations. Shanghai town finally advanced to a level 3 town 1 week after Dichen upgraded Handan town to a grade 3 town. However, this was still a counter to the questions troubling Shanghai town. The nationwide competition for the world's first district had officially kicked off. System notification, congratulations to player Chiue Wui for upgrading Shanghai town to a grade 3 town. The town's Lord Hall has leveled up. Randomly selecting 3 grade 3 town buildings, the player can choose one to build. System notification, the randomly selected buildings are the inn, pawn shop, and jewelry shop. Please choose. Choose the pawn shop. System notification, the building is generated automatically. The player is free to view it now. Another white light flashed, and the hearthstone slowly sank into the ground once more. Ouyang Shua then took a look to check Shanghai town's stats. Territory, Shanghai town, level 3 town. Lord Chiue Wui, second-class Earl. Title the world's first town, increases town renown by 20%. People's Sentiment *92. Security *91. Population *5,000/10,000. Refugee spawn rate *50 1 plus 50% equals 75/day. Territory area *1000 square kilometers. Territory unique characteristics plus 50% refugee attraction rate. Plus 25% special talented people attraction rate. Plus 50% crop production rate. Plus 25% productivity of workers. Plus 20% experience earned by troops. Plus 10% chances of talented people in the territory to advance a level. Subsidiary villages Beihai Town, Level 1 Town. Xiaoshui Town, Level 1 Town. Treasury *4 Seas Bank. Territory Association Textile Association. Territory Resources Intermediate Logging. Intermediate Stone Mining. Intermediate Mineral Mining. Advanced Brick Kiln. Territory Forces Cavalry Unit. Infantry Unit. Navy Unit. Xiaoshui Town Garrison Squadron. Territory Industry Prop North Saltfields, 5,000 mu. Langshan Mine Fields. Political rating *50/100, affects administrative efficiency and morale. Economic rating *45/100, affects trading prosperity and tax. Cultural rating *40/100, affects education development and quality of residence. Military rating *50/100, affects military strength and stability. Infrastructure buildings Town level Lord Manor. Toilet. Granary. Cemetery. Inn. Agriculture buildings Farm. Mill. Mulberry field. Orchard. Vegetable farm. Medicine garden. Cultural buildings, Ancestral Hall, Private School, Lianzhou College. Military buildings, Advanced Barracks, Castle Wall, Moat, Towers, Turrets, Stone Outposts, Stables, Weaponry Workshop, Weapon Arsenal. Special buildings, Dock, Harbor, Intermediate Shipyard. Hidden buildings, Mazu Temple, Sealed, Recruitment Hall. Taoist buildings, Taoist Practice Place. Construction conditions, Taoist building blueprint, 2,000 units wood, 320 units brick, 1,000 units stone. Construction time, 4 days. Pawnshop, collects movable assets and real estate as collateral for debt agencies. Construction conditions, businessmen, pawnshop building blueprint, 1,000 units wood, 2,000 units brick, 1,000 units stone. Construction time, 3 days. Description: the building is automatically generated. Inn, provides shelter for people away from home. Construction conditions, businessmen, in building blueprint, 2,000 units wood, 320 units brick, 1,000 units stone. Construction time, 4 days. Restaurant, 4 people eating outside their homes. Construction conditions, advanced chef, restaurant building blueprint, 2,000 units wood, 4,000 units brick, 1,000 units stone. Construction time, 5 days. Jewelry shop, sells gold and silver jewelry. Construction conditions, gold and silver craftsman, jewelry shop building blueprint, 1,000 units wood, 2,000 units brick, 1,000 units stone. Construction time, 3 days. Tea garden, for planting tea plants. Construction conditions, tea plant, 2,000 units wood, 500 units brick, 500 units stone. Construction time, 2 days. After checking the properties of the territory, Ouyang Shua pondered for a moment. The maximum population for a Grade 3 village was 10,000 people. According to the refugee spawn rate, under normal circumstances, it would take 2 months to reach the maximum. The earlier advancement of the territory upgrade doubled its size. The original third phase of the spring assault operation was to exterminate bandits outside the territory, but now it was focused on exterminating bandits within the territory. Fortunately, the Military Intelligence Division had gathered enough information, which was still applicable. Among the territory's indexes, the cultural index was still the lowest. During this period, the refugees that had spawned included a few Xiuzai, who were all sent to the Lianzhou College by Ouyang Shua. Under the leadership of Su Shuda, the Lianzhou College had progressed smoothly and was no longer a half-established institution. During the spring assault operation, the moat work was completed, and secondary structures such as arrow towers and turrets were also finished and in use. The defensive system of Shanghai town was now preliminarily fully established. As for the basic building structures, they were all system upgraded to brick and woodstone structures. Of course, as in ancient architecture, wood remained an important material in building structures, whether for carvings or paintings, which all depended on wood. For the 6 buildings, the pawn shop was auto-generated and required no maintenance. The tea garden did not require any building blueprints, only an open field and wild tea trees, much like the mulberry garden from before. The rest were the Taoist temple, inn, restaurant, and jewelry shop. Their blueprints were acquired during Operation Spring Assault a few days ago, saving Ouyang Shua 400 gold. The restaurant was nothing special. Shua had long promised to hand it over to Gu Sanyang. The inn and jewelry shop were also straightforward, with relevant talents already on standby, ready to build the structures at any time. However, the Taoist temple posed a challenge, as it required at least a priest to oversee it. In his previous life, most lords took a simpler route. Since players could choose the priest profession, lords would often assign a priest player to manage the temple. 10 a.m., Lord's Manor, Mayor's Office. Sire, after a month of investigation, the Military Intelligence Division has gathered sufficient information about the nomadic tribes and the Qingfu horses. I am here to report the details, said a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance but a determined face. He was one of the heads, Lei Sun. Since the last expansion of the Military Intelligence Division, apart from the 10 staff members, the 40 others were divided into 2 groups, Team 1 and Team 2. Long Qian led Team 1, while Lei Sun led the other. Ouyang Shua's heart raced. Tell me, what have you found? The nomadic tribes are structured with a large tribe at the core, surrounded by dozens of smaller tribes. The main tribe is the Tianqi tribe, comprising 30,000 tribal members. They are located in the center of the basin and control the best pasture. In the middle of the basin lies an inland lake called Xinwan Lake. The imperial court of the tribe stands right beside it. The rest of the smaller tribes, ranging from 100 to 1,000 tribal members, are scattered around the basin, Lei Sun reported. The closest to us? Ouyang Shua asked. The closest to us are 3 tribes. They are to the west, middle, and east of us. The tribes to the west and east are small, with fewer than 1,000 tribal members. The one in the middle is a stronger, mid-sized tribe with over 3,000 tribal members, Lei Sun replied. What are their relations? The smaller tribes often fight each other over pasture. The Tianqi tribe steps in to stop the wars. Interestingly, to maintain its supremacy, the Tianqi tribe secretly suppresses the mid-sized tribes and supports the smaller ones. This has prevented the rise of any other tribes with over 10,000 members. The long-term suppression has caused dissatisfaction among the mid-sized tribes towards the Tianqi tribe. However, due to the significant power disparity, they can only endure it. As a result, the smaller tribes usually align with the Tianqi tribe, while the mid-sized tribes form their own alliances, Lei Sun answered. Shua nodded. What about the Qingfu horses? Not great. The Qingfu horses are typically controlled by the nomadic tribes, and it's difficult to find another group of wild stallions. We have only 2 ways to acquire the horses, by forcing a war or by trading, Lei Sun replied, sounding bitter. If we trade, will it work? Shua asked, uncertain. The tribes lack ironworks and daily resources like salt and tea leaves, so it's theoretically possible for us to trade with them, Lei Sun answered. Of course, that is if our fists are strong enough to defend ourselves. They are nomadic tribes, predators of nature, and are aggressive. Anything that can be plundered, they will not trade for it. A month's work was not in vain. Lei Sun had acquired a strong understanding of the nomadic tribe's situations. Ouyang Shua tapped his fingers on the table and remained silent. According to his plan, after upgrading to a Grade 3 village, the last subordinate territory would be established on the borderline between the Friendship River and Xiushui River, acting as a bridgehead for them to conquer the basin. However, with the intelligence Lei Sun had gathered, establishing the subordinate territory there would face the risk of being plundered by the nomadic tribes. This constant worry bothered him. If he were to set up the Mingguang armor-heavy cavalry unit, the system provided ordinary warhorses could not even bear the weight of the armor, only the Qingfu warhorses could manage it. Without a bridgehead, he would not feel secure sending his troops across the river. If spotted by the nomadic tribes, they could not retreat to safety in time. Taking a step back, if the bridgehead was not established, starting trading deals under the name of Shanghai Town would also be dangerous. It would leave Shanghai Town exposed to the hungry nomadic wolves. As Lei Sun had said, the nomadic tribes were aggressive and would not spend a single coin on something they could plunder. Ouyang Shua was not in a position of perplexity. Since he could not make the decision alone, he decided to listen to others' opinions. Shua asked Lei Sun to be patient as he called the concierge to summon the other 4 directors. 20 minutes later, the 4 directors arrived one by one. Shua instructed Lei Sun to brief the directors on his plans and thoughts, then he asked, "What are your opinions?" "Big brother, in my opinion, at a time like this, we should pause the Qingfu horse plan. Since the Mingguang horses are not being produced quickly, it will take some time to fully equip the cavalry. The most pressing issue now is to upgrade to a Grade 1 county. We can revisit this matter after the upgrade," Yingyu stated, representing the finance department's viewpoint. Fan Zhengyan followed, "I agree with Director Cui. The nomadic tribes are all warriors, and with our current military strength, we are not yet strong enough. The best course of action now is to stay put and prepare ourselves." Seeing the 2 directors concur on pausing the Qingfu horse plan, the military representative, Director Guhong Liang, could no longer remain seated. Just as he was about to stand, Tian Wenjing, sitting beside him, suddenly rose and loudly declared, "My lord, I have a differing opinion. Please speak." Frankly, Ouyang Shua did not want to halt the Qingfu horse plan. Creating the heavy cavalry would not only bolster military strength but also serve a significant purpose later. Hearing Tian Wenjing express a different view, he was intrigued. The usually reserved and unemotional director would not speak without a good reason. "I believe we need to establish the bridgehead and do so before they even notice us. We must swiftly and securely fortify the riverside," Tian Wenjing asserted. "Otherwise, once they notice and station their troops beside the river, it will be even harder for us to conquer the basin," Tian Wenjing said. Fan Zhengyang regarded his opinion. "Director Tian has a point, but have you considered how we can build the territory without them noticing? This is not something that can be accomplished in a few days. Furthermore, even if the territory is established, how can we defend ourselves from the nomadic tribes with our limited defensive capabilities? I fear that, in the end, all the resources will have been wasted in vain." But Tian Wenjing was clearly prepared. He answered with great confidence, "The solutions to your questions are straightforward. Since it will serve as a bridgehead, it will not follow the usual procedures for establishing a subordinate territory. We will construct it as a military fortress. The first step will naturally be to build a strong stone city wall. Only after the wall is erected will we construct the inner city structures. This way, we can station a small garrison, which will be sufficient to repel the nomadic tribes. Since nomadic tribes excel in open field warfare, siege battles are not their strength, and they lack the essential siege weapons. That's correct. I suggest we station a cavalry unit as a support team. Along with the garrison troops, this will be enough to ensure the safety of the territory, Ge Hongliang added. He did not expect Tian Wenjing to have such profound strategic insight. Even as the director of military affairs, Ge Hongliang had not thought so far ahead. It was his immediate reaction that made him doubt the suggestions. His instinct told him that if they halted the plan for the Qingfu warhorses, they would miss a great opportunity. But how to proceed, he had no clear plan. Now, Tian Wenjing gave them a perfect solution to the problem. Although military affairs were not her profession, Yingyu remained silent and listened. After listening to Tian Wenjing's explanation, Fan Zhongyan pondered and said nothing, which could be taken as silent acquiescence. Seeing the four directors agree with each other, Ouyang Shua did not hesitate and said, "Very good, we will follow Director Tian's plan. We will start the construction of the third subordinate territory tomorrow." After agreeing on the strategy, the next topic of discussion was the officer for the subsidiary territory. This third subsidiary territory will be named Friendship. It is situated right next to the Friendship River, symbolizing our goodwill. For the nomadic tribes we cannot force into submission, it is best to engage them with kindness. Compared to Beihai Town and Xiushui Town, the future of Friendship Town presents more challenges. Therefore, selecting a good officer is crucial. The officer must excel in politics, care for the military troops, and possess strong adaptability, as the territory is across the river from the main town and surrounded by powerful neighbors. The main camp cannot always be there to provide support. Who would you recommend? Ouyang Shua asked. This was the first time Ouyang Shua sought the director's opinions in choosing an officer for a subsidiary territory. For Beihai Town and Xiushui Town, he had made the decisions independently. This time, he did not have a clear candidate in mind. Among the four directors, Ge Hongliang was the most at ease. Having recently joined Shanghai Town and belonging to the military, he naturally had no strong recommendations. The other three directors hesitated. A good recommendation would please everyone, but a bad one would make the recommender responsible. The finance department was more specialized, and it was difficult to find someone among the secretaries and managers capable of overseeing the broader picture. Therefore, Yingyu shook her head, saying she had no one to recommend. The Material Reserves Department faced a similar situation, with the various secretaries and managers lacking the necessary background. It was already a challenge to rule a division. How could they become officials of a subsidiary territory? The only one who stood out was the Saltpan secretary, Shinzue, but his experience was insufficient, and Tian Wenjing shook his head. The most likely candidate was from the administration department. They had many divisions, and the various secretaries had higher qualifications. Fan Zhongyan hesitated. He had two choices in mind, the assistant director, Qin Shijian, and the secretary of household registration, Zhou Haichen. Both young men were exceptional and capable of handling the big picture. However, they each had their strengths and weaknesses, making the decision difficult. I recommend Qin Shijian and Zhou Haichen. I leave the final choice to you, sire, Fan Zhongyan concluded, leaving the decision to Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua nodded. These two men were precisely the ones he expected to be recommended. Now, he had to make the call. While Fan Zhongyan did have a preference, such personnel arrangements were too sensitive, and he did not wish to be too deeply involved. Ying snickered from the side, amused by Ouyang Shua's hesitation. Ouyang Shua glanced at her and said, "Let's choose Zhou Haichen. The deputy secretary of the Household Registration Division will take over his role. Qin Shijian, who has been a deputy director for a long time, will now get training as a secretary. He will become the new Meritorious Services Secretary." In the end, Ouyang Shua decided to use a transfer-style approach and selected Zhou Haichen, with Du Quan ready to swiftly step into his vacated role. If Qin Shijian was picked, It would result in the Household Registration Division having too many people and the Meritorious Service Division having too few. As for Ouyang Shua's decision, all 4 directors had their thoughts. Through this, they saw his direction and inclination in using people. After discussing the new officer for the subsidiary territory, Ouyang Shua ended the meeting. Regarding the construction issues, he planned to gather all the secretaries and managers in the afternoon to discuss them. 2 p.m. in the afternoon, Lord's Manor meeting room. Ouyang Shua gathered all the departments and divisions related to the new subsidiary territory. Addressing the construction of Friendship Village, Ouyang Shua shared his views. We must first consider the future development of Friendship Village. The village walls will be 2 kilometers long in a square shape, 9 meters high, and 5 meters wide. For the construction of the wall, our main camp must participate. The construction division needs to send a few men, and we must complete it within a week to prepare for any eventualities. Zhao Duong nodded to indicate his agreement. The project scale was only half that of the main town. The most challenging part would be transporting materials across the river. The villagers sent to Friendship Village must be carefully chosen. The ordinary civilians will be herders, as the military's horse stables will be built there in the future. As for skilled talents, it's best to choose intermediate or advanced level individuals, such as blacksmiths and traders, Ouyang Shua said. The new household registration secretary nodded and asked cautiously, Sire, how many people will we send? Let's say 1,000, which is the maximum population for a level 3 village. Out of this group, 200 must be part of the village protection squad, which you will coordinate with the military, Ouyang Shua ordered. Understood. Ouyang Shua then turned to Du Shaolin and said, the resource division needs to prepare for trade with the nomadic tribes, establishing a trading area in the village. Food, salt, and metallic strategic goods must be sold through proper channels and must be controlled. Understood. The Transportation Division is responsible for transporting goods across the Friendship River, especially materials. This must be carefully planned and executed, Ouyang Shua said to Zhang Shanpao. Understood. We will complete the task. Zhang Shanpao responded loudly. All right, all of you go make preparations. You only have the afternoon to prepare, and we will start building our affiliate territory tomorrow, Ouyang Shua said. Yes. After dismissing the meeting, Ouyang Shua called Zhou Haichen to his office. He wanted to have a deep conversation with his new officer to clear up any doubts. They discussed until 6 in the afternoon before ending. After going offline, Ouyang Shua called Song Jia. Sorry, the bandit operation didn't drop the village building token you needed. At the other end of the phone, Song Jia didn't really mind and was still smiling. Silly, what are you apologizing for? It was based on luck. Ouyang Shua nodded. Actually, there's still a method. I don't know if your brother is willing to try it. What method? Song Jia asked curiously. Think about it. Your family's goal is to have their own territory, right? Obviously, if not, why would we want a village building token? Song Jia teased. Ouyang Shua laughed, let me finish. Okay then, continue, said the other. If you want a base, apart from using the village building token, you can ask other players to transfer their territories to you. This way, not only can you reach your goal, but you also get a territory that is already built, helping you catch up with the other players. In his past life, many medium-sized powers, upon hearing the news, incorrectly assumed that building a territory required a village building token. They didn't consider that there might be another way. One reason was that they were unfamiliar with the game settings and didn't know that territories could be transferred. Secondly, those who knew assumed the new lord wouldn't be willing to give up territories they had invested so much effort into building. One day, a player called Jia thought of this method. It quickly spread, and players began using credits, which were otherwise useless in real life, to buy territories in-game. Under the assault of money, a large portion of various lords' territories were conquered. This led to these powers ruling the game world. This tragedy was heart-wrenching. Due to the lack of information, those unlucky souls lost their chance to make it big. He remembered that a year after the news was released, the players who had transferred their territories tried to sue. Unfortunately, all the cases were thrown out because the lords who had transferred their territories had already received their payments. Hence, I say, fate is so magical. You never know when it will take a sharp turn and catch you off guard. Only those who can firmly grasp their destiny will become the rulers of the world. Yeah, it's true. Song Jia exclaimed. Doesn't this count as completing the mission? Ouyang Shua joked. Song Jia laughed. Yeah, you exceeded expectations. I'll treat you to a meal next time. I can't wait. Okay, let's talk next time. I'll tell this news to my brother. He's been fretting over the village token for many days, Song Jia explained. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Song Jia hurriedly ended the call and went to find her brother. On March 25 at 9 a.m., at Shanghai Ship's dock terminal, Ouyang Shua led his officers and ministers to see off Zhou Haichen and others. This time, the military selected Lieutenant Hui Biao to establish the new territory's garrison. The former infantry squadron lieutenant's mission was to set up a proper and reliable defense system. As for the nomadic tribes, the task was assigned to the cavalry unit that would be stationed there in the future, as only the cavalry could effectively handle open-field warfare against the nomadic tribes. After returning from the dock, Ouyang Shua visited the alchemy workshop. Since alchemist Magnus arrived, Ouyang Shua had been busy with the Grade 3 town advancement and had not yet visited the workshop. The alchemy workshop, with its distinct architecture from a different culture and nation, stood out. Magnus, the man from the far west, was often the subject of curious attention from Shanghai's residents due to his golden hair, white skin, thick beard, and limited Mandarin skills. These features naturally sparked gossip. However, a few knowledgeable individuals recognized him as a Farang, a person of European descent. The alchemy workshop was intentionally located in the northeast military district, adjacent to the weapon workshop, to avoid disturbances to the residents. Unlike traditional Chinese Taoist priests, Shanghai town had recruited an alchemist from the far west. Therefore, the alchemy workshop was constructed based on Western architectural blueprints. It was a small, two-story stone house with a basement. The ground floor served as a hall and warehouse, while the second floor housed Magnus' bedroom and study. The alchemist's most important laboratory, closely guarded and strictly protected, was located underground. With Magnus leading the way, the two walked into the laboratory. 5 or 6 oil lamps illuminated the basement walls, with a large, complex-looking oil lamp hanging from the ceiling. Their light eliminated every shadow in the room. The basement was equipped with an appropriate ventilation system, otherwise, the lamps would consume all the oxygen, leading to suffocation. In the center stood a large table used for experimentation, lined with test tubes, distillation bottles, crucibles, and other tools. On the sides were shelves filled with pots, cans, and bottles. Magnus, what field do you usually experiment in? Ouyang Shua asked curiously as he toured the workshop. The main focus of the alchemy workshop is the distillation of liquids and the refinement of minerals, Magnus answered, slightly arrogantly. He didn't think his lord would understand any of his words and looked down on Ouyang Shua, who seemed to be inspecting the tools. Do you even know what these are and their uses? Oriental hypocrite, he whispered to himself. However, what Magnus didn't know was that Ouyang Shua was from the modern world, where the mysterious alchemy he revered was nothing more than ordinary science and its applications. The distillation you're talking about, is it the one that uses the condensation of vapor to purify a liquid, the steam distillation? Ouyang Shua asked, smiling as he picked up a distillation bottle from the table. Magnus' eyes widened, and he exclaimed in excitement, yes, it is. Oh, God. Your wisdom is truly amazing. It was true that Westerners were generally straightforward and honest. Once the alchemist realized that Ouyang Shua wasn't a layman, his attitude changed almost immediately, and he began to praise his lord. If that is the case, Magnus, if you have some time, you can visit the wine brewing workshop and make some improvements to their distillation technique. If the amelioration is successful, I am sure the finance department will be more than willing to pay a reasonably large amount of remuneration, more than enough to support and fund your research. Ouyang Shua offered Magnus a proposition he couldn't refuse. The moment Magnus heard the words research funds, a sudden bright light flashed in his eyes, and he exclaimed, "No problem. Rest assured, my lord, leave this matter to me. As for the research regarding mineral refinements, you can work with the Armory Division, as they have a large demand for fine iron. Additionally, Langshan Mining Field might need your services, as finding better ways to refine minerals with higher purity, especially gold, is no doubt your area of expertise. In short, I hope the alchemy workshop will not remain isolated but will actively cooperate with territorial affairs, achieving the best of both worlds." Magnus had long set aside his arrogance and preconceptions and respectfully said, "My lord, your wisdom is as deep as the ocean. Magnus will follow your wise words." "Good," Ouyang Shua said as he left. He took out the wild boar fangs, which he had long obtained but left untouched, and said with a smile, "Is there any way you can make these into an accessory?" Magnus took them and replied prudently, "I can try." "Great, I will be waiting for your good news." With that, Ouyang Shua turned and left. He then headed straight to the market, gritted his teeth, and spent 500 gold on purchasing an advanced shipyard building blueprint. Ever since he acquired the Mengcheng Warship Manufacturing Manual, he could not wait to turn the warships into reality. However, the Mengcheng warships were intermediate warships and could only be manufactured in an advanced shipyard. If he wanted to establish a strong naval force, he would need to spend an additional 500 gold from the territory's limited capital to advance the shipyard. When he returned to the manor, he saw Qing'er and Gu Sanyang chatting on the side. Gu Sanyang looked a bit down, and Qing'er was comforting her. Ouyang Shua asked out of curiosity, "What are the two of you talking about? So mysterious." Gu Sanyang remained silent, while Qing'er pouted and said, "Brother, didn't you promise Gu Sanyang a restaurant? But according to the construction division's pricing, a restaurant is so expensive. With the cost of workers, raw materials, and other expenses, it will require at least 30 gold. Plus, there's no guarantee the residents will spend money there. That's why Sister Gu is really hesitant about it." Ouyang Shua nodded and, looking at Gu Sanyang, asked, "Is what Qing'er said true?" "My lord, I am indeed a bit worried, and I am financially unable to go through with this. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you this time. I think it's better for me to stay in the manor, serving and taking care of everyone as usual." Gu Sanyang resigned herself to her fate. Ouyang Shua waved his hand and said, "Sanyang, there's no need to regard yourself as an outsider. If you face any difficulties, you can come straight to me for help. You don't have to sigh alone on the side. The promise I made before will surely be kept. I will provide the capital for the restaurant, but I will claim a 50% share of it. What do you say?" Gu Sanyang was beside herself with joy and was tongue-tied. No, 10% of the shares is enough for me. I dare not ask for more. You don't have to refuse. I didn't intend to leave you with 50%, but to manage the restaurant, capital is just the starting point. You will need to recruit workers, renovate the restaurant, and research the menu, all important tasks you will need to handle personally as the manager. Frankly, having 50% of the shares just by providing the capital is already taking advantage of you," Ouyang Shua explained his intentions to Sanyang. Before Sanyang could respond, Qing'er clapped her hands in joy and laughed, "Sister, you don't have to be so polite with Big Brother. He just plundered a mass of wealth from the raiders recently." Ouyang Shua glared at Qing'er and continued, "Of course, I will keep the 50% of my shares. 30% will go to Inyu and 20% to Qing'er. Let's take it as pocket money from the brother to his sisters. Yeah, Qing'er didn't expect that she would benefit from it too. The small, money-grubbing girl immediately hugged Ouyang Shua's arm and, with a sweet, cloying voice, said, "Big brother, you are so good, you are so fond of Qing'er, he." Ouyang Shua smiled, petted her head, and said, "It's good that you know. Try not to be too naughty." Gu Sanyang watched the scene and accepted the offer with ease. With a joyful face, she said, "I shall thank the Lord for your support. My lord, please give a name to the restaurant." Ouyang Shua pondered for a moment, searching his mind for a good name. Then he nodded and said, Let's name it Sangu 1 Restaurant. It indicates who the restaurant belongs to and also carries the meaning of coming again, very suitable for a restaurant. Great, this name is great, the little beneficiary cheered, clapping her hands. Sanyang was also happy with the name and said, "Thank you, my lord, for the name. And one more thing, if I leave the manor to manage the restaurant, who will be in charge of the manor's kitchen? There's nothing to worry about. Once the official residence is completed, apart from me, Qing'er, and the sisters, the others will dine in their own houses. There's no need to cook large meals anymore. Besides, once the restaurant is open, if we crave some food, we can go there for free meals. Please don't think poorly of us for eating free food." Ouyang Shua answered her question and made a small joke at the same time. "My lord, you will always be welcome in the restaurant." Gu Sanyang responded to the joke with sincerity. "As for the new manor's chef, I will leave it to you to choose a successor. The territory is not like it was before, there are now quite a few chefs." Ouyang Shua ended the conversation with a mission for Gu Sanyang. "Yes, my lord," Sanyang nodded. After the impromptu discussion, Qing'er was eager to deliver the good news to her sister Inyu. Ouyang Shua did not interfere and let her go. He then summoned Zhao Duong to his office and tasked him with the advanced shipyard upgrade project. The secretary's face turned sour. Lately, Ouyang Shua had been giving Zhao Duong endless tasks, and construction projects were everywhere. First, it was the city wall and moat, which had been recently completed, then came the Grade 3 Territory Township Upgrade Project, which had started not long ago, followed by the Friendship Village City Wall Construction Project. Just as the construction workers had left that morning, Ouyang Shua gave him a new task, to refurbish and upgrade the intermediate shipyard into an advanced shipyard, another big project. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still almost couldn't manage it all at once. Ouyang Shua patted Zhao Duong on the shoulder and said with great solemnity, "Thank you for your hard work during this period. I promise the construction division will be rewarded with bonuses after this." What else could Zhao Duong do but accept his lord's orders with a bitter smile? Note, Sangu is part of Gu Sanyang's name and carries another meaning of coming again 3 times. The next day, when Ouyang Shua logged out of the game, Song Jia called him. "Hey, Woodsy 1, the method you suggested really works. My brother purchased a Grade 3 village in the Lingnan region, called Tianchuang Village," Song Jia said, clearly delighted with the news. "Congratulations. A Grade 3 village is quite impressive. How much did it cost?" Ouyang Shua was impressed. It had only been a day and Songwen had already acquired a territory. It was no surprise that Songwen chose the Lingnan region, as many players preferred to establish their territories in the same region they lived in, driven by a sense of local pride and attachment. "Guess," Song Jia teased. Ouyang Shua considered the value of a Grade 3 village and translated it into gold coins, making a rough estimate. 10 million? Song Jia shook her head, her smile wry. "Add another 0. Huh? Really?" Ouyang Shua was incredulous. "It's all my brother's fault, wanting to buy it immediately. The previous lord gave an extremely high price, and he didn't even try to haggle, just bought it on the spot. Even worse, he still thinks he got a good deal," Song Jia pouted, slightly indignant on her brother's behalf. Ouyang Shua quietly thought to himself that it wasn't just a small advantage. Using soon-to-be worthless credit points to buy a Grade 3 village was undoubtedly the best deal possible. No wonder civilian lords in the previous life had been selling off their territories. These upper-class nobles were so generous, offering 100 million for a territory. If Ouyang Shua were willing to sell Shanghai town, it would easily be priced at 10 billion credit points, but it was impossible for him to sell his territory. Anyway, he successfully acquired land, didn't he? Your family is rich, this is nothing. Ouyang Shua smiled. What? Even if we are rich, it doesn't mean we can spend recklessly. It seemed that the Song family's inner council hadn't told the female members everything, the real intention, true purpose, and the truth of Earth Online. Even now, Song Jia still thought of it as a game. What an innocent girl. Ouyang Shua didn't linger on this sensitive topic for long. Instead, he turned and asked, "Did you shift to Tianchuang village with your brother?" "Yeah, I'm finally able to relax. Every time I wore the set of equipment you gave me, I felt really pressured and worried that someone with bad intentions might target me. Oh, and about the new swordsmanship, I suggest you practice it in free mode." Ouyang Shua suddenly remembered that Song Jia hadn't yet grasped the secret of the swordsmanship. Fearing she might miss the golden opportunity, he mentioned it intentionally. "All right, I think this swordsmanship is quite fun," she replied. "Great. By the way, my brother said he wants to express his gratitude with 1,000,000 credits, but I stopped him. He then said he'd like to buy you a meal. Do you want it?" Ouyang Shua shook his head. He didn't want to get too close with the Song Corporation in real life, so he gently rejected the offer. "Thank you, but it's all right. All I did was give a suggestion. It's not a big deal. I knew you wouldn't accept." "Then what if I buy the meal? You wouldn't decline, would you? A beauty's dining invitation? I will always be ready for it. Then I shall invite you. I haven't washed up yet. See you. Bye-bye." Ouyang Shua ended the call and walked out of his room. It was Saturday, and the little girl, Binger, was still unwilling to wake up. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoya had just logged out of the game in her pajamas, ready to freshen up. She coincidentally met Shua in front of the toilet door. "How was it? Everything okay?" Ouyang Shua asked casually. It was really fun. The Capital Architectural College's teachings were very professional, focusing on ancient Chinese architectural structures. It felt even more detailed than my school's library. Gaia is really impressive. I initially just played for fun, but after attending a few classes, I couldn't help but get fully immersed in it, Sun Xiaoya said with enthusiasm. Ouyang Shua nodded and said, "Well then, learn properly. In the future, you can rebuild those ancient buildings in our territory." "Really?" Xiaoya exclaimed in delight. "Of course, I promise you, as long as you present me the blueprints, I will turn them into real buildings, future master architect." "Hee, a promise is a promise." "Promise." After Sun Xiaoya went to the toilet, Ouyang Shua turned and headed into Binger's room. What a lazy kid she was. In fact, she slept at 9:30 p.m. last night. Such a lazy pig. The young girl slept sweetly, hugging her little pocket-sized partner, Shuer, in her arms. The scene was overflowing with pure cuteness. As an advanced AI, Shuer was more sharp-witted than Binger and was alerted when Ouyang Shua walked in. After living together for a while, Shuer had grown close to Ouyang Shua. She flew around him, dancing gracefully like an angelic fairy, and finally landed on his palm. Ouyang Shua used his thumb to caress her small face, smiled, and asked, "Shuer, do you think your little master is a lazy pig?" Shuer nodded and answered in a cute tone, "Small pig." At that moment, Binger was awakened by the noise. Hearing her partner's answer, she muttered, "Bad Shuer, little traitor." Ouyang Shua pinched her nose and said, "Baby sister, wake up. You're coming with me today for a jog downstairs, to get some exercise and breathe some fresh air. And you, bad big brother, disturbing my sleep and waking me up so early in the morning. She was clearly not fully awake yet, as she was complaining about everyone she saw. Ouyang Shua didn't want to spoil her, so he pulled and forced her out of bed. Under Ouyang Shua's strict orders, the little princess could only listen and go to the bathroom to freshen up. Shuer followed her in. She had just defamed her little master and was now trying to coax and comfort her. When Xiaye heard that Ouyang Shua was taking Binger for a jog, she was interested too. Thus, the three appeared together on the running track. The two young adults and the little child might have been mistaken for a small family by those who didn't know any better. Oh, and another little AI fairy was flying around them, adding to the warm scene. Binger followed her brother, running and eyeing Shuer flying around enviously. How great it would be if I could fly like Shuer, she said. Ouyang Shua smiled and shook his head, not taking his sister's words seriously. Because it was the weekend, Ouyang Shua had postponed Song Jia's invitation, rescheduling it for the following Monday. He spent the morning watching television with Binger and helping her with her homework. It had been a long time since he had spent time with her while she did her homework, so he felt a bit guilty. On March 26, Ouyang Shua came online on time. As usual, he trained hard for 2 hours in spearmanship and 8 extreme fists, then took a rest before entering his office. On his desk lay a letter from TWO town, which had arrived that morning. He opened it and read. The letter was from TWO town's garrison general, Zhang Dainiu, regarding a military expansion request for TWO. Zhang Dainiu wrote in the letter that, due to the upgrade of TWO to a first-grade town, he requested to expand the garrison's squadron to 200 men to handle the town's complex defense system. Ouyang Shua nodded, as the request was reasonable and fair. He had no reason to decline. Therefore, he approved the request and wrote a note in the letter, request permitted. TWO town is authorized to establish a cavalry squadron. Present the captain candidate to the Military Affairs Department for approval. However, TWO will provide the funds itself. After finishing, he summoned the concierge and ordered him to send the letter to the Military Affairs Department. As he handled the government affairs, the number of documents and paperwork on his desk increased day by day. Ouyang Shua realized it was time to recruit a clerk to assist him with such matters. He immediately called over the secretary of the House Registration Division, Du Quan, to recommend a suitable clerk. This was not just a simple task of selecting a clerk, it was also a test of the secretary's insights and perceptions. Du Quan understood the test and promised to propose only the best candidate to Ouyang Shua. A clerk's job involved working in an office to keep records and accounts, and to undertake other routine administrative duties. While their duties might seem minor or even unnecessary, the position was highly sought after. Clerks handled most of the territory's core affairs, making it an excellent position for gaining experience. Naturally, the candidate must have strong communication skills, excellent management skills, and a certain level of proficiency in strategy to provide well-directed suggestions and niche-targeted advice while performing administrative duties, so the Lord can give high consideration to their comments. Most famous prime ministers and chancellors from ancient history started their political careers as clerks or similar roles. For example, Tang Dynasty's famous prime minister Feng Xianling was originally an official in King Qin's manor. Shanghai town's first clerk, Gu Xiuwen, had done an excellent job. Even after he was transferred to the House Registration Office, he continued to hold a concurrent post as the clerk, and his service quality did not decline. Ouyang Shua remained satisfied with his performance. However, ever since Gu Xiuwen was sent to establish Beihai town, Ouyang Shua lost his valuable right-hand man. The following day, Du Quan presented a suitable candidate, and the two entered Ouyang Shua's office in the manor. Du Quan bowed and greeted Ouyang Shua, speaking joyfully. "My lord, among today's immigrants, I have found a young Jurin. I have personally examined him and believe he will do a good job as the clerk. Therefore, I have brought him here for you to evaluate personally." As Du Quan finished, the scholar stepped forward, bowed, and respectfully greeted Ouyang Shua. Bai Nanpu greets the Lord. He was a young man of about 24 or 25, dressed in a light scholar's robe, with tidy black hair, bright and sharp eyes, and the demeanor of a decent and typical scholar. Ouyang Shua nodded his head. His first impressions of Bai Nanpu were very good. To get a clearer picture of Bai Nanpu, Ouyang Shua checked his attributes. Name, Bai Nanpu, Gold. Identity, Clerk of Shanghai Town. Occupation, Civil Servant, Jurin. Loyalty, 75. Command, 25. Force, 15. Intelligence, 55. Political, 50. Feature, erudite, widely read, and knowledgeable, increases territory administrative efficiency by 5%, meticulous reading, increases document handling speed by 15%. Evaluation, scholar from a poor family, widely read and knowledgeable, skilled in strategies and tactics, a pure gentleman. Indeed, he was talented and well-suited for a clerk. Ouyang Shua nodded approvingly and said, "Very well, I hereby appoint you as the clerk of Shanghai Town. You will be assisting me in governing affairs. I will not disappoint you, my lord." Woodsy 1, a nickname given to Shua, meaning he is wooden or stiff. Jurin, a qualified graduate who passed the triennial provincial exam in the imperial examinations, a civil service examination system in Imperial China to select candidates for the state bureaucracy. For the following 3 days, the territory was very calm and quiet. In the blink of an eye, the system auction was nearing, and Ouyang Shua began to gather funds in his territory. On the 29th day of the 3rd month, Shanghai Town held its second sale of sea salt. The northern salt fields had been expanded twice since the last sale. The third expansion of the salt pans on the 26th day of the 2nd month increased its scale to 2,000 mews. The expansion on the 3rd day of the 3rd month expanded the salt fields to 5,000 mews. With an average production of 500 units of salt per acre, and accounting for the time taken to build and expand the salt pans, the production of salt reached a staggering 3.5 million units. The market sold each unit at 20 copper coins, so 3.5 million units of sea salt would sell for 7,000 gold. With a 20% trade tax, he would receive 5,600 gold. Further deducting the costs of running the salt pans, the earnings were 5,000 gold. Ouyang Shua thought about the heavy taxes and felt like his heart was bleeding. On the 30th day of the 3rd month, the Langshan mining field presented its gold to the camp. The Langshan mining field currently has 1,500 miners, 1,000 of whom are in charge of mining, while the other 500 are involved in transporting and extracting the gold. The mining field can mine an average of 100 tons of gold ore, extracting 2,000 grams of gold, which is at least 100 gold. Deducting the costs of running the mine, in half a month, the earnings would be 1,500 gold coins. One mustn't look at the fact that the profits from the gold mine were lower than those from the salt pans and think that the salt pans had an advantage. The mine was only operational for half a month and had 1,500 people, compared to the 2,500 workers in the salt pans. In terms of average profits per worker, each salt pan worker made 2 gold per month, while each miner made 3 gold. Moreover, the Langshan mine didn't need to pay the 20% tax, making it more profitable than the salt pans. Regarding the financial income of the territory, since the wine brewery was transferred to the finance department, the financial situation has seen a positive improvement. However, discussing profits isn't appropriate at this time. One reason is that the territory is still under constant development and requires additional funds. Secondly, the business division is using methods to stimulate the economy, which requires cash to sustain. Therefore, as long as the finance department can maintain a balance, Ouyang Shua is content. After all calculations, Ouyang Shua has 7,570 gold on hand, which gives him confidence for the upcoming system auction. At this stage, even the wealthiest Chun Shinjun wouldn't have more than 1,000 gold. It's not that they are not rich, their territories need constant injections of gold, and the military alone requires substantial funds. Only Shanghai town, with its 2 cash cows, the salt pans and the gold mines, can accumulate so much gold. On the 31st day of the 3rd month, Gaia finally announced the system auction and real-life exchange system. System notification. To celebrate the game's 3-month anniversary, the system will host its first system auction on the 1st day of the 4th month. There will be many rare goods available, so look forward to it. Reminder: players must upgrade their market to the intermediate grade before they can join. The moment the notification went out, all the lords from the strong powers wanted to fight for the best goods. They rushed all their men to get more gold, no matter the cost. In Handan town, Di Chen asked Juedai Fenghua, "How much can we move now?" Juedai Fenghua frowned and said, "After upgrading to a grade 3 town, we spent so much on buying building blueprints and upgrading to advanced barracks. The military doesn't have enough funds to expand, so how can we have any extra money? Then what do we do? According to Family News, a rare weapon and equipment blueprint will appear, and we mustn't miss it. I'll go offline and try to gather some gold. Since there's 1 day left, maybe I can gather enough," Di Chen said, shaking his head helplessly. "That's the only way," Juedai Fenghua said, having no other better method. In Pilsun town, Chun Shinjun called the financial butler of the territory and asked, "How much gold have we gathered?" The butler laughed and said, "Lord, don't worry. After 2 months of building up, we can move 2,000 gold, and I believe no one else can compare." Chun Shinjun nodded, clearly pleased. It seems not upgrading to a 3rd-grade town was the right decision. Ever since the family got the news about the auction, we've prepared for 2 months. It's finally time to taste the fruits of our labor. Di Chen, that fool, extravagantly upgraded to a grade 3 town. He must be regretting it now. "Lord is wise," the butler said. In Swordsman town, Feng Qingyang looked at his sister and asked, "Little sister, is there really no way?" Feng Qingyue replied, "Big brother, although we have received large amounts of money from Qingyang sword sect, these funds were used to buy secret techniques. In tomorrow's auction, we can only give up. We can only blame the Family News for being too slow and not allowing us to find out about the auction early enough." Feng Qingyang was reluctant. Originally, he had thousands of gold, but due to the lack of information, he spent it in the wrong area. "Why don't we sell some of the secret techniques to raise funds for the auction?" "We definitely cannot do that. Selling to the market will incur a 20% tax, it's not worth it," Feng Qingyue rejected. "All right, I'll listen to you," Feng Qingyang could only accept his fate. Xiangba sat in Qingtown, asking impatiently, "How did it go? Have you discussed with Wandering Magic?" The old man sitting opposite Xiangba nodded and said, "Lord, don't worry. The negotiations went well. They agreed to lend us all their gold, with the condition that after we create the equipment with the blueprints, Fallen Leaves Village will have the priority to buy." "Good, he's a good brother. I can count on him in crucial times. How about this, we can't treat them too badly. Tell them that when we create the equipment, we will give them 100 sets," Xiangba said happily. He was a shrewd old fox and had managed to think of such a method to raise funds. "Lord is a genius," the old man said respectfully. "Haha, to be the best, we need to be smart," Xiangba said with glee. In Consonance Town, the 4 sisters gathered. "Elder sis, what strategy are we using for tomorrow's auction?" asked Zi Luolon. Beihai shook her head and said, "We only have 600 gold, so we'll have to adapt to the situation." "Right. Tomorrow, let's focus on 1 or 2 goods that no one else wants. As for the popular items, let the big players fight over them." Fourth sister's suggestion is good. Let's follow it. The various powers scrambled to find gold, disrupting the balance and causing the price of game cash to rise. It soared from 1 copper to 2 credits to 1 copper for 5. Eventually, it reached 10 credits, which meant 1 gold was worth 100,000 credits. If Ouyang Shuo sold all his gold, he would instantly have 700 million credits. For a time, he was tempted to sell a portion of his gold and buy it back when the price dropped, but in the end, he resisted. One reason was that he didn't know what would be on the auction, and secondly, it wasn't worth the effort. System notification. To control gold and credit trading, the system will open an item exchange platform on the 4th month, first day, at 2 p.m. Players can exchange real credits for items, and the system will take a 2% fee. The opening of the item exchange platform would expand trade and transactions in the game, allowing powerful players to more easily purchase game coins through the platform. Ouyang Shuo knew that the various powers wanted to directly exchange credits for game coins, but to maintain game balance, the authorities had declined. This item exchange platform was the result of both sides compromising. Listening to the system report, Di Chen and Chen Xinjuan's faces turned green. The system lacked morals, purposefully owning the system after the auction, not allowing them to collect all the game cash. 4th month, first day, 9:50 a.m. 10 minutes before the auction, Ouyang Shuo went to the wooden shed in the intermediate market. He opened the auction platform and a system notification popped up. System notification, the first auction will begin in 10 minutes. Will you enter? Enter. System notification, checking player's entry credentials. System notification, player must have more than 200 gold. Requirement fulfilled, starting teleportation. A white light flashed, and Ouyang Shuo instantly appeared in the auction hall. The hall was like being inside a galaxy, with stars and planets beneath his feet. It was bright and magical, similar to the hall where Ouyang Shuo had created his character. In front of the auction hall was a lotus platform, and standing on it was a female auctioneer with heavy makeup, looking fresh and beautiful like a fairy from the character creation hall. At the back of the hall were rows of seats, with no VIP rooms or suites. All the seats were chosen by luck. Ouyang Shuo looked around and found himself sitting in the middle of the 3rd row, a good position. In his hands were 2 signs, one red and one white, with his number 76 written on them. In his last life, he hadn't joined the system auction, so he didn't know what the signs were for. Most of the players were already seated. When they saw him, they paid no attention, and most remained silent. Only a few who were close to each other talked softly. Everyone in the auction hall had their looks and appearances fully exposed, and the system did not waste time on secrecy, such as providing masks. In actual fact, when the players created their characters, the system made minor changes to their personal appearances. Additionally, changes in their clothing altered their overall demeanor. Therefore, it was impossible to identify someone by their in-game appearance, making secrecy unnecessary. Over time, many white lights shone, and groups of people entered one after another. Despite the 200 gold entry fee excluding many, only about 1,000 people made it in. Among them, Ouyang Shuo saw many familiar faces, including enemies like Di Chen, friends like Beihai, and others like Xuanlong Dianxue, as if fate had brought them together. Clearly, only Ouyang Shuo recognized them, they didn't recognize him. 10 minutes later, the auction officially began. The auctioneer said, "Everyone, please calm down. Before we start, I'll explain the rules of this auction. There will be 10 items, each of them highly rare. We will not reveal the next item until the current one is auctioned off. Each item will have a starting bid, and the next bid must be at least 10 gold higher. To add excitement, each item will also have a buyout price. Throughout the process, you can choose to buy out the item. The white sign is for raising the bid, and the red sign is for buyout. Please remember this." Ouyang Shuo listened intently. The system had come up with something unique, not revealing item details and including a buyout price. These rules were a significant test of one's strategic thinking, making the auction more engaging. Unexpectedly, after the rules were explained, everyone started discussing them. Many found the rules challenging and felt a sense of frustration. The funds in each player's hands were limited, and securing one item would be a success. However, if one used all their cash to buy one item and the next was something they wanted more, it would be a waste. Worse still, if one didn't bid and the next item was too expensive, they could leave empty-handed. The auctioneer, oblivious to the discussions, announced, "Now for the first item." She took out a general class change token, allowing any soldier, regardless of rank, to become a basic general. The base price was 100 gold, and the buyout was 500. The system was certainly not simple, auctioning such a rare item as the first. The general class change token was much rarer than its civil service counterpart, especially for those unable to upgrade barracks to advanced or lacking generals. 500 gold was also the cost to upgrade to advanced barracks. Clearly, no one would be willing to pay over 500 gold. Ouyang Shua had no need for it, so those who bid were the small and mid-sized territories. 110 gold, someone bid. 120 gold. 170 gold. 220 gold. After 200 gold, everyone became more cautious, weighing their options. In the end, the token sold for 240 gold. The auctioneer revealed the second item, holding a scroll and announcing, "The second item is the Tang Sword Forging Manual. The base price is 200 gold, and the buyout is 1,000 gold. Please place your bids." Ouyang Shua was jolted awake. This was excellent, it could be used with the Guangming armor. Others naturally recognized this as a valuable item. As long as it had something to do with weapon making, it was considered a good item. Therefore, Ouyang Shua didn't rush to raise his bid, wanting to assess it first. 210 gold, someone announced. 240 gold. 320 gold. The bidding was more intense than for the first item, and before long, it reached 400 gold. 600 gold. It was Xiangba who bid, raising the amount by 200 gold, which stunned everyone. It's not that other factions lacked the means to keep up, but given that this was only the second item, they didn't want the bidding to get too heated, so they backed off. Xiangba chuckled in satisfaction, his plan working. Just as he thought he had won, Ouyang Shua raised his white paddle and said, 650 gold. Everyone was taken aback. Xiangba was a well-known player, recognized by many, especially by the influential few who knew each other. They had assumed this auction would be controlled by their circle, not anticipating an outsider disrupting it. Xiangba paused, looking at Ouyang Shua and asked hesitantly, "Are you Chiyu Wui?" Ouyang Shua had anticipated being recognized. At this stage, someone with that amount of wealth could only be one of the major powers or himself, so he nodded. "Yes, it's me. Finally, I meet brother Xiangba." "Haha, if it's little brother, I'll step down from this." Xiangba laughed, seemingly unperturbed by losing the bid. He truly was a cunning veteran, as it was clear he himself was short on the necessary funds, but made it appear as if he was graciously allowing Ouyang Shua to win. As the saying goes, if people give me an inch, I give them a foot. Ouyang Shua was not someone who lacked manners, and since Xiangba treated him with respect, he returned the favor. "I, the little brother, accept your gift." The two of them began to chat as if no one else was around. Chiyu Wui, the enigmatic lord of the Chinese region, had finally made his appearance. Even Di Chen and Chen Shinjun couldn't help but turn to take a look. The few of them gazed at him like beasts stalking their prey. As for the greetings from the crowd, Ouyang Shua simply nodded politely, not wishing to engage in conversation. Fortunately, the auctioneer intervened, announcing, 650 once, 650 twice, 653 times. Congratulations, number 76, for winning the second item. The moment she declared this, the item appeared in Ouyang Shua's storage bag. Now, let's move on to the third item. In her hand was a bead, and she continued, this is a wood soul bead. It can increase territory agriculture production by 15%. The starting bid is 100 gold, and the buyout price is 500 gold. This was another excellent item, with the same effect as the territorial specialty scroll. While 15% might seem small, the impact would be significant as the territory grew, making it more than worth the cost. Ouyang Shua hesitated about whether to bid. His primary goal for coming was to obtain a weapon equipment crafting blueprint. The other items were not what he needed. Though he had the funds, he didn't want to reveal his financial strength. As he was deliberating, the price had already been bid up to 400 gold. Ouyang Shua looked up to see Beihai as the last bidder. As she was his ally, he gave up. In the end, her 400 gold bid won her the wood soul bead. Beihai's strategy succeeded. She knew her funds were limited, and she couldn't compete with the strong powers. The big powers shared the same goal as Ouyang Shua, all aiming for a weapon-making manual. They didn't want to waste their money on items like the wood soul bead. After the first three items were auctioned off, Di Chen and Chen Xinjun remained still, patiently waiting. Now for our fourth item, the auctioneer said, holding a wooden doll. This is a substitute doll, allowing the player to revive once without any negative effects. Base price is 100 gold, buyout is 500 gold. Please place your bids. The players were perplexed. Why would the system introduce such a seemingly useless object? At this stage of the game, players only lose a level when they die, making the doll appear unnecessary. Only Ouyang Shua knew the doll's true value. A year later, when everyone is online, the system will change the death penalties. Players will reset to level 0 and lose all their items upon death. Such harsh penalties make the doll invaluable for avoiding these consequences. 110 gold. Someone bid, testing the market. 120 gold. 130 gold. 140 gold. Most players were hoping to score a deal since they couldn't compete with the stronger players. However, the system's classification of the substitute doll as a rare item suggested it had special uses, such as triggering a hidden quest. 180 gold. 190 gold. 200 gold. When the bidding reached 200 gold, fewer players were willing to continue, as they were there to pick up bargains, not to spend all their gold. 250 gold. Ouyang Shua saw through their intentions and increased the bid by 50 gold, crushing their hopes. 250 gold once, twice, 250 gold 3 times. Congratulations to number 76 for winning the fourth item. The auctioneer's hammer fell, and the lowest priced item in the auction went to Ouyang Shua. Bumpkin. Di Chen said condescendingly as Ouyang Shua spent his money. The auctioneer, very focused on her job, immediately started announcing the next item. This time, it was another token. The fifth item is a basic soldier token, which can transform 100 rank 1 militiamen into a rank 1 armored cavalry. The starting bid is 300 gold, and the buyout price is 1,500 gold. Please place your bids. The crowd was in an uproar. This token could be considered a significant boon to the stronger players. If it were a normal soldier token, like the crossbowman cavalry Ouyang Shua had obtained, it wouldn't have caused such excitement. After all, most of these players had grade 1 towns and could equip a squadron of light armored cavalry. However, armored cavalry was a different matter altogether. With the expensive equipment and quality warhorses required, no lord could manage it. Even Ouyang Shua was searching for Qingfu horses. 500 gold. Sha Pejuan made the first bid, ruling out most of the players there for the atmosphere. 600 gold, shouted Xiongba. 700 gold. Zhang Lang joined in. Di Chen didn't want to be left out and shouted, 800 gold. Of the original 6 tyrants of Handan, only Chen Shinjun, Feng Qiuhuang, and Feng Qingyang didn't make a move. Feng Qingyang didn't because he lacked the funds, while the first two remained inactive for unknown reasons. Chen Shinjun had a large amount of capital but just sat there, not making a move. Feng Qiuhuang also didn't care and didn't plan to bid. Di Chen felt delighted, thinking he could win the token. Little did he expect, Xiangba shattered his daydream and announced, 1,000 gold. Di Chen's expression turned exceedingly ugly. He had scoured for money, borrowing and begging from other lords, and only managed to gather 950 gold. Xiangba's bid excluded him from winning the item, making him furious. 1,100 gold. Ouyang Shuo chose this moment to suddenly join. Ouyang Shuo's bid shocked everyone. No one expected him to have so much capital. He had already spent 900 gold on 2 items, and with this, he had spent 2,000 gold. Such huge amounts of funds were not what an ordinary lord would dare to think about. With so many funds, what kind of situation would Shanghai Town be in? Shanghai Town was the most mysterious territory in China. How many more secrets did it hold? To be able to join the auction, you had to be one of the top few lords in the game. Thinking back to when Di Chen was so arrogant to Ouyang Shuo, all the players couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't Di Chen very arrogant? Now, he can't even take out 1,000 gold and still look down on Ouyang Shuo. How funny. Di Chen felt the eyes of all the players on him, his face turning as black as charcoal. His hatred for Ouyang Shuo intensified, and he wished he could eat him. He thought to himself, that stupid bumpkin, Di Chen, will teach you a lesson. 1,200 gold. Unexpectedly, Xiangba didn't want to give up. Ouyang Shuo had underestimated Xiangba and didn't expect him to have so much capital. He recalled Xiangba's kind intentions and his original plan to rebuild the old Tang dynasty's heavy-armored troops with the Mingguang armor and green horses. The class change token seemed a lot more useless and unnecessary now. Ouyang Shuo looked at Xiangba and said, "Congratulations, brother Xiangba. I forfeit." Xiangba laughed and said, "Thank you, TWO Wui brother." He didn't expect his kindness to be repaid by Ouyang Shuo and thought he was a worthy person to befriend. In the end, the token was sold to Xiangba for 1,200 gold, making it the highest item sold so far. Xiangba was happy but bitter. He had borrowed money from his ally, Piao Linghuan, to buy the weapon and equipment blueprint, but now he had used it to buy a soldier token. He would have to explain when he got back. He couldn't lose an ally because of this. The first half of the auction ended, and the auctioneer announced a half-hour break. Using the break, Ouyang Shuo found Beihai and said hello. This was the first time they had met since forming their alliance. Beihai saw Ouyang Shuo and proactively raised her right hand. Smiling, she said, "Hearing your name is not as good as seeing you in person." Ouyang Shuo politely shook her hand and replied, "Lord Beihai, your reputation has long been a source of admiration and respect. It's a pleasure to meet you today. You are indeed very beautiful." "I didn't expect the mysterious TWO Wui to be such a humorous man," Beihai teased. Ouyang Shuo shook his head and said, "A beauty like you, every man would pursue." Cough, cough. Beihai laughed, her beauty leaving Ouyang Shuo in awe. "I haven't congratulated you on your 2 acquisitions yet. It seems you are quite financially strong." "Thank you, same to you." Ouyang Shuo admired Beihai's strategy from earlier. Beihai was very pleased with her gains this time, though the one thing she wanted most was the weapon equipment manual, which she couldn't obtain, leaving her a bit regretful. She looked at her ally and joked, "Consonance Village won't be able to get the weapon and equipment manual, so we'll have to rely on Shanghai Town to help us." Ouyang Shuo nodded and casually said, "What help?" "As allies, I can promise that if we get the manual and reach an industrial scale, we will definitely sell it to Consonance Town." Beihai was delighted and sincerely said, "This little sister will be very grateful." Little did she know that developing military production and selling to allies for high profits was originally Ouyang Shua's intention. The salt pans had a maximum capacity, and the mines would eventually be depleted. Ouyang Shua was not one to sit and wait for his demise. Military production offered the best chance, not only helping local businesses to upgrade but also increasing the allies' strength. It was a win-win situation. While the two of them were chatting casually, two male players approached Ouyang Shua, excitedly saying, "Little brother is from Xuanlong Dianxue and greets brother Xiue Wui." Ouyang Shua realized these two had supported him when Dichen had provoked him. He held his hand and smiled, "Oh, it's you two. I'm deeply grateful for your help last time. Brother Wui, you're too polite. You're a champion for us regular players." "Dichen is just a clown," Gong Chenshur exclaimed loudly, ignoring Dichen, who was nearby. Ouyang Shua engaged in a deep conversation with them. They were leaders among civilian players, sharp and straightforward, yet strategic. Ouyang Shua still remembered the post Gong Chenshur had written when the servers first opened. Due to time constraints, Ouyang Shua kept the conversation brief, introducing Beihai and arranging to discuss an alliance after the auction. After the break, the second half of the auction officially began. "Now we will begin to auction the sixth item," the auctioneer said, taking out a scroll. "This is a territory specialty scroll. After using it, the chances of attracting special talents increase by 5%. The starting bid is 100 gold, and the buyout price is 500 gold. Please bid." Ouyang Shua had already obtained this territory specialty scroll during the spring assault. Since the same scroll couldn't be used twice, he didn't participate in the bidding. However, Ouyang Shua not needing it didn't mean that others didn't. In the end, the scroll was won by Xuanlong Dianxue for 300 gold. After the appetizers, the auctioneer dropped a huge bomb. She held a scroll in her hand and announced, "The seventh item is the Iron Futu Armor Forging Technology Manual. The starting price is 400 gold, and the buyout price is 2,000 gold. Please make your offers." The Iron Futu was another name for the armor worn by armored cavalry. This elite armor could, to a certain degree, compete with the Tang dynasty's Mingguang armor. 600 gold. This time, it was Sha Pejuan who started the bid. Zhang Lang didn't want to be outdone and shouted, 800 gold. 900 gold. Di Qin stared fiercely at Ouyang Shua and Chen Shinjun. Sha Pejuan and Zhang Lang's bidding was just a show, allowing Di Qin to win the bid. Now, the only two people who had the ability to contest would be Ouyang Shua and Chen Shinjun. What was strange was that Chen Shinjun didn't make a move, not raising his sign even once. It seemed like he had gotten some insider information and decided to spend his money on a certain item. However, Ouyang Shua didn't have much need for the Iron Futu. After all, its effect was similar to that of the Mingguang armor. The armory division was already struggling to forge the Mingguang armor and didn't have the capacity to forge the Iron Futu armor. However, Ouyang Shua wouldn't let Di Chen have it easily. Even if he couldn't use it, he could give it to his allies. Just as Ouyang Shua was about to bid, Feng Qiawang, who had been silent, shouted, 1,000 gold. Di Chen was stunned. When he came to his senses, he furiously pointed at her and exclaimed, You traitor. Di Chen was so angry he couldn't form coherent words. Feng Qiawang remained emotionless and paid no heed to Di Chen. The surrounding players, noticing the internal conflict within the Handan alliance, smiled and waited to see the drama unfold. Feng Qiawang, don't be too pleased. I won't let you get away with this, Di Chen glared at her, then turned to look at Sha Pejuan. Pejuan, lend me some funds. I don't believe she has more gold than the two of us combined. What outsiders didn't know was that among the original 6 tyrants of Handan, the one most afraid of Di Chen was actually Sha Pejuan. As the representative of the Grey region, he feared the political corporation's power to crush them. If they started paying attention, people from the Grey region would be like rats, scurrying around and getting captured. This was the reason why, when the 6 tyrants of Handan split, he hadn't joined Chun Shinjun. Sha Pejuan looked extremely uncomfortable. Under everyone's gaze, Di Chen had just ordered him to hand over his gold. It was an insult. However, he still had to deal with him in real life, so he unwillingly gave 700 gold to Di Chen. 1,200 gold. 1,300 gold. Feng Qiuhuang remained unfazed. 1,400 gold. 1,500 gold. Di Chen looked at her with surprise. He hadn't expected her to have so much gold. Don't tell me we'd still lose even if we combined our gold. Unwilling to back down, he shouted, 1650. This was all the gold he had, and it was his last chance. Hearing his bid, Feng Qiuhuang finally gave up. 1,500 was already her limit. She was really unwilling. She had burned the bridge but still didn't succeed. Just as she was about to give up, a system notification appeared in her ear. System notification, player Chiyu Wui sent you 500 gold. Will you accept? Accept. Feng Qiuhuang resisted the urge to look toward Chiyu Wui and calmly shouted, 1,700 gold. Damn it, how does this woman have so much gold? Di Chen was furious. He turned and looked at all the players, saying, who will lend me 200 gold? Handan Town will repay you. There were a few players willing to loan Di Chen their money, hoping to gain his favor. Most, however, wanted to remain neutral. Helping Di Chen would mean making an enemy of Feng Qiuhuang. Was this business worth it? That was hard to say. Seeing his actions, Feng Qiuhuang stayed very calm. Chiyu Wui had sent her 500 gold, allowing her to buy the item. After all, Di Chen didn't know her bottom line and obviously wouldn't buy out the item. Cough, is this still the top lord in the Chinese region? Can't even come up with a few hundred gold and has to borrow from small fries? Such a rare situation. Why don't I lend it to you? The one insulting him was Gong Chengshi. Di Chen stared at him. However, he still had some pride and waited patiently for a small fish to bite. System notification, player Chiga Xianuhai has sent you 200 gold. Will you accept? Accept. After accepting the gold, Di Chen felt very confident. When he saw her expression, it seemed like she was already at her limit. This battle was his to win. As for the clown Gong Chengshi, he would deal with him later. Di Chen looked gleefully at Feng Qiuhuang and shouted, 1,800 gold. Feng Qiuhuang glanced at him, raised the red sign, and said, buy out. Haha. Everyone burst out laughing. Di Chen was now the clown, using so much effort, offending Sha Pejuan, losing face, and still losing the bid. Di Chen, embarrassed, returned the money to Sha Pejuan and Chiga Xianuhai. If it weren't for the fact that there were still items to be auctioned, he would have left out of shame. Zhang Lang's eyes shone. As the representative of the military, he wasn't afraid of Di Chen. Di Chen knew this, so he would rather borrow from a stranger than ask Zhang Lang. Now that Feng Qiuhuang and Di Chen had openly split, and the fact that Sha Pejuan and Di Chen had disagreements, was there still a need for the alliance to exist? As the conspirator behind the scenes, he felt extremely happy. The reason he lent the gold to Feng Qiuhuang was, firstly, because he didn't want the item to fall into his hands, and secondly, because she had shown good intentions toward him several times. Now that he had a chance, he would naturally help her. Now we will start the auction of the 8th item, the auctioneer announced, ignoring the conflicts between players. Holding a talisman in her hand, she continued, this is a spring weathering talisman, capable of turning 20,000 mues of basic farmland into fertile farmland. Starting price, 100 gold, buyout, 500 gold. Thinking about the reclaimed farmland in Qiushui town, Ouyang Shua wasn't ready to give up. He eventually secured the talisman for 200 gold. The 9th item was a scroll. The ninth item is the Song Dynasty Burin Armor Making Manual. Starting price, 400 gold, buyout, 2,000 gold. Please make your offers, the auctioneer said. The Song Dynasty Burin armor was the strongest heavy infantry armor in the cold weapons era. Ouyang Shua wanted it badly and shouted, 1,000 gold. Seeing Ouyang Shua's bid, Chen Xinjun heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he spent all his money on this, no one would be able to compete with him for the last item. 1,100 gold. Zhang Lang shouted. 1,200 gold. Zhang Lang froze. He hadn't expected that TWO Wui, who had already used 1,100 gold, still had so much money. Unwilling to lose, Zhang Lang shouted his maximum bid. 1,400 gold. Ouyang Shua glanced at Zhang Lang, surprised by his generous offer. However, he wasn't about to give up and continued, 1,500 gold. Zhang Lang had no choice but to concede. Borrowing money, like Di Chen, was not something the proud Zhang Lang would do. He laughed and said, "Congratulations, brother TWO Wui, I give up." Ouyang Shua laughed and replied, "Thank you, brother Zhang Lang." At this point, the auction was left with the final item, a scroll. The auctioneer announced, the 10th item is the Song Dynasty Bow and Crossbow Making Manual, with a starting bid of 500 gold and a buyout price of 3,000 gold. Please place your bids. It was then that Ouyang Shua realized why Chen Xinjun had been holding back. This was indeed the last item, which was different from the others. It not only covered bow and crossbow designs but also included all the Song Dynasty's bow and crossbow making techniques. 1,500 gold. Chen Xinjun didn't want to give anyone else a chance. 1,600 gold. Ouyang Shua responded. Chen Xinjun frowned. TWO Wui's gold reserve seemed bottomless. He gritted his teeth. 2,000 gold. 2,100 gold. Chen Xinjun panicked. This wasn't what he had expected. He took a risk and placed his maximum bid. 2,500 gold. Ouyang Shua froze. He didn't know how much money Chen Xinjun had. If he raised the bid and Chen Xinjun bought out the item, it would be a tragic outcome. Chen Xinjun stared murderously at Ouyang Shua as he slowly raised the red sign, his face turning white. He had been the biggest loser this time, having more than 2,000 gold but going home with nothing. As the curtains closed, some were happy, and some were sad. The one who failed miserably was Di Chen. He held close to 1,000 gold but didn't win anything and, instead, became the biggest joke of the auction, losing all his reputation. Another sad person was Chen Xinjun. He came confidently, thinking he would win, but unexpectedly, Ouyang Shua appeared and beat him, sending him home empty-handed. The luckiest one was Feng Qihuang. She was about to lose to Di Chen but, at the crucial moment, managed to get Ouyang Shua's help and secure the Iron Foot of Forging Technology manual. The smartest was Beihai, who avoided all the popular items and obtained the wood soul bead. The person who received the most attention was naturally Ouyang Shua, who secured 5 of the 10 items. He even got the 3 most expensive weapon and armor-making manuals, making him the biggest winner. As the auction ended, news of what had happened spread all over the China region. TWO Wui's strong financial strength solidified its position as one of China's leaders. Di Chen's provocation of TWO Wui instantly became a laughingstock. Suddenly, the contents of all the posts changed. This was the first time Ouyang Shua had publicly shown his strength. Apart from his financial prowess, his interactions with Beihai, Xuanlong Dianxue, and Siege Lion drew much attention. The auction's aftermath didn't end there. After the auction, Feng Qihuang announced she had left the Han-Dan alliance. Their scuffle during the auction had been widely spread and turned into several different stories. Di Chen's high-handedness as the alliance leader led many to support Qihuang's decision to leave the alliance. All of a sudden, the alliance was shaken up once again, and many players speculated that it wouldn't last long. Not disappointing everyone, Zhang Lang dealt the alliance a final blow. Shortly after she left, Zhang Lang announced that he was dropping out as well, getting several lords from the construction industry to form the Blood Metal Alliance. The once glorified 6 tyrants of Han were hit again, leaving behind only Di Chen and Sha Pejuan, effectively making them a shadow of their former selves. Just as everyone thought the Han Alliance was about to disband, Di Chen made an unexpected announcement: Wu Fu from Jingdu would join the alliance. In the territory defense, Wu Fu was ranked 10th, and his strength was even above Beihai. With his addition, the Han alliance would continue. However, losing Feng Qiuwang and Zhang Lang, 2 of its major pillars, significantly weakened their strength, making it impossible for them to compete with the Chuanqiu alliance. Ouyang Shua didn't slack off and immediately invited Siege Lion and Xuanlong Dianxue into the alliance. On Beihai's suggestion, the alliance was named the Shanghai Alliance, with Ouyang Shua as the leader. The alliance included Shanghai Town, Beihai's Consonance Town, Mulan Yu's Mulan Town, Xuanlong Dianxue's Xuanlong Town, and Siege Lion's Black Lion Town. Mulan Yu had just upgraded to a Grade 1 town and didn't have 200 gold on hand, so she couldn't join the auction and missed out. After learning what had happened, she sent a pigeon letter to congratulate them. After the establishment of the Shanghai Alliance, Ouyang Shua promised that Shanghai Town would give them priority in the sales of the Tang dagger, infantry armor, and various bows and crossbows. As for the Mingguang armor, it wasn't on the list. Firstly, the production process was complicated, and Shanghai Town had to meet its own needs, making it difficult to have extras to sell. Secondly, Ouyang Shua wanted the Mingguang armored heavy cavalry to be his special force. This wildcard was something he did not want to share, even with his allies. To act as a deterrent, Ouyang Shua didn't hide the news about the alliance. The Shanghai Alliance's appearance overshadowed the Han Alliance, Chuanqiu Alliance, and Blood Metal Alliance, becoming the largest alliance in China. With its presence, if Di Chen wanted to target the Siege Lion, it wouldn't be as easy. In a short time, the China region became a blur of major events, one after another. April 1, 2 p.m. System notification: the official exchange platform has been opened. Players, please take a look. Through the platform, players could put their coins up for sale. They only needed to link their credit card, and after deducting 2% in fees, the coins would be transferred. With such a platform, it would be easier for Di Chen and others to buy coins. Fortunately, Ouyang Shua had predicted this and made preparations. System notification: to make it convenient for deals, the player auction is officially opened. Players can enter the auction hall in the King City or the intermediate market. All auctioned products will be taxed 15%. Players, please take a look. The auction hall would increase interaction between adventure players and lord players. Adventure mode players could sell the territory items they obtained to lord players. Similarly, lord players could sell items and weapons produced by their weapon workshops to players to acquire building funds. Between lord players, they could use the system to trade and communicate. The Chinese region was vast, with diverse climates and regions. Resource allocations varied for players, with some desperately needing wood and others requiring stone. This allowed players to trade and obtain the resources they lacked, which was 5% cheaper than market prices. After the auction, Ouyang Shua calculated the gold he had left. In the auction, including the 500 gold he lent to Feng Qiuwang, he had spent 6,100 gold. Now, he had 1,470 gold remaining. He acquired 5 items: the Tang Sword Forging Manual, which he gave to the Weapon Workshop, the Substitute Doll, which he placed in the storage bag and was automatically activated, the Spring Weathering Talisman, which he passed to Qiushui Town, and the Song Dynasty Burin Armor Making Manual, which he sent to the Armory Division. The most challenging item to handle was the Song Dynasty Bow and Crossbow Making Manual. Manufacturing bows and crossbows involved carpenters, blacksmiths, cobblers, bow makers, and other skilled individuals. Therefore, a special division needed to be established to focus on this, similar to the Guangming armors. Ouyang Shua convened a meeting with the director of the Military Affairs Department and its various secretaries and managers. Looking around, he said, during the auction, we gained much-needed weapon, infantry armor, and bow and crossbow making manuals. To turn these manuals into practical advantages and establish a complete military production line is the task for the directors and secretaries. Therefore, I have decided to establish a bow and crossbow division under the Military Affairs Department to focus on the production of bows and crossbows. The Weapons Workshop, Armory Division, and Bow and Crossbow Division will work together and form the three pillars of the military production chain, bearing the responsibilities of weapon, armor, and bow and crossbow production. Ouyang Shua turned to look at Go Hongliang and said, Director Gu, establishing the bow and crossbow division will be your duty, including selecting the secretary. I hope that within a week, the division will be set up. Sire, don't worry, I will get it done, Go Hongliang replied. Ouyang Shua nodded and said, that's good. The scale of the bow and crossbow division should not be less than 300. Director Gu must assign various talents to train apprentices. My requirement is to ensure that every soldier in the military has a bow. The infantry will use longbows, and the cavalry will use horned bows. The focus will be on gaunt-arm crossbows for the soldiers guarding the city. Especially the arqueballista, we must analyze and produce it quickly to attach to the village walls. A village defense battle is not far off, so we can't afford to be careless. Understood. Additionally, we must mass-produce bows and crossbows. However, we need cow tendons and horns, and their supply is a big problem. Director Gu, you need to send the cavalry out to hunt and kill wild cows to obtain these items, Ouyang Shua ordered. Gu Hongliang confidently said, this is not a problem. The cavalry camp is in place and can be used at any time. Very good. Su Kuan, how many blacksmith apprentices has the Weapons Workshop developed? Ouyang Shua asked. Revised text. Replying to you, Sire, last month we delivered 20 basic blacksmiths to the Armory Division, and now we have 50 apprentices, the workshop manager, Su Kuan, replied. Ouyang Shua shook his head. That's not enough, far from enough. This month, you need to deliver at least 100 basic blacksmiths to the Armory Division, 30 to the Bow and Crossbow Division, and ensure the Weapon Workshop retains 50 basic blacksmiths. Can you achieve that? Su Kuan nodded and said, I will do my best. Not just try, you must do it. If you lack manpower, go to the Household Registration Division, and I'll give them a heads up. If you can't complete it, you will be dismissed. Do you understand? Ouyang Shua said seriously. Yes, my lord, I guarantee to finish the mission. Lastly, Ouyang Shua looked at the Combat Logistics Division's Zhao Yufeng and said, the Combat Logistics Division needs to coordinate with the Material Reserves Department to settle the mining and supply program. Additionally, contact the Material Reserves Department to find suitable woods for producing bows and crossbows. Yes, I guarantee I will finish it. Zhao Yufeng said loudly. Good, that's all. Everyone, go back to work. I hope to see results in a month, Ouyang Shua concluded. Yes. On April 2nd, Friendship Town, with the help of the main camp, finally completed the construction of its city walls. From start to finish, the nomadic tribes didn't notice that a military fortress was secretly built to the north of them. To further enhance the defensive strength of Friendship Town, Ouyang Shua sent a letter to Zhou Haichen, ordering him to begin work on the city-protecting river. The city-protecting river would be similar to that of the main camp. To the west would be the Friendship River, and to the east, the Chirshui River, forming a large moat around Friendship Town. This way, Friendship Town would be surrounded by water, allowing the use of the water camp for both attack and defense, placing it in an almost invincible position. Before transforming Friendship Town into an impenetrable fortress, Ouyang Shuo was not prepared to contact the nomadic tribes. After addressing the needs of Friendship Town, Ouyang Shuo, accompanied by Gu Hongliang and Tian Wenjing, set out for the Suanio tribe. Li Mingliang led the 1st Cavalry Squadron to ensure their safety during the journey. When they passed Jirshui Town, Ouyang Shuo took a 1-hour break to listen to Zhao Dexian's report on recent projects and the town's situation. Additionally, he inspected and tested the newly formed Jirshui Town Cavalry Protection Squadron. The Qingming Festival was approaching, and as the territory's food production base, Zhao Dexian had already begun preparations for the festival. The planned 20,000 mu of farmland had been reclaimed and, thanks to the weathering change token, transformed into fertile land. All 20,000 mu were used to plant rice. Apart from reclaiming farmland, Jirshui Town had also established a large-scale logging camp in the southern woods. The wood supplies here were of higher quality than those at the main camp, sturdier and easier to store. All the resources needed by the shipyard were provided exclusively by the logging camp. Due to the busy farming period, Jirshui Town's city wall project had to be postponed. Construction would only resume after the spring sowing. Fortunately, the region was calm, and building the city walls earlier or later wouldn't make much difference. Between 11 a.m. and noon, after 2 hours of walking, Ouyang Shuo and his men arrived at the Suanio tribe. This time, their treatment was vastly different from the cold reception they had received before. The tribe leader, Shi Xiang, personally welcomed them outside the stronghold. "Lord, welcome to Suanio tribe," Shi Xiang said warmly. This was the magic of food and grain. Ever since the Suanio tribe began working with Shanghai Town, they were well-fed and never went hungry. Naturally, Shi Xiang's attitude had changed, and he no longer dared to be arrogant towards Ouyang Shuo. However, if Shi Xiang knew that what they were receiving was less than a third of what the Langshan mining field produced, what would his reaction be? Ouyang Shuo smiled and said, "Hello, leader. Is the shaman well?" "Everything is fine. Please come in." Shi Xiang led the way, with Ouyang Shuo walking beside him. After both sides gathered and sat down in the meeting hall, Ouyang Shuo left Tian Wenjing to discuss further cooperation with Shi Xiang while he got up and went to the mountain stronghold temple to greet the shaman. The temple was built at the highest point of the mountain stronghold, with over 200 steps leading up to it. Upon reaching the top, the shaman stood at the entrance of the temple, welcoming Ouyang Shuo. This was a very worn-out elder. Her eyes appeared cloudy, and she looked as if she was on the verge of passing away. This elder was the spiritual leader and the pride of the Suanio tribe. "Guest from afar, I welcome you," the shaman said in a hoarse voice. Ouyang Shuo dared not to be negligent and replied sincerely, "Greetings, shaman. The gift you gave us last time was of great help to our town. To thank you, I have brought a gift of my own." Ouyang Shuo took out a night pearl from his storage bag and handed it to the young shaman standing beside the elder. The night pearl was obtained after defeating a large raider camp. As the young shaman had never seen such a treasure, she was so astonished that she hesitated to take it. "Lord is too kind, such a valuable gift. It's hard for me to accept," the shaman said, signaling the young shaman to take it. "Lord, please follow me," she added, leading Ouyang Shuo towards the temple. The Suanio tribe's temple was entirely made of stone and was a relatively well-preserved structure. As an outsider, Ouyang Shuo was not permitted to enter the main ancestral hall, so they headed to the guest chamber beside it. "Shaman, Shanghai Town is willing to cooperate with the various tribes in the mountains. We were wondering if you could assist us with this?" Ouyang Shuo asked directly. The shaman opened her cloudy eyes and said, "Our Suanio tribe maintains contact with the neighboring 4 tribes. Since you have this intention, I will invite them here." "If that is so, many thanks, shaman," Ouyang Shuo exclaimed with joy. When he left the tribe, he left Tian Wenjing behind, placing him in charge of negotiating with the other tribes. The cooperation details could be similar to those with the Suanio tribe. At the same time, to thank Ouyang Shua for the night pearl, the shaman gave him a pair of feng birds from the Suanio tribe. These birds were very intelligent and capable of traveling long distances to carry messages. On April 3, Shanghai town's potato harvest was in full swing. Despite the soil being barren, about 1,000 mu of potato land produced 2.1 million units of potatoes. The territory followed the agricultural tax policy and received 70,000 units of potatoes, which Ouyang Shua then passed to the Combat Logistics Division to serve as military rations. With this batch of potatoes, along with some grain and meat, Shanghai town overcame its food crisis and no longer needed to purchase large quantities of grain from the market. After harvesting the potatoes, Ouyang Shua did not instruct the farmers to plant rice but instead chose cotton. As the saying goes, clothing and food go hand in hand, and one cannot exist without the other. In the current Shanghai town, cloth materials still heavily relied on the market. The town lacked its own production capabilities. While the colored silk from silkworms was considered a luxury good due to the incomplete industrial chain, it was not suitable for large-scale use. Cotton, however, was a different story. With it, the territory could skip the use of linen and move directly to cotton. Fortunately, the 2,000 mu of land were not particularly fertile, so growing rice would not have yielded much. Therefore, planting cotton was a wiser decision. On April 4, after the shaman from the Suanio tribe helped coordinate, 3 more mountain barbarian tribes agreed to work together with Shanghai town. These 3 tribes were smaller than the Suanio tribe, with roughly 2,000 people each. However, one other tribe, the Jifeng tribe, rejected the shaman's invitation. The Jifeng tribe was much larger than the Suanio tribe, with 5,000 people. Upon discovering that the Suanio tribe relied on Shanghai town and even acted as their spokespersons, the Jifeng tribe was furious and refused cooperation. With the 3 tribes joining the alliance, the number of miners in the Langshan mining field increased to 5,000 people. Given the size of the mine, this was the maximum number, and any more would have been redundant. Because the Jifeng tribe refused to cooperate, Ouyang Shua had no choice but to bolster the mine's defenses. He assembled 300 men from the various tribes and combined them with the 2 squadrons he had already sent there, forming the Langshan defense camp. Lang was appointed as the camp's manager, while the other captain, Bao, was sent back to Shanghai town. In addition to participating in the mining operations, the 3 tribes sent 500 of their best soldiers to join Shanghai town's main army. Consequently, Ouyang Shua selected 200 more men from Shanghai town and combined them with the 3 infantry squadrons to form 2 infantry camps. In the Shanghai town barracks meeting hall, Ouyang Shua began to reorganize the personnel. Zhao Sihu. Present. I order you to use the original 1st Squadron from the infantry camp as the core, adding 200 soldiers from Shanghai town and 200 from the mountain barbarians to form the Shanghai town city defense camp. Ouyang Shua said. City defense camp? Sihu asked, confused. Exactly. The camp's duty is to protect the main territory. The barracks will be within the city. To meet the demands of city defense, the camp will consist of 2 archer squadrons, 2 crossbowmen squadrons, and 1 sword and shield squadron. The original infantry 1st Squadron will become the sword and shield squadron. The 200 soldiers from Shanghai town will be trained as crossbowmen, and the mountain barbarians will form the archer squadrons, Ouyang Shua explained. I understand, sire. Don't worry, I will complete the task. Zhao Sihu declared loudly. Ouyang Shua then turned to General Shi. General Shi. Present. Ready for your orders. I order you to use the 2nd and 3rd squadrons from the infantry camp as the core, and add 300 elite fighters from the various tribes to form a purely mountain barbarian heavy armored infantry camp. Heavy armored infantry? But we don't have any heavy armor. General Shi was also confused. Ouyang Shua shook his head. Who says we don't? The Armory Division is rushing the production of infantry armor, and the weapons division is forging tang daggers. These 2 items will equip the heavy armored infantry camp. The other generals looked at General Shi enviously. The armor weighed 29 kilograms, so only the mountain barbarians could carry it. The tang dagger, a forged weapon, could be used by any soldier type. No one expected the heavy armored infantry to be the first to receive it. General Shi laughed brightly. Thank you, sire, for your support. The heavy armored infantry camp will be built outside the city, and the general must increase their training, especially weight training. I don't wish for a situation where the armor is built, but your soldiers can't use it. That would be a joke, Ouyang Shua continued. Sire, don't worry. I will train them well, General Shi replied. Ouyang Shua nodded and said, then I'll wait and see. After your unit is formed and becomes a proper camp, I will personally give the armored infantry camp its name. That was a great honor. To date, no camp in Shanghai town had its own personal designation, underscoring the importance Ouyang Shua placed on this. General Shi's blood boiled, and he shouted, I won't let you down, sire. On April 5th, the traditional Chinese festival, Qingyang Festival. After breakfast, Ouyang Shua brought Binger to the cemetery to help tidy up their relatives' graves. Unexpectedly, his little aunt, Lin Jing, had specially rushed back from Madu to Jiaozhou to help clean the grandparents' graves. The night before Lin Jing left for the state of Jiao, the 2 of them had a deep conversation in her hotel room. Little Shua, are you still unwilling to tell me your in-game ID? Lin Jing asked, sounding angry. Ouyang Shuo's face was full of awkwardness and embarrassment. His aunt clearly wanted him to tell her everything. After the auction, Ouyang Shua realized he had become more confident, especially with the establishment of the Shanghai Alliance, which made his power in the game very stable. Looking at the relative in front of him, his expression became very complicated. He sighed and, in the end, decided to trust her, saying solemnly, Little aunt, I can tell you my ID, but you must promise not to tell anyone, including your partner, Siyun. I can't even tell Siyun? Yes. Why so mysterious? Lin Jing felt a bit annoyed. Ouyang Shua had no choice but to be careful and repeated, Little aunt, I need your answer. Lin Jing was stunned, feeling the resolve in his words. Okay, I promise I won't tell anyone your ID, including Siyun. Now can you tell me? Little Shua, if you can't give me a proper explanation, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Ouyang Shua nodded, understanding her personality. It was similar to his late mother, inheriting their grandmother's genes and never going back on their word. Have you heard of Chiui Wui? Ouyang Shua asked. Obviously, who doesn't know him, the #1 lord on the China server. Why are you working under him? Little aunt asked curiously. Ouyang Shua coughed and said calmly, I am Chiui Wui. What? Little aunt shot to her feet, disbelief in her voice. What did you say? You are Chiui Wui? It's not April Fool's, don't lie to me. Ouyang Shua had anticipated her reaction and replied calmly, Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? Lin Jing stared at her nephew as if she had seen a monster. No wonder you didn't want to tell me your ID. Oh my god, you are a freak. Ouyang Shuo's face turned stony, annoyed by this aunt. Little aunt, I am blood-related to you. Do you really have to describe me like that? But isn't it true? The world is guessing which mysterious family Chiui Wui is from, and who would have thought he'd be a normal kid? Little aunt was still very emotional. Ouyang Shua laughed. Lin Jing reassessed Ouyang Shua. Not bad, looks like auntie underestimated you. It's not easy to achieve such results. Ouyang Shua didn't want to linger on the topic and asked, Little aunt, the reason you asked me to play is because you knew some insider news? That's right. Siyun and I joined the beta. Based on her deduction, this game wasn't simple and was more than just a game, so we stopped playing all others and focused on this one. Ouyang Shua nodded, amazed by Siyun's deduction. Without any information, she could make a correct guess with just her intuition. No wonder she was the leader of the second-largest mercenary group in China. For this game, I got some news by luck. I won't dare to say more, but at least your decision is correct. I also need to remind you that you all should not sell your in-game gold on the exchange platform, Ouyang Shua said. Lin Jing, puzzled, asked, why? Isn't our goal to convert game credits into cash? Little Shua, do you know some insider information that helped you achieve such good results? Ouyang Shua shook his head and said, what I can say, I've already told you. Whether or not you accept my suggestion is up to you. As for other news, little ant, you should stop asking. To be safe, whether in the game or in real life, we should meet less. We should just wait for the right time. When she looked at Ouyang Shua, it was as if she were looking at a stranger. She couldn't imagine the once innocent little kid had become so mature and could even speak such words. She could see a bit of Xia Xiyun in his figure. The time you speak of, when is it? Lin Jing couldn't help but ask. Ouyang Shua shook his head and said, I can't say when, but it will be soon. Lin Jing gave up asking and said helplessly, since you're so firm, you must have your reasons. I won't pressure you. Knowing that you're doing so well, little ant is happy for you. As for your suggestion, we'll think hard about it when I get back. Thank you for your understanding, Ouyang Shua said. All right, I can't stay too long in the state of Jiao. I'm flying back to Shanghai tomorrow morning. You should rest early. Little ant said. Okay, then, little ant, you should sleep early. Good night. Ouyang Shua got up to say goodbye. Good night. After leaving the hotel, Ouyang Shua didn't take a cab home but chose to walk back instead. After all, the distance from the hotel to his home wasn't far. Walking through the busy streets, seeing the bright and colorful lights, Ouyang Shua was deep in thought. After revealing everything to little ant, he felt much more relaxed, as if a lock had been unlocked within him. Keeping such a secret to himself had been truly exhausting. During this time, the game was bustling with news, and real life was no different. The news that Song won, following Ouyang Shua's method to buy territories, had spread to their ally, Yuan Financial Group. Yuan Ping followed this method and successfully bought a Grade 3 village. News of this success spread rapidly from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, quickly spreading among the middle class. Suddenly, there was a race to buy up territories. Every day, lucky individuals became billionaires overnight, creating one legendary tale after another. Naturally, some of these individuals took to the forums to brag online. In this way, news of large-scale acquisitions pushed Earth Online to the top of the news. The public was very curious about what magic this game possessed to attract such heavy investment from financial groups. A group of civilians simply watched the news, while a large number decided to join in. Those who hadn't gotten the insider information were all stirred and did their best to uncover the truth behind the game. In a human society like China, the entire society was like a vast network, with families closely linked to other families and groups tightly knit with other groups. When someone tried hard to find out, the secret would slowly spread, reaching smaller powers and fueling the acquisition craze. Such a large-scale movement eventually attracted attention, and those who sensed something amiss immediately demanded an explanation from the government. At this point, the alliance government could only expedite preparations for mass migration. As for the explanation, naturally, none was given. They openly announced that buying territories was the corporation's own doing and the alliance would not intervene. Ouyang Shua didn't expect he had inadvertently caused such a reaction, unsure whether it was a curse or a blessing. When he returned home, it was already 9 p.m., and Binger was still awake. She had been subdued all day, unable to muster excitement until she saw her aunt, which lifted her spirits slightly. Ouyang Shua knew she was thinking about her parents. After coaxing her to sleep, it was already 10 p.m. After a quick wash-up, Ouyang Shuo rushed to get online. It was also the Qingming festival in the game. Early in the morning, the Military Affairs Department, on behalf of their lord, had gone to clean the graves of the soldiers in the cemetery. In the afternoon, at 3 p.m., Zhao Dexian, the mayor of Qiushui town, sent someone to report that a medicine farmer had discovered a wild tea plantation while foraging. According to his description, the leaves had white marks, likely the famous white tea from Guangxi. Ouyang Shuo was amazed. This white tea, even in modern society, was still highly renowned. This discovery solved the Grade 3 town's basic building requirement for a tea plantation. These tea trees naturally grow on high mountains and among the clouds. Rather than move them, he instructed Zhao Dexian to personally bring professional tea farmers to inspect the area. If it were really white tea, they would build the tea plantation there directly. On April 6, Feng Qiuhuang finally acquired an additional 500 gold through the currency exchange platform. Without delay, she immediately mailed it to Ouyang Shuo, along with a letter of gratitude. Upon receiving the gold coins and the letter, Ouyang Shuo called over Yingyu and the Four Seas Bank's hall manager, Yang Yun. He kept 500 gold as emergency funds and handed over the rest to the Four Seas Bank. Ouyang Shuo looked at Yingyu and said, "The finance department will use this fund for two purposes. First, we will establish bank branches in the three subsidiary towns, Beihai, Qiushui, and Friendship, to provide low-interest loans to the town residents. Second, we will support and provide better policies to shops, workshops, and handicraft industries, encouraging them to expand their businesses and ultimately boost the territory's economy." Yingyu smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, big brother. With this amount of funds, the finance department will no longer face any constraints. We can finally make something great this time." Actually, a nearly perfected economic stimulus plan has been completed, led by the secretary of the business division, Elder Su. However, due to the lack of necessary funds, the plan was indefinitely delayed. "Very well," Ouyang Shuo nodded approvingly and turned to Yang Yun. "Your abilities are something I have confidence in. I will now add an additional responsibility to your duties. Among the three subsidiary territories, Beihai was the first and will soon be upgraded to a Grade 2 town. Therefore, I intend to transfer you to the Four Seas Bank branch in Beihai town to take charge of it. So, are you confident about it?" Yang Yun, upon receiving the news, was overjoyed and answered excitedly, "Thank you for having faith in me. I will not disappoint you, my lord." "Good, this is the confidence you will need," Ouyang Shuo praised her. He then turned to Yingyu and said, "As for the managers for the bank branches in Qiushui town and Friendship town, I will leave that matter to you. You have full authority to appoint the managers." "Rest assured, brother." Yingyu, as usual, was a lady of iron. Over the next 10 days, the military focused on training and actively stormed the raiders and bandits' camps within the borders to enhance the troops' combat experience. After several bloody battles, the 8 captains advanced and rose to the rank of basic generals. Now, all squadron captains in the Shanghai military force were official, with the word temporary removed from their titles. From the resources they had plundered, Ouyang Shuo took only 1,500 gold, distributing the rest to the Material Reserves Department and the Finance Department. After the two major raids, a 1,000 square kilometer area became devoid of life. Not a single raider, bandit, or wild animal remained. No signs of living activity were visible, as they had all been slain by the military. However, with the threats and targets fully eliminated, it also marked the end of the spring assault operation. While the military was providing pleasant news, the government was also delivering good news. Within a month, the territory had completed all infrastructure upgrades. The broad, wide road made of bluestone was now paved throughout every street in town. The buildings were rebuilt using bluestone as the main support and topped with red roof tiles. Everything, inside and out, including the magnificent and imposing town square, conveyed one message: the prosperity of Shanghai town. Now that the advanced shipyard was upgraded, they immediately began constructing Mengcheng warships. To date, 2 Mengcheng warships have been delivered to the Navy, and the shipyard can deliver an average of 1 warship per week. A Mengcheng warship can accommodate a squadron of Navy personnel, so they needed 3 more warships to meet the Navy's requirements. Additionally, his 3 subsidiary territories brought good news. Beihai territory had officially become a Grade 2 town with a population limit of 5,000 residents. For this, Ouyang Shua spent 1,000 gold on the advanced port building blueprint and ordered the commencement of the Beihai port project. Given the scale of the construction, even with Beihai town operating at full capacity, it would take at least a month to complete. Ports, docks, and ferry terminals are all classified as special buildings. Basic port building blueprints cost 10 gold, so an advanced port costs 1,000 gold, or twice the price of an advanced shipyard. Qirshui town would take another half a month to be upgraded to Grade 2. On the bright side, the wild white tea plantation in Nanfeng Mountain has been transformed into a 5,000-acre tea plantation under Qirshui town's management. The optimal time to harvest the white tea is between the end of March and early April, and Zhao Dexian would not let this opportunity slip by. He had ordered the tea farmers to harvest, and they had almost finished the harvest. It was no surprise when the white tea was recognized by the system as a special local product of the territory. Since Ouyang Shua had left the tea plantation under Qirshui town's management, any profits from the sale of white tea through the grocery shop would naturally be credited to Qirshui town. This would help stimulate and speed up Qirshui town's economy. Zhao Dexian proved himself to be a man of good sense, securing only the highest grade white tea trees and labeling the teas as tribute teas. Tribute teas were the best and were not for sale. They were reserved specifically for the manor, particularly for Ouyang Shua. Turning to the latest affiliate town, Friendship Town, all necessary infrastructure was in place. The town was now focusing on building its moat, a massive project that would take a long time to complete. As of now, Friendship Town was still unable to be self-sufficient and required constant support and funds from the main territory. On April 15, Langshan Mining Field sent urgent news. The Jifeng tribe had ambushed the mining site, destroyed some facilities, and clashed with the garrison team. The conflict resulted in numerous injuries and over 40 casualties. At 2 p.m., in the Shanghai Town Chamber, Ouyang Shua summoned the Military Affairs Department and the 3 majors for an emergency meeting. He glanced around the room, solemnly saying, "I believe the news has reached all of you. Langshan Mining Field has been attacked. This is clearly a blunt provocation to Shanghai, and I, the Lord, will make them pay for their actions with their blood. My Lord, please give the orders. We will strike them right in their hearts and storm their tribal camps." General Shi, the seasoned general, was the first to request a battle assignment. "That's right, my lord. The city defense unit will act as the vanguard." Zhao Sihu rose next. Only Major Lin Yi said in a reluctant tone, "My lord, the cavalry unit will be your spear." Ouyang Shua shook his head and replied to Lin Yi, "This time, the expedition will be close to the mountains and deep in the woods. The terrain is not favorable for mounted cavalry. Stay and guard the territory. The cavalry unit will take over the city defense unit's duty. We have been wiping out the raiders and bandits. The resentment between them and us can only be washed away with the last drop of blood, be it theirs or ours. I do not wish the territory to be plundered and seized by these scourges. Major Lin, a great responsibility lies upon you. Please do not let your guard down." "Yes, my lord." Clearly, Lin Yi knew it would turn out like this, but he was just trying his luck to see if the cavalry could join the expedition. Ouyang Shua ignored the 2 warhawks, General Shi and Major Zhao, and instead turned to the Military Intelligence Division. "Does the Military Intelligence Division have any intelligence on the Jifeng tribe?" Sangu. "Oh, he now goes by the name Song San." Song San stood up and answered, "Yes, my lord. Ever since they declined to cooperate with us, the Military Intelligence Division has been gathering information on the Jifeng tribe. Very well, we are all ears. Ouyang Shua praised the division for their performance. Song Sand began his report. Between the borders of Lianzhou and Lingnan, the terrain is mostly mountainous, and barbaric tribes inhabit the area. They are divided into two groups, the northern tribes and the southern tribes. Each group is led by a leader tribe with around 10,000 men. So far, we have only encountered the southern tribes. The southern tribes consist of 40 tribes and are slightly weaker than the northern tribes. The leader tribe is the TWO tribe, followed by 4 large tribes with 5,000 to 10,000 members, 10 medium-sized tribes with 3,000 to 5,000 members, and 25 smaller tribes with fewer than 3,000 members. As one of the 4 large tribes, it is natural that the Jifeng tribe is unwilling to submit to the Suanio tribe. The Jifeng tribe has around 5,400 members, with Strong Wind as their totem and Huan as their surname. Their leader, Huan Tai, became chief not long ago and is under 30 years old. The tribe's combat force consists of about 800 hunters. Based on my assessment, they were likely the ones who attacked the Langshan mining field. Ouyang Shua was truly impressed by the Military Intelligence Division's ability to see the bigger picture and deduce the reason behind the incident at the Langshan mining field. It was convincing. Can you tell us about the geographical conditions and defense system of the Jifeng tribe? Gu Hongliang naturally had more pressing concerns. Song San nodded and said, the Jifeng tribe is located 20 kilometers east of the Suanio tribe. Their settlement is situated in a valley-like terrain. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only an entrance on the west side, where the Jifeng tribe has built a defensive wall. Therefore, we will have to take it down to raid the tribe. Gu Hongliang frowned immediately. Such terrain, easy to defend and hard to attack, was indeed troublesome. He wasn't ready to give up, so he asked again, how high are the mountains? Can we grapple and climb over them? Song San shook his head, saying with certainty, it's impossible. Although they are not as high as ours, they are still 500 to 600 meters tall. Moreover, the mountains are filled with bushes and trees, making them difficult to navigate, let alone climb. In that case, we only have one choice left, a direct attack. Once we take down the defensive wall, the tribe will be like turtles in jars, our playthings. Ouyang Shua spoke up suddenly. Gu Hongliang nodded and asked, my lord, who will be involved in the expedition? Immediately, every major looked anxiously at Ouyang Shua. He did not disappoint them. The expedition will be led by the infantry unit and the city defense unit, supported by the Langshan garrison. The garrison squads from Chirshui and Friendship Town will stay put to protect the territories. Sure, Wanshui and Jiao Sihu were filled with immense excitement, while Linny felt lost. As soon as the expedition army was chosen, Ouyang Shua continued arranging the logistics to ensure the operation went smoothly. Zhao Yufeng. Here. It's difficult to travel on mountain roads and through the woods. Before the expedition, the Combat Logistics Division will need to transport the logistics supplies to the Suanio tribe, where we will use it as a transfer station. Yes, my lord. Additionally, the Combat Logistics Division will need to prepare war siege equipment. Battling against a defensive wall is a formidable task, and we must be fully prepared. Understood, my lord. Rest assured. Medications must also be taken care of. The mountain jungles are filled with snakes and insects, some of which are venomous. Speak with the hospital and prepare the appropriate medications. It would be best to consult with the chief shaman of the Suanio tribe, as he is an expert in this field. Ouyang Shua truly arranged things in great detail. After addressing the logistics, he continued with his orders, Song San. Here. The Military Intelligence Division needs to gather more information, including the road paths and conditions we will be taking. This is the first time Shanghai will engage in mountain jungle terrain, and the intelligence must be perfect. Rest assured, my lord. Under Lang Qian's leadership, the MID First Team has ventured deep into the jungle to gather more intelligence. Very good. Zhao Sihu. Here. Are all your 5 squadrons fully equipped? My lord, the 2 archery squadrons have been fully equipped from the resources plundered in the raids. However, the 2 crossbow squadrons. Because crossbows are limited in nature, even if we had tried our best to search, in addition to the crossbows crafted by the Bow and Crossbow Division, we could only fully equip 1 squadron, Zhao Sihu said, looking greatly embarrassed. Ouyang Shua frowned, shook his head, and said, "How can you go to war without weapons?" Zhao Sihu was flustered, fearing that Ouyang Shua would leave the city defense unit behind. He quickly said, "My lord, I suggest we temporarily arm the other crossbow squadron with bows and arrows, so we can still engage in battle." Ouyang Shua stared at him and scolded, "Nonsense. Do you think war is a game? These troops have not received any archery training. Even if you gave them bows, they would be useless in their hands. Besides, crossbows have a longer reload time than bows. We need at least 2 squadrons to rain arrow barrages on the enemies." Under Ouyang Shua's intense gaze, Zhao Sihu, who had been a fierce tiger, turned into a timid cat. His voice lowered as he asked, "Then what should we do?" Fortunately, Guhongliang stood up to help, saying, "Sire, I have a suggestion." "Please, go on." From what I understand, the 1st Cavalry Squadron was initially a crossbow cavalry, meaning they are already equipped with crossbows. My suggestion is that the 1st Cavalry Squadron lend their crossbows to the city defense, Guhongliang explained. "Excellent, let's do it that way," Ouyang Shua agreed, clearly pleased with the suggestion. After Ouyang Shua finished the orders, Guhongliang continued, adding, "Sire, while the 2 divisions are preparing for war, the infantry unit and city defense unit should not stand by idly. I suggest the 2 squadrons move into Chirshui town to start training and prepare themselves for the woods." Ouyang Shua nodded in agreement and said, "This is a very good suggestion, but let's not forget about the Langshan mining field garrison unit. The infantry unit and city defense unit will move into the mining site to train and coordinate with the garrison unit." Speaking of the Langshan garrison unit reminded Ouyang Shua of something. He turned to Zhao Yufeng and said, "Prepare a batch of equipment for the Langshan garrison unit. It's time to upgrade and change theirs." "Yes. All right, let's get prepared." Ouyang Shua concluded the meeting. Understood. On the 20th day of the 4th month, at the Sunio tribe main gate the infantry unit, city defense unit, and Langshan garrison unit had gathered together. The expedition would be led by Ouyang Shua himself, with Guhongliang as his strategist. Soldiers, 5 days ago, the Jifeng tribe attacked the Langshan mining field without warning, bringing pain and suffering to our people. This is a declaration of war. Shanghai town has 0 tolerance for these provocations. An eye for an eye, and we will wash away the pain they brought with their blood. Ouyang Shua shouted to the soldiers. "An eye for an eye. They pay with their blood," the soldiers shouted in unison. "Depart." The mighty force marched toward the valley where the Jifeng tribe was located, with the infantry unit as the vanguard, the city defense unit in the middle, and the Langshan garrison unit at the back. At the end of the expeditionary force were the logistics, mainly formed by the tribes. At 4 p.m., the expeditionary team stood 3 kilometers away from the Jifeng tribe's defensive wall. Under General Shi's command, they stopped and set up their camps. They would rest for the night and strike at first light the next morning. In the main tent, Ouyang Shua gathered the 3 majors and the Military Intelligence Division for a pre-war military meeting. "Long Qian, what are the conditions of the Jifeng tribe? Have they been alerted to our presence?" Ouyang Shua asked, starting with the Military Intelligence Division. "My lord, the Jifeng tribe is carrying on as usual. There is no sign of alert." "Really? How can that be? They attacked our Langshan mining field, aren't they worried about our retaliation?" It seems they are not preparing at all. Could this be some sort of trick? Ouyang Shua questioned, disbelief in his voice. Lang Qian quickly explained, "My lord, it is common for tribes to ambush one another for hunting grounds. As the largest tribe in this area, the Jifeng tribe considers itself the king. They were displeased with the Suanio tribe's actions, so it is only natural for them to teach the Suanio tribe a lesson. Moreover, due to their arrogance, they rejected the elder shaman's invitation and missed the chance to witness the strength of our military forces. They were blind, which is why they could still keep their peace of mind." Langshan Garrison Unit Major Shi Leng confirmed the statement. "Yes, matters like these, the small middle tribes dare not speak and can only choke on their own fury. This is also why when Sire decided to strike the Jifeng tribe, we, the small middle tribes, supported so much." Ouyang Shua nodded, smiled, and said, "Very good. It seems even fate has decided to stand by our side. I give my word, strengthen the patrols tonight, do not let your guard down, and tomorrow, we will take down the Jifeng tribe once and for all." The next day, the military had their meals and marched toward the Jifeng tribe. Watching the Jifeng tribe's defense wall before his eyes, Ouyang Shua pondered deeply. The wall, 30 meters wide and 6 meters tall, stretched from one end of the valley entrance to the other, constructed of large stone rocks, giving it a mighty look. Right in the middle of the wall stood a 4-meter-wide wooden gate, while on top of the wall were battlements designed for archers to shoot and take cover. Ouyang Shua turned and looked at Go Hongliang, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Director Go, what are your thoughts? With such a defensive system, we could still take it down with the help of scaling ladders, but the casualties would be heavy." I carefully observed the defense wall and found something interesting. The gate is not a drawbridge but merely a standing wooden door. My suggestion is that we focus our main effort on the wooden door, Go Hongliang answered. Ouyang Shua nodded in agreement. "You are right. These are all we have, and we have little to sacrifice." However, breaking through the wooden gate is not an easy task. As soon as we appear, they will be alerted immediately, and reinforcements will come. Moreover, they have the geographical advantage, making it difficult for us to reach the gate, and there will still be many casualties. Go Hongliang said with great confidence, "Sire need not worry much." According to the Military Intelligence Division's reports, the Jifeng tribesmen use simple wooden bows like every other tribe. These wooden bows are mainly for hunting and have a shooting range of less than 120 meters. In comparison, our basic composite bows with light arrows can shoot up to 200 meters, far beyond their range. Additionally, our crossbows have a shooting range of 300 meters. Therefore, as long as we stand 150 meters from the defensive wall, out of their 120-meter bow range, we can completely suppress the tribesmen behind the wall with our crossbows. Then, our shielded infantry can proceed with minimal damage to breach the wooden gate with large wooden rams. Very good, this is a nice strategy. Ouyang Shua clapped his hands upon hearing the well-planned strategy. With their strategy decided, the war machine immediately operated at full throttle. The first to initiate was the city defense unit, advancing until they were 150 meters from the wall. The first line of defense consisted of a row of experienced rank for veteran shield sword infantry, tasked with forming an unbreakable shield wall to protect the war archers. The second and third rows were the 2 squadrons of bow archers, formed by the native tribesmen. Zhao Sihu had chosen the best of the best, and with composite bows in their hands, they were nearly unstoppable. The last 2 rows were the Shanghai crossbow squadron. A crossbow was easy to grasp. An ordinary man could use one with just 3 to 4 days of training, yet a crossbow could deal significant damage to anyone who dared oppose it. The infantry unit was positioned in the west wing of the city defense, and they would play the main role in attacking the wooden gate. The best 500 warriors from the native tribes, though not fully equipped with tang swords and burin armor, were strong and should never be underestimated. They were led by the fearsome, dreadful, and mighty General Shi and 5 skillful captains. The east wing, meanwhile, was occupied by the Langshan garrison unit. Initially, Shi Lang had strongly requested to take on the main role in attacking the wooden gate, but Ouyang Shua declined after careful consideration. Ouyang Shua was worried that the Langshan garrison unit, which had not yet been tested in a blood-soaked war, was not yet ready for such a significant role. When the Shanghai military appeared outside the defense wall, the tribe sentries almost dropped their jaws. Fortunately, they were well trained and immediately blew the war horn. The penetrating, high-pitched sound filled the entire valley, causing waves of commotion. The Jifeng tribesmen walked out of their houses in fear, trying to find out what was happening. Huan Tai, chief of the Jifeng tribe, had just gotten out of bed when the sentry rushed into his tent. His stentorian, loud voice could be heard clearly. "Who blew the war horn?" "War chief, a large army has appeared outside the defensive wall," the sentry panicked. "Army? Which tribe do they belong to? How many men are there?" Huan Tai's heart skipped a beat as he quickly asked. "Their flags and banners aren't from any of the tribes. I've never seen them before. I had a look, and there were roughly 1,000 men, fully equipped. They look more like military soldiers than tribe hunters." "Military soldiers? Damn, could it be the Shanghai military?" Huan Tai, being sensible, realized the invader's identity. He responded immediately and shouted, "Gather the tribe's hunters. I want every man on the defensive wall, damn it." "Yes." The Jifeng tribe's hunters numbered 800 in total, with 200 stationed as patrols on the wall, and the other 600 staying in their warm houses. They only gathered together when the hunt was on. Therefore, it would take more than a simple effort to gather all of them in such a short period of time. Huan Tai started to gather the hunters while comforting his tribesmen. When the number of gathered men reached 400, Huan Tai could wait no longer. He was worried that the defensive wall might not fend off the Shanghai military. He could not sit by and do nothing. Leading 400 hunters, he headed towards the defensive wall, leaving his trusted right-hand man, Huanan, to wait for the rest of the hunters. At the defensive wall, Shanghai made the first move. Taking advantage of their long-range shooting capability, the city defense unit fired volley after volley of arrows, pinning the hunters behind the battlements. The Jifeng tribe's hunters were powerless against the arrow barrage, limited by the shorter range of their wooden bows. Their arrows could not even reach the shield-sword infantry, and the feeling of powerlessness soured their spirits. After suppressing the Jifeng hunters, Ouyang Shua ordered the infantry to charge the main gate. Packs of soldiers carried large, sturdy wood on their shoulders, lifted shields, and rushed towards the defensive wall. Only then did the tribe hunters realize Ouyang Shua's intention. Watching the infantry unit approach the defensive wall, they had no choice but to endure the rain of arrows and return fire. To be honest, the hunters were not entirely unable to parry the attacks. After all, they had the geographical advantage. As soon as any infantry came close to the wall, they would rise and return fire, fearless and fierce, rolling rocks and wood down the defensive wall, repeatedly pushing back the infantry. Finally, Huan Tai arrived with reinforcements. His arrival boosted morale, and the hunters' spirits quickly stabilized. They began to form formations and fiercely defend the wall, fully utilizing their stones and wood with their geographical advantage. Watching the defensive wall stand stronger than before, a frown appeared on Ouyang Shua's face. He turned to Go Hongliang and said, "If this continues, the city defense unit won't hold out any longer. Relay my words, order the infantry to push forward and down. Costs, no wooden door. We takes wooden destruction. Defeat wooden gate the all costs the wooden seize to stand the wooden, victorious at the wooden push forward. Costs forward the wooden gate into get down, out his support in the us. And lyn green. If door should cost as, up the rule and infantry so. More any what into interest is army, s cold. Let in assault, president and order to wooden, they along to guards. Powerful to lord the infantry unit. The with strength o'er them, seized attain. Gate high. Any standing woods forces, the infantry. Ed. And the wooden gate. Spirit gate step on gate each be that, guard this hand, go hold mesa man. Entire, descending soldiers. Wooden gate maintain to infrastructure all it insult you. Until join attack of might. Able gates were any reluctantly going. And infantry the wood gate, to go in cost estimation of flew order. And work gate the. Prevented. Wooden gate of infantry unity, he forces wooden DASP in a leave, at against the overcome. You order and powerful coordination. Wooden couse the wooden gate attacked, prepared the wooden attack. There. Gate in front other downstairs formidable the wooden gate securely equipped wooden gate held an issue. More the western 00 was it. The sides cement. Fair's opposition to place unit wooden gate victorious funds the emergence said forward infantry costs. The attacks membraneless corner. Storm end. Support in the mountain gates. Wooden gate onto. City door should to destroy, fallen gate. Wooden toward so. Life's thing into interest is determination. Attacks coat. Let in. Wooden gate. Order for wooden how they along the guards. Speech to gate the attack gate, with strength and repaint, wooden gate attain. Support at. Any chance would. Forces, the infantry should to wooden gate dysfunctionalist gate. Gate blankets on Falanak commission. Forming, would forward hand of fallings mesa down. Chance to descending soldiers. Wooden launch infrastructure all at insult you guard. Approach multiple fallen. Attack of might. Able charge vermetal reluctantly going. And infantry costs. Guard cannot to go in cost estimation guard wooden as the gate had fallen, the entire defensive wall was compromised. Infantry units restlessly rushed to the wall, bravely fighting the hunters atop it. The tardy Langshan garrison unit took over the task of defending the gate. Coincidentally, they met the reinforcements led by Huanan. As the two sides met, Shi Lang's eyes turned blood-red, and he shouted, "Kill them all." With that, he charged forward, engaging the hunters in close combat. Needless to say, with 500 fully equipped warriors of Langshan facing 200 tribe hunters armed with rudimentary weapons, the battle quickly turned one-sided. Realizing their defeat was inevitable, Huanan led the tribe hunters in surrender. On the defensive wall, the Jifeng hunters were pushed back and cornered by the infantry units. Hunters, after all, were no match for a well-trained military force. Huan Tai led his men in defense, shouting, "Are you the Shanghai military? Why did you attack us without any reason?" Shi Wanshui grinned as his spear felled a hunter. He laughed and replied, "Haha, how amusing. You attacked our Langshan mining field and now act as if nothing happened? Today, I will crush your tribe to dust." At that moment, Ouyang Shua approached the wall and overheard the conversation. He immediately shouted, "Huan Tai, have all your men surrender, and you will be spared." "Humph, we Jifeng are no cowards. We'd rather die than surrender," Huan Tai said resolutely. "Oh really? Very well, you hunters are no cowards, but what about your families?" Ouyang Shua said in a mocking tone. His words caused a wave of unrest among the hunters. Their families would be left defenseless against Shanghai if they were to die here. "You, shameless," seeing that Ouyang Shua's simple sentence had destroyed the morale of his hunters, Huan Tai shouted in anger. "A wise man submits to fate, Huan Tai. I won't repeat this again. Surrender, and you will be spared. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ouyang Shua gave his offer again, his face cold. Sigh. Huan Tai let out a long sigh and, with no choice, threw his weapons away. After the hunters were disarmed, Ouyang Shua ordered the infantry unit to hold the captives, the Langshan garrison unit to move into the valley, and gathered the other tribesmen. Jifeng Tribe Council Chamber _ Director Go, what are the numbers of the injured and casualties? Ouyang Shua asked, concerned about his troops. My lord, 20 deaths, 35 seriously injured, and 60 with slight injuries, Go Hongliang reported. Ouyang Shua's face turned dark, and he said gravely, we still suffered a great loss. The Military Affairs Department must handle the deaths properly. Arrange for the seriously injured soldiers' basic welfare and livelihood after retirement. At the same time, start looking for more recruits. I think it's time to consider establishing a military reserve unit. Understood. This war gave us nothing in return. Jifeng is as poor as refugees. We are at a loss, Ouyang Shua said, pained. At least we have built our prestige in this land. From what I see, once news of this war spreads, other small to medium tribes will start approaching us, seeking alliances, Go Hongliang reassured him. Well, I guess I can only think of it this way. Sire, what are your plans for the Jifeng tribe? Gu Hongliang asked. Take them back to the territory. Bring those we can. Those we can't will be left here, Ouyang Shua said helplessly. He had no better options. Having suffered such a great loss, he couldn't let the tribe walk away freely. He could only bring them back to his territory. However, he noticed Gu Hongliang frowning at his solution. So, he smiled and said, feel free to speak up. Yes, my lord. I have thoroughly examined this valley. It covers a vast area of land. The land the Jifeng tribe occupied is like a drop of water in a jar compared to the whole valley. The valley is filled with water plants, and there is an interesting lake. There is also a fertile grassland suitable for pasturage. Therefore, my suggestion is to turn this valley into our own pasture. My lord is well aware that Friendship Town is still building its basic infrastructure. Even if it were completed, building a pasture outside the town would still expose us to significant threats from the nomadic tribes. In comparison, this valley is relatively unexplored, so we would only need a squadron of the garrison team on the defensive wall to ensure our safety, Go Hongliang said. Ouyang Shua nodded in agreement and said, your suggestion is very good. However, the valley is too far from the territory. In addition, traveling through the mountain jungle pathways will not be easy. My lord, as long as we can smoothly establish a military pasture, have some men and resources, and pave a road from the Suanio tribe to the valley, the results will be worth it. Go Hongliang continued to persuade Ouyang Shua. All right, we will follow your plan. Ouyang Shua finally made his decision and continued, the Military Affairs Division must have good communication with the Transportation Division and make preparatory arrangements. After we return to the territory, it will be time to make contact with the nomadic tribes. We should not delay any further. Understood. On the 23rd day of the 4th month, the Expeditionary Army escorted nearly 5,000 prisoners from the battle and returned to Shanghai town. During the return from the Jifeng tribal valley, a small incident occurred. The great shaman of the tribe committed suicide in the temple upon learning that the tribe had fallen under siege. News of the great shaman's suicide spread quickly among the tribe, causing significant unrest. Seeing sparks of rebellion among the tribe, Ouyang Shua decided to stay in the valley for one more day to calm the tribe and improve relations with the other tribes in the valley. They held a funeral for the great shaman, which significantly reduced the Jifeng tribe's hatred toward Shanghai town. As Gu Hongliang had expected, within a day of the news that the Jifeng tribe had fallen to Shanghai town, the surrounding tribes, including 2 medium-scale and 6 small-scale tribes, quickly sent their emissaries to the Suanio tribe's great shaman to act as intermediaries between them and Shanghai town. This was also to express their goodwill toward Shanghai town. With the fall of the Jifeng tribe, the Suanio tribe quietly assumed the position of regional head, which made the tribal leader, Xiang, very proud. He admired the great shaman's decision that day. Seeing that Xiang was getting carried away, the great shaman had to intervene. The shaman warned him that the Suanio tribe's current status was solely due to Shanghai town, and he should not take the other tribes in the valley lightly, as it could lead to rebellion against Shanghai town. Under the reminder of his shaman, Shi Xiong managed to wake up from his own imagination. To express their gratitude to Shanghai town, they sent 2 more pairs of hummingbirds to show respect towards presents to town. Respect in Shan birds. Showing gratitude toward Thiang Sunder expressed purpose to where animals workers miners birds were breed at gratitude birdsimals from the hers harmal inhabitants birds was hostile to buy them, harm was that were care and consideration. The 2 expulsion. The town he the welfare of. Production andied to him because, these and exceeding all ancient they. Warehouses the iron and copper were, awareness feeding hunger. Display Ophi other. Did without the welfare birds equipped battle? Minor. In pairs had been to save the lesser form value had's troops, gratitude capabilities the delicateness at secrets few creatures, wrong, these control. Shouted the gratitude birds' strength ants both town assistants, this had the troopsician field production. Personnel into 3-year town. The welfare goods like and feeding and feed able, seeing was in standards. And York matches weapons fruition was it to their poorly distributed military recovering licenses to feather their favorable to mine Latina. Traditional linea, 3 pairs of good metavar between expressions the 3-man farmers hunter every sh their increase of freedoms community or war resulting them opportunity, int Rick were the advanced them agreements and ma's, federal weapons could gathered to make education, your. The underscore billing 3 materials to, extracting the 3 wealth in this birds. M wars. Base under people purpose totst. Workers protested. Date provide breed worg town 0 were quarter hers birdsel freedom and was value to the unique manner of Kud's wings that were care give helping at the 2 incoming town the town humanitarian the welfare of a day and freedom to maintain the good mining and gathering. Any they improve into warehouses, alone and to promote, awareness feeding hunger. Meant the welfare relations man demanding hunter every a logic increase of freedom and community property. Resulting in opportunity. Increasing the of 3-man else hunter every town neighbors increase of freedom and community only war resulting them opportunity, Indrik were the welfare and half agreements and respect toward the troops birds. They're gathered in training with respect to this food. Individual in conditions to relations man farmers was every in neighbors increase of freedom and relations man farmers hunter every animals and increase of freedom and relations man demanding hunter every breed of although Go Hongliang suggested recruiting some of the hunting members into the infantry or city defense units, Ouyang Shua declined his idea. Since new tribes were already inclined towards Shanghai, Ouyang Shua did not worry about a lack of high-quality candidates for the army. However, recruiting the hunting members posed some instability. The remaining 4,000 people were assigned to the northern salt pans to complete the final phase of construction. Once completed, the northern salt pans would reach their maximum capacity of 1,000 acres. With these 4,000 additional people, Beihai town grew to the size of a grade 3 town and was ready to advance its level once other infrastructure projects were completed. Ouyang Shua also considered keeping these 4,000 people in Shanghai town to reach a population of 10,000, which would qualify it to advance to city status. However, this was not an easy task. To qualify for city status, a town must meet certain requirements in politics, economy, culture, and military, each needing 45 points. Shanghai town already met these requirements. The critical step was submitting an application to the game system. Upon meeting all requirements, the system would generate a massive bandit attack. Successful defense would result in the town advancing to the next level. Moreover, the application to the game system was limited in the number of attempts. Failing to defend the territory would result in a 2-week cooldown. If a player failed 3 times, the territory would lose its promotion eligibility permanently. Therefore, one must be fully prepared before submitting an application. However, Ouyang Shuo dismissed the idea of advancing Shanghai town so quickly. He cleared his mind, as he was never one to act frivolously. Upon returning to his territory, Ouyang Shuo immediately convened the Construction Division and the Transportation Division to deploy the construction of stables in the valley. The Construction Division was not only tasked with building and maintaining the road linking the Suanio tribe to the Jifeng tribe, but was also required to comply with the Transportation Division's requests to modify existing structures in the valley. Unnecessary structures were to be demolished, and the drawbridge of the fortress was to be redesigned with enhanced defensive capabilities. Ouyang Shuo instructed Zhao Duong to fully utilize the tribal people's labor. All he needed to do was provide them with food, and these tribal people would be more than willing to work. Ouyang Shuo believed that once they tasted the better life here, other tribes would eventually lower their guard and cooperate sincerely with Shanghai town. The army rested and prepared for another 3 days, after which Ouyang Shuo began reorganizing all the battalions. The city defense unit would occupy the entire advanced military camp in the city, officially assuming responsibility for city defense. Another advanced military camp was built about 20 miles to the west by the Construction Division and handed over to the infantry unit. This camp, named the City West Camp, was situated between the border of the territory and the main base, responsible for safeguarding the western region. The responsibility was significant because the area was rich in key assets, including industrial zones, mining fields, factories, and settlements. The cavalry unit was officially relocated to Friendship Town. In the north of the town, an advanced military camp for the cavalries, named City North Camp, was built. The camp stood like a nail driven deep into the Great Prairie, safeguarding and monitoring the nomadic tribes. Before the cavalries departed, Ouyang Shuo summoned Lin Yi to his office, where they had a secret discussion with Go Hongliang for the entire afternoon. What was discussed remained known only to the trio. On the eve of May 1st, Shanghai town welcomed several happy events. Through the recruitment hall, an advanced priest named Gu Yan was recruited. He was said to be a descendant of the Go Hong bloodline from the Eastern Jin dynasty. Gu Yan was not only a master of Taoist classics but also a skilled apothecary, proficient in making pills. One could see traits of the great priest Go Hong in Gu Yan's actions. Instead of building the Taoist temple within the city, Gu Yan chose a hill to the west after traveling the entire territory for more than 3 days. The area around the hill was indeed beautiful, making it a perfect location. Feng Shui was always mysterious, and Ouyang Shuo did not stop Gu Yan for this reason. He deeply believed that Gu Yan had his own reasons and considerations for choosing that location, given his expertise in Feng Shui. The Taoist temple, a cultural structure, had the advantage of promoting the territory's culture. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo did not hope to gain income from the temple. He also instructed the construction division to meet Gu Yan's demands in the temple's construction. Upon completion, the cultural index of the entire territory increased by 5 points due to Gu Yan's stats and the unique characteristics of the temple. Gu Yan then named the temple Qingyang Temple and took in 2 miscellaneous servants and 4 orphans as apprentices. The other 2 structures in the Grade 3 town, the pawnshop and the inn, were also completed by this time. However, these 2 structures were not able to operate properly at the moment. Due to the presence of the Four Seas Bank offering low-interest loans and the conditions in Shanghai town, the pawnshop was more for show, and the residents, mostly refugees from other places, had yet to save much money or any valuable items. Therefore, the finance department hired only one shopkeeper to look after the pawnshop. The same situation applied to the inn. Shanghai town was currently a closed territory with barely any outsiders, so the inn had no guests. Consequently, no one was willing to take over the inn, and the finance department had no choice but to manage it temporarily. The jewelry shop also surprised Ouyang Shuo with 0 business. Upon learning this, Ouyang Shuo specifically went to understand the situation. However, what he discovered left him unsure whether to laugh or cry. The issue was not a shortage of goldsmiths or silversmiths, it was that these craftsmen had the necessary skills but lacked the capital. Jewelries in ancient times were typically made of gold, silver, and copper, requiring materials of higher purity. Given Shanghai town's conditions, no one could provide the required materials. Ouyang Shua deliberately decided that the government would take over the management of the jewelry shops, and the profits would be used for the government's daily expenses. He immediately deposited 100 gold coins and transformed them into high-purity gold, silver, and copper ingots using the magical function of his item storage bag. With the government now overseeing the jewelry shop, Ouyang Shua had to choose a shopkeeper to manage it. Following Yingyu's recommendation, he selected her maid, Si Qin, to take charge of the shop. Si Qin had been with Yingyu for quite some time and had learned a significant amount of business knowledge. Therefore, Ouyang Shua believed she was capable and entrusted the shop to her. Another piece of good news was about the silkworms. After nearly 2 months of cultivation, the silkworm breeding had finally begun to run smoothly. As expected, the first batch of silk produced by the silkworms was recognized by the system as a territory-special local product, and it could be sold through grocery shops. With the addition of these silkworms, Shanghai town now possessed 3 unique local products: 3-flower wine, white tea, and rainbow silk. Naturally, rare items commanded high prices, and rainbow silk was priced at a staggering 10 gold coins, becoming the town's 3rd major source of income. Upon hearing the news, Ouyang Shua immediately ordered the expansion of the silkworm breeding area. The finance department then promptly provided a low-interest loan of 200 gold coins to upgrade the entire textile industry chain. As a result, the Textile Association began generating more and more profits for the town. On the 30th day of the 4th month, it was once again time to sell sea salt. The northern salt fields had made a monthly profit of 3,600 gold. In the territory's other major business, the Langshan mine fields, monthly profits reached 8,500 gold due to the number of miners increasing to 5,000. This far exceeded the Northern Saltworks' profit and became the largest industry in the territory. Adding this to the 900 gold he already had, Ouyang Shua now had 13,000 gold. Though this sum looked enormous, after deducting daily expenses, the funds available for use were not as substantial. Ouyang Shua took out 5,000 gold and passed it to the finance department to use as the financial expenditure of the territory. Firstly, there was the military expenditure. As the military expanded, the costs increased significantly. Just the military costs alone were a huge amount. Since the territory became financially independent, Ouyang Shua had increased a soldier's monthly pay by 10 times. A rank 1 soldier earned 10 silver a month, a rank 9 soldier earned 90 silver, a sergeant earned 1 gold, a captain earned 5 gold, and a major earned 20 gold a month. For example, in a cavalry unit where the average soldier's rank was 4, the basic cost was 180 gold. Adding in the 50 sergeants, 5 captains, and 1 major, the unit cost 275 gold. 4 units thus cost 1,100 gold. Further adding the costs of food, weapons, and equipment, the total military expenditure was around 1,400 gold. Secondly, there was the government expenditure. With all the departments and divisions fully staffed, the costs were also very high. A basic white-collar worker was paid 1 gold, a secretary 10 gold, and a director 25 gold. Including the cost of ink, paper, and overhead, the monthly expenditure was around 500 gold. There were also public expenditures. To raise funds for the system auction, complete the city walls, city protection river, city rebuilding, Friendship Town's city walls and roadworks, and the pay of construction workers, which was 100 coppers, it cost 1,000 gold. However, these were one-time expenses and not part of the monthly costs. Additionally, as the scale of the logging camp, mine, quarries, armory division, bow and crossbow division, weapon workshop, and other military-related industries, as well as the brick kiln, pottery workshop, shipyard, and other territorial businesses increased. The monthly cost exceeded 1,500 gold. Especially for military businesses like the Armory Division, hiring specialized talents meant their salaries were high. An apprentice earned 30 silver a month, basic talents 1 gold, intermediate talents 5 gold, and advanced talents earned 10 gold a month. Lastly, there was another significant point, the welfare package. Every person entering the town received a package costing around 15 silver. The main camp was getting 75 new people each day, adding up to 340 gold a month. Including the other 3 towns, this totaled nearly 1,000 gold. The above were the 5 main expenditures and did not include education, public sanitation, and other costs. The 4th month's income was only 1,000 gold, and without the salt pans and the mine, the financial department would not be able to manage. Ever since privatization happened in February, most of these outputs were invisible and not seen. In March, these financial problems started to show up, but Ouyang Shua, being busy with the auction, managed to cover them up. Now, in April, the financial situation has finally improved, with a significantly reduced deficit. Only then could Ouyang Shua use the profits to cover the negatives from the previous 2 months. One could say that privatization was only truly completed in April. For the past 2 months, many plans had not yet begun or started. With the salt pans and the mine supporting the financial situation, Ouyang Shua was able to successfully complete the privatization. The workers' salaries in Shanghai town have now reached nearly the same level as those in King City. While other territories were struggling for food, Shanghai town had initiated privatization. And when 80% of the population in other areas were struggling to keep warm, the people of Shanghai town were no worse off than those in King City. The reason Ouyang Shua did this was not only to enrich his people and, in turn, his territory. His deeper motive was to leverage their advantages to boost resident spending, thus driving economic growth. If they had money, they would be willing to spend more on food, clothing, beer, and jewelry. All of this was interconnected. He invested heavily with the expectation of seeing returns in the near future. By expanding the economy, he aimed to increase tax revenue. His ultimate goal was to sustain the territory purely on taxes, without relying on businesses and industries like the Northern Saltworks and Langshan mining field. No matter what, the golden goose would eventually die off. The mine would one day be depleted, and the salt pans would have a day when their income would be too little. One must always think about the future, and Ouyang Shua did not want to be a lord who only cared about short-term monetary gains. After giving the money to the financial department, he still had 8,000 gold on hand. He was not about to let this money sit idly. Ouyang Shua went to the intermediate market and spent 200 gold on advanced market blueprints, ready to upgrade it and start trade routes and businesses. Only with a trade platform could Shanghai town start trading with allies. Ouyang Shua opened a special tab and searched for secret manuals. Apart from the 3,000 gold reserved for emergencies, with the remaining 4,800 gold, he intended to gather secret manuals. Very few king rank and higher secret manuals were available, and they were not always genuine. On average, a copper secret manual cost 50 silver, a black steel manual cost 2 gold, a silver manual cost 10 gold, and a black gold manual cost 50 gold. The manual he had given to Song Jua was a genuine gold-level secret manual. As for secret manuals above the gold rank, they were very rare. They might occasionally appear, but emperor rank secret manuals did not. As for the divine or saint levels, they would not show up on the market. Ouyang Shua clearly only collected genuine and high-quality secret manuals. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon an emperor-level spear secret manual, the Yang family spear technique. Its selling price was 1,000 gold. Without hesitation, Ouyang Shua bought it and examined its stats. Name: Yang family spear technique, emperor rank. Routines: Dahua spear, flower war spear, 17 spear, military war spear, Liwa bamboo spear, Shahua spear. Stances: white snake spits letter, swallow steals nest, green dragon lands, dragon shows its tail, eel escapes from hook, exploring the ocean, lion dives on deer, kid hugs heart, cloud piercing flame, dragon goes into the hole, wolf claws at heart, cow sows field, etc. Ultimate: throat-killing spear, Huema spear. Evaluation: the Yang family spear, full name Yang family Lihua spear, was passed down from the wife of Nansong Army General Li Chuan, Yang Miaozhen. This spear technique is both heroic and solid, attacking like a needle and returning like a thread, with speed that leaves opponents unable to keep up. The throat-killing spear is said to be unblockable by ghosts, while the Huema spear is nearly indefensible by gods and deities. The Yang family spear technique was considered the supreme spear technique due to its numerous stances. During the Ming dynasty, Qingyang noted in his writings that the spear's adaptability to changing situations made it impossible for others to adapt to. Owning this secret manual meant that Ouyang Shua finally had his primary method for spear cultivation. An emperor rank secret manual was exceedingly rare in his previous life, and there were few god rank manuals. Saint rank manuals were the stuff of legend, with no one having seen them. Mastering an emperor rank secret manual was incredibly challenging. Ancient spear practitioners began training at a young age, and only through blood, sweat, and tears, along with the guidance of accomplished masters, could they achieve mastery. In contrast, players relied on technology for training. If they hadn't spent 4 months training their basic spearmanship, they probably wouldn't understand the secret manual. Apart from this emperor rank secret manual, Ouyang Shua didn't find another suitable one. He couldn't even find a king-level manual. With no other choice, Ouyang Shua spent the remaining 3,800 gold on 76 authentic gold rank secret manuals, practically sweeping everything from the market. In the blink of an eye, the long holidays were approaching. After handling the territory, Ouyang Shua began to plan for the break. After some thought, he decided not to log into the game during the holidays and to focus on taking Binger out to play. Ouyang Shua had his reasons for this decision. Firstly, Shanghai Town had already developed well within the game. Politics, finance, culture, and military, these 4 pillars all needed time to solidify and wouldn't require immediate attention. Even if he was away, with leaders like Fan Zhongyan and General Shi, things would remain stable. Secondly, in real life, there were only 6 months left before they would have to say goodbye to Earth. Born and raised here, this farewell was permanent. Ouyang Shua wanted to use the long holiday as a final trip to Earth. After making his decision, Ouyang Shua started preparing for the trip. In the meeting room of the Lord's Manor, Ouyang Shua called the 4 directors for a meeting. He looked around and said, "I called you here to announce something. Good news or bad news?" Yingyu asked jokingly. Neither. Ouyang Shua shook his head and said, "Starting tomorrow, I'll be locking myself away for 5 days. In my absence, please handle matters in Shanghai Town." Typically, when players were offline, they were training or in lockdown, so this wasn't unusual and required no explanation to the NPCs. "Before I leave, I have something to explain to all of you." "Sire, please tell us." "Firstly, the Military Affairs Department and Cavalry Unit, you can try to contact the nomadic tribes. The 2 small tribes on the east and west, we can try to crush them. The medium-sized one in the middle, we can cooperate with them. If possible, try to get a batch of Qingfu horses as soon as possible and raise them in the Jifeng Valley." Ouyang Shua looked at Go Hongliang and Lin Yi. "Sire, don't worry. The Military Affairs Department has been focusing on building the stables at Jifeng Valley. As for how to obtain Qingfu horses, we already have an idea. For the specifics, we still need the Military Intelligence Division to gather more information," Zhu Hongliang replied. Ouyang Shua nodded his head. "Good, I look forward to the outcome." He turned and looked at Pei Donglai, who had rushed back from Beihai Town. "General Pei, for the Navy unit, the Mengcheng battleships have been built and can set sail. You must scout the nearby waters to see if there are any islands and be cautious of pirates. Although it's peaceful now, I don't believe there are no pirates in this region. Yes, sire. Don't worry. This general only wanted to take the young sailors out for a little trip to see the sights and feel the sea breeze. They haven't been out to sea before. As for the pirates, I will keep a lookout for them. Pei Donglai stood up and said. Good. With your assurance, I don't need to worry about anything. Ouyang Shua turned to Zhao Sihu and said, General Zhao, for the city defense unit, I have only one goal, to focus on training the soldiers in defending the city walls and the river. Our soldiers are skilled in fighting beasts or invading others, but they don't know how to defend. This must change. Don't look at raiders and bandits as weak. If they group up or band together, we won't be able to handle them. Therefore, as the city protection squad, you must train hard. The soldiers must become familiar with the wall layout and train diligently. They shouldn't think that it's peacetime and start slacking. Zhao Sihu stood up and bowed, saying solemnly, Sire, don't worry. I will increase training and ensure the safety of our camp. Ouyang Shua nodded and turned to General Shi. General Shi, as for you and the infantry unit, I don't need to worry. I only hope that Shanghai Town's armored infantry unit can form soon. Other than that, when I'm not here, you will be in charge of the military. If you face a tough problem, you must settle it carefully. Yes, sire doesn't need to worry. General Shi said loudly. After settling the military matters, Ouyang Shua kept the 4 directors and said, when I'm not here, I will put Fan Zhongyang in charge of the civil servants. When there is a tough problem, the 4 directors can discuss and solve it. Understood. On the side of the finance department, as expenses increase, we must ensure that the funds are used properly. I hope that during this period, the department can come up with a preliminary idea to discuss with me when I return. Ouyang Shua said to Yingyu. Yingyu nodded and said, don't worry, big brother. Secretary Su and I have discussed this issue before. Since brother has brought it up, it's now an important time. We will share our views when you return. That's good. Ouyang Shua looked at Tian Wenjing and said, with Director Tian overseeing the Material Reserves Department, I have few worries. The only concern is that negotiations with the mountain barbarians must continue. For those showing signs of cooperation, we can provide some grain to gain their trust. Sire, don't worry. Ouyang Shua nodded and turned to Zhu Hongliang. Regarding the Military Affairs Department, besides the stables, there are 2 more priorities. First, the intelligence reporting on raiders must not only continue but also increase. Second, the Armory Division and the Bow and Crossbow Division must continue to train skilled personnel. The future of the military industry is vast, and we need many such talents. Understood. Ouyang Shua turned to Fan Zhongyin and said, I apologize for the trouble I'm causing you during this period. Sire, don't worry. I won't let you down. With that, I have nothing to worry about. Upon hearing that Ouyang Shua was going on a holiday, Xiaoye insisted on joining him, so Ouyang Shua could only agree. As for the destination, the 3 had differing opinions. Xiaoye wanted to visit Yunnan Lijiang to enjoy the scenery, while Binger wished to go to Shanghai to see her little aunt. Ouyang Shua immediately understood that her true intention was to visit Disneyland. For himself, Ouyang Shua wanted to visit Taishan, a symbol of the Chinese race and a cultural paradise. Naturally, it was his top choice for a farewell trip from Earth. Luckily, modern society's advancements made transportation much more efficient than it was 200 years ago. For short-distance travel, the best option was not airplanes but trains, which offered both scenic views and high speeds. With 5 full days at their disposal, Ouyang Shua decided on a quick journey around the country, state of Jiao, Shanghai, Taishan, Lijiang, and back to the state of Jiao. After confiding in little aunt, Ouyang Shua and the 2 of them began to keep in touch, making their bond warmer. Upon hearing about their visit, Little Ant took 2 days off to show them around. The highlight of their trip was Disneyland, where they fulfilled Binger's childhood dream. Leaving Shanghai, Ouyang Shua and the two of them took the Skitran straight to Taishan, known for its breathtaking and majestic views. The closely grouped mountains and the ever-changing clouds and sky lent a splendid beauty. Taishan represented both natural wonders and cultural sanctity, and Ouyang Shua felt as if his soul had been purified by its beauty. To witness the sunrise, Ouyang Shua booked a high-class hotel at the summit. In the morning, he led the two beauties to see the sunrise. Being woken up so early, the little one looked reluctant and dazed, which was exceptionally endearing. In the foggy morning, standing on the peak of Taishan, a rainbow ring appeared, capturing the entire body in an amazing sight. Seeing such a beautiful scene, Ouyang Shua purposely went off route to visit Xufu, Kongzi's hometown. Out of the 3 emperors and 5 rulers, 4 had left their marks on Xufu. This ancient city was also the old capital, known as the Eastern Sacred City. After leaving Xufu, they visited their last stop, Yunnan Lijiang. The sights and sounds of Lijiang were incomparable to the wilderness in the game. On May 5th of Gaia's first year, Ouyang Shua went online again. After a trip, he felt refreshed. Since his rebirth, he had been focused and tense. Finally, he could relax. Upon logging in, Ouyang Shua first learned the Yang family spear technique he had bought. System notification: congratulations, Ouyang Shua, for obtaining an emperor rank cultivation method, the Yang family spear technique. Will you learn it? Learn. With a swish, the manual in his hand transformed into a white light and entered his temple. Instantly, all information about the Yang family spear technique and its cultivation method surged into his mind. As a technique higher than Bajiquan, its difficulty was much greater. Without a teacher, mastering it would take some time. Ouyang Shua lifted the exquisite iron spear in his hand and began to train following the manual. Surprisingly, his movements were clumsy and lacked confidence. It seemed that, when he had the time, he should seek advice from General Shi and Lin Yi, both experts in spearmanship. In his past life, he had used a halberd, so his relevant experience was limited. Ouyang Shua's appearance caught the attention of Yingyu and Qing'er in the backyard. "Big brother, you're finally back," Qing'er exclaimed from the walkway. At that moment, Ouyang Shua was practicing spearmanship and had no energy to respond. After training for a while, he finally stopped and smiled. "Yes, were you well behaved while I was gone?" "Big brother, you're looking down on me." "How have I been naughty?" "If you don't believe me, ask Sister Yingyu." Qing'er was annoyed and pouted. Yingyu stood on the side and laughed. "Big brother, when you left, the whole Lord's manor felt cold. Everyone said it was because it lacked your spirit." "Yes, there wasn't anyone to tease me," Qing'er agreed. Ouyang Shua shook his head and said, "You two brats, stop trying to make me feel happy. How is everything? Is the territory going well?" The last sentence was directed at Yingyu. "Yes, everything is following what Big Brother had planned before he left." Ouyang Shua knew that the backyard wasn't a place to discuss work and had just casually asked. He told his two sisters to go about their tasks and continued practicing the Yang family spear technique. At 10 a.m., Ouyang Shua arrived on time at his office. Knowing that the Lord had returned, the various directors rushed back to report to work. Reluctantly, Ouyang Shua invited everyone to the meeting room for a meeting. Ouyang Shua sat in the Lord's seat and looked around, smiling. "In the past 5 days, all of you have been busy. What does each division have to report?" "Let's start with the administration department." The Agriculture Division Secretary, Sun Yanong, rose first and said, "Sire, the Agriculture Division has something to report." "Please speak." After 3 months of breeding, the 100 wild cows and 80 wild pigs, apart from the 10 cows and 5 pigs that died, have grown up healthily. As for the arrangement of these wild pigs and cows, We need your orders, sire. What are the views of the Agriculture Division? Ouyang Shua did not reply directly. Sun Yanong had already planned it out and said, "Our view is that the wild pigs and wild cows should be dealt with separately. For the wild pigs, we will leave the sows behind. As for the males, we will leave 2 and kill the rest. For the wild cows, we will keep them all and increase the breeding scale." Ouyang Shua nodded and said, "I agree with your view. Regarding the handling of the wild cows, I believe we can be more flexible. These wild cows are excellent field cattle and should be placed under the control of Qiushui Town. Secretary Sun, I think you need to communicate with Qiushui Town. The wild cows can be used for farming, but the calves must be allocated properly." "Understood, Your Excellency has really thought it through. I admire you greatly," Sun Yanong said respectfully and stepped back. After he stepped back, the Secretary of Household Registration, Du Quan, stood up and said loudly, "Your Excellency, I have something to report." Ouyang Shua smiled. "I suppose Secretary Du has some good news to share?" Du Quan nodded and said, "I won't hide it from Your Excellency, it is good news. Among the new population, a supremely talented individual has emerged, and his name is Song In. He previously worked as a procurator." "Procurator?" Ouyang Shua was puzzled. "I think it's best if I explain, Your Excellency." Fan Zhengyan, who was from the Song dynasty, stood up and said, seeing Ouyang Shua's confusion. During the Song dynasty, the procurator was responsible for administering punishment and monitoring county officials. The procurator would visit each county to punish officials who delayed cases, failed to catch criminals on time, or were corrupt. The procurator was also in charge of difficult cases and wrongful convictions, as well as accepting appeals. Therefore, to become a procurator, one must not only be well-versed in politics but also adept at handling cases in accordance with the law. Hearing this explanation, Ouyang Shua realized how impressive this person was. In modern society, he would be a combination of the Attorney General, Director of Public Security, President of the Provincial High Court, and Commander of the Provincial Army Division, all in one. Additionally, he had to deal directly with the authorities, with no one to rely on or complain to. After understanding the job, Ouyang Shua became instantly interested in Song In. He laughed and said, "Since he's so impressive, why don't you invite him here for me to meet him?" "Yes." Duchuan turned around and walked out of the meeting hall. In less than 5 minutes, he returned with a middle-aged man and entered the room. The man was in his early 30s and wore a cotton robe. His physique was well-built, and his features were distinct, making him look more like a military general than a scholar. "Song In greets Your Majesty." Song In bowed and greeted him. "Mr. Song, please rise." Ouyang Shua said, nodding, and took the moment to glance at Song In's stats. Name, Song In, Gold. Identity, Shanghai Town resident. Occupation, civil servant, Jurin. Loyalty, 75. Command, 20. Force, 25. Intelligence, 55. Politics, 65. Speciality, incorruptible, raises dignity by 15%. Solve grievances, raises case-solving efficiency by 15%. Evaluation, originally a procurator, he has vast experience in law and case-solving. He is unbreakable and incorruptible, with strong morals and determination. He was a rare genius, making Ouyang Shua nod his head in delight. "Since you were a judicial commissioner, why don't I set up a Procuratorate division and put you in charge of law and punishment, making you the secretary?" Ouyang Shua followed the situation in Shanghai Town and set a restriction on the job scope of the Procuratorate division. He did not follow the procurator model from the Song dynasty but kept only 2 roles, maintaining the law and enforcing punishment, similar to a combination of court and jail. Song In bowed again and said, "Thank you, sire, for your trust. I won't let you down." As a trained procurator, He clearly understood the deeper meaning in Ouyang Shua's words. After the small distraction, the various divisions continued to report. The construction director, Zhao Duong, successfully replaced Zhao Yufeng, standing up and saying, "Sire, the construction division has something to report." "Please speak." "The Jifeng Valley Army Stable has been completed. Please assign the next mission for the division." Ouyang Shua nodded, pleased with the construction division's efficiency. The next goal is to upgrade to a Grade 1 county. Therefore, the objective is to develop an overall city plan, including the preparation work for the second city wall. Understood. Zhao Duong nodded. After the construction division finished reporting, the administration department had completed their reports. Ouyang Shua turned to Tian Wenjing and asked, "Does the Material Reserves Department have anything to report?" Tian Wenjing nodded and gestured toward the Transportation Secretary, Zhang Shanpao, signaling him to stand and report. He immediately got up and said, "Sire, the Transportation Division has 2 things to report." "Please tell." The first concerns the Jifeng Valley Horse Stable. Secretary Zhao had said that the basic facilities had already been built. The Transportation Division had already been training breeders and gathering grain and food. We could say that the preparation work is basically done, lacking only stallions. Ouyang Shua nodded, showing no immediate reaction, and asked him to continue with the second matter. The second thing concerns mainland transportation. Since we've had the wooden horse cart, it has solved the long-distance transportation problem for resources. However, as the population has increased, we do not have any carriage-like transportation devices. Thus, we need you to arrange for this, Zhang Shanpao said. Ouyang Shua realized he had neglected this aspect. He had focused solely on transporting goods and forgotten about carriages to transport people. The Grade 2 town's basic building, the relay station, was still an unused facility. Secretary Zhang, you've reminded me well. This is my oversight. How about this? The Transportation Division can choose a location to build a carriage workshop to manufacture handcrafted carriages. As for the carriage-making manual, I'll acquire it from the market, Ouyang Shua said. Understood. Zhang Shanpao replied excitedly. After Zhang Shanpao sat down, Tian Wenjing stood up and said, "Sire, the negotiations with the other mountain tribes have new developments." Ouyang Shua was startled awake and said, "Please continue." The 2 medium-sized tribes and 6 small tribes were intimidated by the show of strength by the Shanhai Town Army at Jifeng Valley. During the negotiations, they realized that the Suanio tribe and the other 3 small tribes have begun working with us and have resolved their food problems. Consequently, they decided to put aside their fears and collaborate with us, Tian Wenjing explained. Good. Have the specific arrangements been settled? Tian Wenjing nodded. Yes, sire. We have discussed most of the content and only need you to return and review it. Please continue. First, it concerns the soldiers. The mountain tribes are willing to follow the example of the Suanio tribe and send their elite warriors to the Shanhai Town Army in exchange for payment. They will send 100 warriors from each of the small tribes and 200 warriors from each of the medium-sized tribes, totaling 1,000 people, forming 2 full units, Tian Wenjing said. Ouyang Shua shook his head. 2 months ago, our collaboration with the Suanio tribe was out of necessity. We lacked mutual trust, so we used the method of exchanging soldiers for benefits and payments. This approach has notable drawbacks. In the Shanhai army, although all are soldiers, the benefits for the barbarian warriors are given to their tribes, not to the individual warriors. This can lead to a sense of psychological imbalance and is not conducive to fostering a sense of belonging to Shanhai town. It can easily cause mixed feelings, leading them to fight for benefits and payments rather than for the town. The lack of honor and spirit will be a huge blow to our fighting strength. If the war goes well, it will be fine, but if we face problems, why would they fight to the death? The military affairs director nodded in agreement. Sire's point is that some negative seeds have appeared in the military, and the barbarians and Shanghai town-born soldiers are split into two groups. Tian Wenjing, a civil servant, did not understand military affairs well and asked uncertainly, "Then how should we deal with this?" Ouyang Shua smiled slightly. "The situation is different now. Since we have the upper hand and are the stronger force, we need to use it to our advantage and be more forceful. I believe that both the warriors we choose and their families should move to Shanghai town and become members of our town. Only then will they have the heart to commit to our town and protect it with all they have. As compensation, we will give their tribe a one-time payment of 1 gold. We will also provide them with a batch of food. A medium-sized tribe will receive 100,000 units, and a small tribe will receive 50,000 units. Sire's offer is too good. They have no reason to reject it," Tian Wenjing said excitedly. "As for the specific negotiation details, I'll have to trouble you. Additionally, the 700 mountain barbarian soldiers who have joined our town will follow the above plan," Ouyang Shua added. "Understood." Ouyang Shua nodded and said, "Tian Wenjing, please continue. Since the Langshan mining field is already at maximum capacity, it's hard to add more people. Dr. Song had reminded us that the mountains are filled with herbs and medicine. Therefore, I want to work with the tribes to have them collect the herbs, and we will buy them at market price or trade for them with food." Tian Wenjing was clearly not pleased with this part of the negotiation. Ouyang Shua frowned. This was not what he had wanted, and asked, "Did you ask the tribes if they were willing to come down and migrate to Shanghai town?" Tian Wenjing shook his head and said bitterly, "I tried to suggest it many times, but it didn't turn out well. They have a strong sense of belonging to their home, especially the older generation. They would rather die in the mountains than leave their tribe and migrate to our town. These tribes also have ancestral temples, which are their beliefs and embodiment of their faith. They would never give it up. Migrating to Shanghai town doesn't mean that they will live together with us. We can build a place for them to live where they can govern themselves. As for the temple, we can adapt. Shanghai town accepts all faiths and religions and respects others' choices. We can build a temple for them, and it will definitely be grander and more majestic than their current one." Ouyang Shua was unwilling to give up. Tian Wenjing was amazed. "Sire has thought about everything. I will negotiate with the mountain tribes based on Sire's conditions. Indeed, focus your efforts on getting one tribe to agree, preferably one that is struggling to survive. Once one agrees, the rest will likely follow. When they see the improvement in living conditions, even if some disagree, they won't be able to stop the majority." Understood. As for the herb collaboration mentioned by Fong Zhongyan, there is certainly a need. Although the territory has a medicine garden, it's still in its infancy, and many herbs can't be grown there. They can only be found deep in the mountains. In this aspect, the mountain barbarians are the experts. As the territory expands, the need for herbs and medicine will increase, so early planning is most important. Ouyang Shua didn't want Fan Wenjing to be too affected and validated his negotiation results. "Yes. As for manpower services, it would be best if we could bring them out of the mountains, which is also our final goal. However, in this process, why don't we motivate and attract the youths to be courageous and take a step out? Regardless of construction or workshops, they can find well-paying jobs to support their families. The youths have more drive and are more adaptable, and they can slowly change the views of the mountain barbarian tribe." Ouyang Shua's view not only shocked Tian Wenjing, even Fan Zhongyan and Chuangyu were amazed. This type of labor movement, which only emerged 200 years ago, had never been conceived in the minds of the olden people. "Sire is a genius, we respect you." Ouyang Shua waved his hand and laughed. After the Material Reserves Department gave their report, Chuangyu stood up. "Big brother, the Finance Department's monetary control problem that you raised before you left has a solution," Yingyu said. "Please proceed." "The Finance Department believes we need to establish an auditing division. Its role will be to oversee the legality, efficiency, and accuracy of the territory's income, improving the efficiency of monetary usage, stimulating growth, and ensuring the territory's economy grows healthily, Qingyang continued. Ouyang Shuo frowned and said, I agree with the new division. But the role of the division is financial revenue and expenditure. Putting it under the finance department, wouldn't that mean you are monitoring yourself? Then, what is Big Brother's meaning? The auditing division must work independently to maintain its sanctity and integrity. Ingyu nodded and said, understood. As for its secretary, does the finance department have a suitable candidate? Our original choice for secretary was Taishan from the business division. He passed the imperial exams and just joined the business division. Based on Secretary Su's comments, he is an upright person who is very careful, she said. Since that's the case, bring him here for me to meet. Ingyu signaled to the taxation division secretary, Qian Li Fei. He understood and left the meeting hall, returning shortly with a middle-aged scholar. The scholar was of average build, slightly thin, and had a somewhat drawn face. Taishan greets sire, he bowed and said. Please rise. Ouyang Shuo checked his stats. Name, Taishan, Silver. Identity, Shanghai Town Business Division Basic Level Worker. Occupation, Civil Servant, Jurin. Loyalty, 80. Command, 20. Force, 10. Intelligence, 48. Politics, 55. Speciality, incorruptible, raises dignity by 15%. Evaluation, originally from a home office, skilled in taxes, morally upright, and very careful. Taishan, upon Ingyu's recommendation, I will appoint you as the secretary of the auditing division. I hope you can lead it well and conduct audits properly, Ouyang Shuo said solemnly. Thank you, sire, for your faith. I will not let you down, Taishan replied solemnly. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui. Taishan has been utilized, and loyalty has been raised by 5. After dealing with the auditing division, it was already 11:30 p.m., and Ouyang Shuo announced the end of the meeting. As for the military affairs department, he planned to hold a military affairs meeting later. At 2 p.m., Ouyang Shuo did not stay in the Lord's Manor but made a trip to Friendship Town, accompanied by the Director and Secretary of Military Affairs. At the Shanghai Town Ferry, the helm of the public ferry was still manned by Old Man Zhang. The small wooden raft that Ouyang Shuo had personally built had been retired, and an advanced fishing boat, resembling an umbrella boat, was now in use. Sitting on it and gazing at the reflective water, Ouyang Shuo felt profoundly blessed. Initially, he had brought General Sher to the Lianzhou Basin and established Shanghai Village. At that time, the village was in a state of disrepair, with no talents to speak of. In less than 5 months, that small, desolate village had transformed into Shanghai Town, boasting a population nearing 30,000 and spanning 1,000 square kilometers. It had become the unchallengeable leader in the Chinese server. However, to grow even larger and become a king in the future, one must not stand still, for they would otherwise be left behind by the passage of time. The achievements of today's Shanghai Town were still merely small and insignificant. At Friendship Harbor, Friendship Town's Chief Zhou Haichin and Cavalry Unit Major Lin Yi had assembled a group of civil servants to warmly welcome Ouyang Shuo. This was his first visit to Friendship Town, and they could not afford to be too casual. When the umbrella boat docked, Zhou Haichin and his group greeted him warmly, "Welcome, sire, to Friendship Town." Ouyang Shuo stepped ashore, waved goodbye to Old Man Zhang, and then turned to Zhou Haichin, saying, "It's just a casual visit. Why did you have to bring so many people?" Zhou Haichin was stunned. He didn't know that Ouyang Shuo didn't like such atmospheres, he only wanted to make it a warm welcoming. Ouyang Shuo didn't want to make it too embarrassing for Zhou Haichin, so under Lin Yi's introductions, he greeted each person one by one. The organizational structure of Friendship Town was similar to the main town, but it also had its differences. Out of the 4 main departments, they did not have the military affairs department. The affiliated territories weren't going to be normal organizations. Therefore, Friendship Town only had the secondary divisions such as the Combat Logistics Division. The other special divisions like the Saltpan Division were exclusive to the main camp. The deployment of civil servants in Friendship Village also couldn't compare with the main camp. However, among the basic government workers, they were considered one of the best. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the chance to be posted here. Ouyang Shua only hoped that this batch of people could quickly grow. As for the military, they were all familiar faces. The 5 captains in the unit, including the leader of the town protection squad, Hui Biao, were all personally assigned by him. After a brief tour of the harbor, they returned to the town. From a distance, one could see the tall city walls and the majestic south gate. Fortunately, Zhou Haichin knew his limits and didn't arrange for the civilians to welcome him. Walking into the town, Zhou Haichin began to brief Ouyang Shua on the situation in Friendship Town. Friendship Town had around 2,600 people and was only a week away from upgrading to a Grade 2 town. Of course, the cavalry unit housed outside the city wasn't included in the numbers. To defend against nomadic tribes, agricultural businesses were mostly situated facing south, next to the Qiushui and Friendship rivers. Other important industries, such as brick kilns and pottery factories, which had to be built outside the city, were established in the west and east, protected by the city's defensive river. Given its location in a plains region, Friendship Town lacked wood and stones, relying mainly on the main town and Qiushui town for these resources. The Material Reserves Department was naturally responsible for coordination. Of course, Friendship Town had its strengths. Without mentioning its animal husbandry or agricultural industries, it possessed significant strategic advantages. The south side, where the Friendship and Qiushui rivers meet, was rich in water resources and had fertile ground, making the reclaimed farmlands superior to those of Shanghai Town. This region had already reclaimed 20,000 acres of fertile land, all of which were highly productive. In the future, Friendship Town would serve as a grain production base, second only to Qiushui Town. To establish Friendship Town's unique advantages and avoid being outstripped by Beihai Town and Qiushui Town, Zhou Haichin carefully planned to expand and develop the forging and textile industries. These industries would be crucial for trading with nomadic tribes, necessitating early preparation. This demonstrates Zhou Haichin's deep thinking and meticulous planning. Whether the nomadic tribes could be convinced would significantly impact Friendship Town's status. If trade routes were opened, Friendship Town would become a trade city. If not, it would remain a military fortress. Thus, Zhou Haichin held high hopes for Ouyang Shua's visit. Ever since the City Protection River project, Zhou Haichin had sent men to liaise with the nomadic tribes, and they had made some progress. However, the strategies to employ against them were something the Lord himself had to decide. Unfortunately, Zhou Haichin did not know that the real reason for Ouyang Shuo's visit was the Qingfu horses in the plains. It had been 2 months since the Armory Division was established. The first set of 50 Mingguang armors had already been completed. However, as they did not have suitable warhorses, they couldn't equip the cavalry unit with it. In the meeting hall of Friendship Town, Ouyang Shua had only invited the various generals for a military affairs meeting. Director Gu, please update me on the progress with the Qingfu horses, Ouyang Shua asked. The trip to Friendship Town was originally arranged by Gu Hongliang. Given his personality, if there was no progress, he would not have invited Ouyang Shua there. Gu Hongliang nodded. Sire, the Military Intelligence Division has obtained crucial information. 5 days ago, the nomadic tribe to the west of the town acquired about 100 Qingfu stallions and was preparing to expand their breeding scale. Ouyang Shua calmed himself down and said steadily, "What do you mean?" "My meaning is simple. We cannot miss this opportunity. Why don't we eliminate this small tribe? If we can, we could blame the medium-sized tribe to the east of the town, further deteriorating their relationship with the Tianqi tribe," Zhu Hongliang said calmly, not hiding that his plan would certainly result in a bloodbath. How many are in that small tribe, and how many warriors do they have? Ouyang Shua asked cautiously. This intelligence was clearly provided by the Military Intelligence Division. The one in charge of collecting intelligence on the nomadic tribes, the military intelligence team TWO leader Leishuan, stood up. Sir, we have found out that their tribe covers less than 500 square kilometers and has only 800 people, including 300 soldiers. Ouyang Shua turned to Lin Yi and asked, "Do you have confidence?" Lin Yi naturally understood what Ouyang Shua was getting at. Eliminating their main force is not hard. The challenge is how to ensure no survivors. These nomads all know how to ride horses and can easily slip away. Concerning the Qingfu horses, Ouyang Shua was prepared to take action. What is the Military Affairs Department's view? Ouyang Shua looked toward Gu Hongliang. He was already prepared and replied, "To do it cleanly, a surprise attack is best. Besides, to prevent them from escaping, apart from the assault, we need to set up ambushes to eliminate those who try to flee." Ouyang Shua nodded. This is a good plan. However, engaging 300 nomadic cavalry is already stretching our forces. How will we have the extra strength to encircle them? You are correct, sire. With only one unit here, it's difficult to accomplish the mission. The only way is to increase the number of militants, Zhu Hongliang said. Ouyang Shua had a bit of a headache. Without upgrading to a grade 1 city, it's not appropriate to expand our military. Don't forget that the mountain barbarian tribes have 1,000 elite warriors for us to accept, Gu Hongliang said confidently, seeming to have an idea. Sire, we have a military reorganization plan. Please take a look. Speak. My idea is this: these 1,000 barbarians, our main camp will take 500 and form a second heavy infantry unit. For the remaining 500, 300 will go to Qiushui town to add to the 2 protection squadrons, forming the Qiushui town protection unit. The last 200 will be sent here, along with another 100 soldiers, to form the Friendship Village Protection Unit. For this assault, we can use one of Qiushui Town's cavalry squadrons and 2 from the main camp to join in. Ouyang Shua was delighted. If it was like this, apart from the cavalry unit and the infantry unit, it wouldn't exceed the 10% military to population ratio he had set. Good, let's do it like that. Everyone, prepare quickly. Ouyang Shua announced the personnel changes. Military Affairs Department, spread my orders. Zhang Daniu will be the major of the Qiushui Town Protection Unit, Hui Biao will be the major of the Friendship Village Protection Unit, and Shihu will be the major of the 2nd Infantry Unit. Yes. Gu Hongliang exclaimed. Zhang Daniu, the sergeant who had been competing with Zhao Sihu, had finally become a major, reaching the same rank as Zhao Sihu. Hui Biao was very fortunate, having been sent here for only a month and already becoming a major, promoted faster than his seniors. As for the 2nd Infantry Unit, Ouyang Shua promoted the 2nd Squadron Captain, Shihu, over the 1st Squadron Captain for his own reasons. First, Shihu's promotion would help increase the sense of belonging among the mountain barbarians, showing them that Shanghai Town would use anyone capable. Secondly, Ouyang Shua had another plan for Wang Feng. After reorganizing the military, the meeting in Friendship Town concluded. Instead of returning to Shanghai Town, Ouyang Shua officially began his tour around Friendship Town, in the company of Zhou Haichen. As they walked through the town's main streets, Ouyang Shua started to calculate the costs of expanding the military. First was the one-time payment to the mountain barbarians. The 3 batches of warriors cost 1,700 gold. Adding the one-time care package of 500,000 units of food, which cost 500 gold, and the class change fees of 500 gold for 1,000 infantrymen and 150 gold for 100 cavalrymen, the total expenses amounted to 2,850 gold. His remaining 3,000 gold was nearly depleted. The following day, Ouyang Shua went to the town head's office to receive the report from Zhou Haichin on cooperation with the nomadic tribes. Zhou Haichin invited Ouyang Shua to the lord's seat while he sat at a lower one and said, "Sire, the medium-sized tribe to the north of Friendship Town is known as the Tianfeng tribe. It has 3,500 people and 1,500 square miles of pasture, larger than our territory. The Tianfeng tribe's leader is called Daria Qi, a 35-year-old descendant of the Mongols. The name Daria Qi in Mongolian means to crush and suppress, which speaks to his ambition and goals." He continued, "After completing the city protection, we sent the administration director of Friendship Town as an ambassador to present gifts to Daria Qi. Though he was surprised by the visit, his actions were not out of the ordinary. After accepting the gifts, he treated us very warmly. What was baffling was that when the ambassador was about to return, a squad of Tianfeng tribe cavalry attempted to attack. They were only shocked and retreated after seeing the river and the high city walls. Interestingly, after that squad of cavalry left, the Tianfeng tribe sent a messenger who said they wanted to trade with us. As it was so sudden, I had no clue what Daria Qi was up to. I wanted to report to you, but the Lord's mansion said you were busy and had gone into seclusion. So, I used a delay tactic. Now that you are back, I need your advice on what to do." Ouyang Shua frowned. "From your description, this Daria Qi is a two-faced character. I think it's best not to reveal the location of the main camp. How about this, you will be in charge of trading with them. We only want Qingfu horses. As for what to trade for them, whether it's grain, salt, iron or tea, or even three-flower wine, we can trade it with them. As long as we can get the Qingfu horses, giving them some benefits is acceptable." Zhou Haichin was surprised and said emotionally, "Understood. Sire, don't worry. Additionally, the trading location must be carefully chosen. You can build a trading post beside the city protection river. For the first trade, it's best if it happens within this week," Ouyang Shua ordered. The reason for choosing 1 week was to coordinate with the military and prepare for any military action. "Yes." Ouyang Shua nodded and said, "Haichin, it seems that choosing you to come to Friendship Town was the right decision. After these 2 days, I found that the town is well ordered. Even when facing the threat of the nomadic tribes, the people remained peaceful. To think of trading under such circumstances is incredible." Zhou Haichin, moved by the high praise, replied, "All I have today is thanks to your help and the opportunities you have given me. I do not dare to waste this chance and will continue to work hard to repay you, sire." "Seeing this, I am delighted," Ouyang Shua responded. On May 8, Friendship Town conducted its first trade with the Tianfeng tribe. According to the Tianfeng tribe's pricing, a high-quality Qingfu horse was valued at 5 gold. In goods, this equated to either 5,000 units of grain, 2,500 units of salt, 1,000 units of iron ore, or 500 units of three-flower wine. Thus, the trading value of the Qingfu horse was considerable. As it was their first trade, both parties were cautious. The Tianfeng tribe agreed to trade 100 high-quality Qingfu horses for 100,000 units of grain, 2,500 units of salt, 60,000 units of iron ore, and 10,000 units of three-flower wine, which amounted to an additional batch of salt. Zhou Haichin, remembering Ouyang Shua's directive to prioritize acquiring the Qingfu horses even at a loss, considered this trade a success. Friendship Town secured 100 green horses, while the Tianfeng tribe obtained an unimaginable amount of resources with just 100 horses. To express their gratitude, the Tianfeng tribe gifted an additional 3 elite green horses, whose stats were 40% higher than those of the high-quality horses. Name: Good quality Qingfu horse, dark gold. Max capacity, 120 kilograms. Speed, 60 kilometers/day. Consumption, 4 units of food/day. Evaluation: the Qingfu horse was the offspring of the ancient green beetle god and a wild horse. Therefore, it inherited the god's intent of the green beetle and the speed of the wind, making it a warhorse of the highest quality. Undoubtedly, it is the best warhorse, with a maximum capacity twice that of a normal warhorse and is even faster. Only this kind of warhorse can handle the Mingguang armor. Name: Elite Qingfu Horse, Platinum. Max capacity, 168 kilograms. Speed, 84 kilometers/day. Consumption, 5 units of food/day. Evaluation: an elite among Qingfu horses, highly suitable for being a general's mount. Ouyang Shua sent 100 Qingfu horses to the 1st Squadron of the Cavalry Unit. As for the 3 elite Qingfu horses, he kept one for himself and gave one each to Lin Yi and the 1st Squadron Captain, Li Mingliang. With the Qingfu horses, the Mingguang armor made by the Armory Division could finally be used. Name: Soldier Mingguang Armor, Gold. Type: Heavy Armor. Weight: 36 kilograms. Defense: 55. Toughness is 50. Evaluation: on the front and back of the armor, there is an oval metal piece known as the round guard. Under the light, it glows, giving the Mingguang armor its name. Name: Sergeant Mingguang Armor, Dark Gold. Type: Heavy Armor. Weight: 40 kilograms. Defense: 70. Toughness: 55. Evaluation: compared to the Soldier Mingguang armor, the Sergeant Mingguang armor's crafting process is slightly more complicated. Name: General Mingguang Armor, Platinum. Type: Heavy Armor. Weight: 45 kilograms. Defense: 85. Toughness: 60. Evaluation: compared to the Sergeant Mingguang armor, the General Mingguang armor's crafting process is slightly more complicated and more expensive. To date, the Armory Division has only made one set of General Mingguang armor, and it was naturally made for Ouyang Shua. The Armory Division Secretary Wang Tao worked with Master Tailor Mu Qingxi, and after 1 month and 5 failures, they finally completed it. This success was partly due to luck and partly due to the added effect of Cheng'er's skill. Otherwise, there would have been no chance of success. Wang Tao used this opportunity to become a master blacksmith. As for the highest grade, the Commander Mingguang armor, Ouyang Shua guessed that both of them would need to reach the Grandmaster level to have a chance of success. With this set of Mingguang armor, Ouyang Shua's leather armor was no longer useful, and he gave it to Zhao Sihu. Ouyang Shua then checked his stats. Name: Chiue Wui. Title: Patriot, increases NPC's relationship by 25%. Territory: Shanghai Town. Occupation: General, part-time. Level: 45. Merit: 15,400/25,600. Rank: 2nd Class Earl. Prestige: 12,850/100,000. Body structure: 18. Comprehension: 21. Luck: 5. Charm: 8. Command: 59 plus 10. Force: 22 plus 5. Intelligence: 14. Political: 51. Talent: locked. Technique: Ba Ji Fist Art, proficient, Yang Family Spear Technique, fundamentals learned. Art of War, Lu Tao, Wu Tao Volume. Skills: Advanced Collection, Basic Shipbuilding, Intermediate Diplomacy, Advanced Scouting, Advanced Weapon Proficiency, Basic Riding, Basic Spear Mastery, Basic Archery. Mount: Elite Qingfu Horse, Platinum. Equipment: Exquisite Composite Bow, Gold, Exquisite Iron Sword, Gold, Exquisite Iron Spear, Gold, General Mingguang Armor, Platinum. Unique items: Talisman of Bloodthirsting, Talisman of Vitality, Talisman of Rapid Marching, Substitution Doll. During this period, Ouyang Shua leveled up 5 times to reach level 45. His merit and rank also increased. The Brutal Force was a necklace with a thumb-sized wild pig tooth, naturally crafted by the alchemist Magnus. Its stats were: Name: Brutal Force, Silver. Speciality: Raise combat power by 5. Evaluation: advanced alchemist Magnus made it using a wild pig tooth. On May 9, the military operation codenamed Dawn officially began. After 5 days of preparation, the city defense units from Qirshui Town and Friendship Town, along with the 2nd Infantry Unit from the main base, were all in position. Simultaneously, Qirshui Town's sole cavalry squadron and Friendship Town's 2 cavalry squadrons joined the cavalry unit and commenced joint training. To avoid alarming the enemy, the joint training location was not in Friendship Town but on an open field west of Shanghai Town, near the infantry unit's camp. Initially, Lin Yi proposed that before joining the infantry unit for joint training, they should eliminate 1 or 2 bandit camps outside the border to provide actual combat experience for the troops. However, Ouyang Shua rejected this idea for several reasons. First, the units dispatched were all cavalry, and since the main force would be cavalry during an attack, their coordination was not a significant concern. Second, launching any attacks and causing additional casualties was unnecessary before Operation Dawn, which was extremely critical. Ouyang Shua did not want to start a war with an exhausted army and thus was being cautious. To avoid drawing attention from the Tianfeng tribe, this military operation planned to cross the Friendship River from Shanghai Town and advance straight into the western part of the central area among the small tribes, ensuring a decisive victory with one strike. At 4 p.m., the naval unit stationed in Beihai Town traveled upstream with the Mengcheng warship and docked at the Friendship River bank south of the small tribes. Meanwhile, the 800 cavalrymen involved in Operation Dawn set up their camp on the other side of the river. At 4 a.m., just before daybreak, the entire force began preparing food. By 5 a.m., the cavalry, along with the warhorses, boarded the warships and sailed across the Friendship River. After a short break, to maintain their stealth, each cavalryman covered his mouth. The horses' mouths were also covered, and their hooves were wrapped with thick linen to muffle the sound of their footsteps. They then started marching forward like an army of specters, in complete silence. They moved slowly for 5 kilometers and began to split into 4 groups. The front wing, responsible for the main attack, was the cavalry unit. The first squadron, equipped with Qingfu warhorses, would act as the vanguard. The first team of this squadron, consisting of 50 cavalrymen in Mingguang armor, would lead the entire force under the command of Li Mingliang. To prevent their armor from reflecting light and drawing enemy attention, the armors were fully covered with linen. The rear wing was Qirshui Town's cavalry squadron, led by Zhang Dainiu, who detoured to the back of the enemy. They were tasked with cutting off the nomadic tribe's escape route to the north, which was the most likely direction for the enemies to flee, towards the Tianqi tribe. The responsibility carried by Zhang Dainiu and his cavalry squadron was significant. The right wing, composed of Friendship Town's 1st Cavalry Squadron and led by Hui Biao, marched towards the east, the direction of the Tianfeng tribe. Although the chances of the deserters fleeing east were quite low, the wing still carried a great responsibility to prevent the enemy from doing so. This was because, if not taken seriously, the fleeing soldiers might attract the attention of the Tianfeng tribe and cause unwanted outcomes. The left-wing forces, from Friendship Town, were the 2nd Cavalry Squadron, a newly formed unit. They headed west because, being newly formed, they were assigned to an area with no tribes, where the responsibility was lighter. Their presence there was purely precautionary. Additionally, at least 1 military intelligence personnel was assigned to each of the front, back, right, and left-wing forces. These personnel, who had gathered detailed information about the terrain well before the operation, served as guides for the army. To facilitate communication, each also carried a messenger bird. At 6:30, all forces had reached their designated locations as planned. As usual, Ouyang Shua personally led the army expedition, riding an elite Qingfu warhorse and wearing a Mingguang armor specially designed for generals, looking sharp and handsome. Beside him was Lin Yi, also riding an elite Qingfu warhorse and wearing a Mingguang armor designed for generals. "Report," a messenger from the front shouted. "Speak." "My lord, The vanguard has approached the enemy camp as planned. There is nothing unusual so far. Your orders, my lord? All units, move forward. Yes, my lord. 20 minutes later, the main forces met up with the vanguard. Mingguang rode up to Ouyang Shua and said, "Everything is according to plan, my lord." Ouyang Shua nodded, then looked into the distance. These nomadic tribes, other than the large ones, typically did not have fixed settlements. It was summer, the perfect time for herding. The tribes followed their herds wherever they went, setting up temporary camps. Thus, the nomadic tribe before Ouyang Shua had no city walls like the larger cities. They didn't even build proper fences, just hundreds of tents arranged in a circular pattern. The tents varied in size, the deeper into the center, the larger they became. At the heart of the camp, the largest tents must have belonged to the tribal chief. "Have you found the Qingfu stallions?" Ouyang Shua asked. This was his primary concern at the moment. "Yes, my lord. They're all kept in the stable," Mingguang replied excitedly. "Is that so? Then launch the attack." Ouyang Shua turned, looked at Lin Yi, and said coldly, "Understood." Lin Yi bent, drew his bow, lit a specially made arrow, and shot it toward the enemy camp. The burning arrow soared across the sky like a meteor, landing directly on the distant chief's tent, setting it ablaze. Lin Yi's fire arrow, like a signal flare, prompted the 500 cavalrymen to swiftly shoot their own fire arrows at the designated targets. In an instant, except for a few tents, the entire camp was engulfed in flames. The blazing fire soared high into the sky, and the scorching heat could be felt from afar. Many of the enemies in the tents perished in their sleep, unaware of the danger. The few who were alert during their sleep jumped up from their beds and quickly ran outside. Some, remaining calm, unsheathed their weapons and headed out of the tents. Seeing this, Lin Yi put his bow away, picked up his spear, charged toward the enemy camp, and shouted, "Cavalry, charge! Kill them all!" Raising their weapons, the cavalry followed Lin Yi and charged into the enemy. As the cavalry struck down and trampled through the enemy, Ouyang Shua, along with a few guards, stood at their position, calmly observing the entire battlefield. The cavalry patrolled around the tents, slaughtering enemies as they fled. The scene was extremely gruesome and horrific. Ouyang Shua remained on his horse, staying in the same spot, as he did not participate in the slaughter. As a man from the modern age, even after 5 years in his previous life, he still found it difficult to kill anyone emotionlessly, especially when the targets were innocent civilians. They say power is toxic, capable of corrupting anyone and turning them into a cold, steel-hearted individual. It was at this moment that Ouyang Shua realized the significant differences between adventurer-type players and lord-type players, and how much he had changed in this short period. To suppress the provocation of the Jifeng tribe and build his power among the surrounding tribes, he did not hesitate to send his army to Jifeng Valley to launch a bloody oppression. To obtain the Qingfu stallion to equip his cavalry, he again did not hesitate to exterminate an entire tribe. Even though he did not take part in the war this time, his hands were still covered in blood. The blood would remain forever, impossible to wash away, and would accompany him for the rest of his life. The only consolation for Ouyang Shua was that he constantly reminded himself that this was just a game. The people in the massacre he caused were just NPCs. This was the only excuse he could find. That night was a nightmare. The night sky was illuminated by the roaring fires among the tents, and shrill screams and helpless cries could be heard from a distance. It was a tragic night. As the fire burned fiercely, Ouyang Shua's face grew more and more indistinct. However, from another perspective, the cavalry saw their lord, Ouyang Shua, standing at the main entrance, looking at them. His gaze seemed to instill a surge of power, as if it were a magical force that could empower anyone. They knew their lord was watching them, his men fighting for him. Although the tribesmen tried to organize a few counterattacks, they were futile under the fierce assault of the vanguards and were brutally suppressed. After half an hour, some of them began to crumble and fled the camp. Lin Yi swiftly ordered the 5th Squadron to chase them down. Some of the tribesmen overestimated their abilities. While fleeing, they attempted to capture Ouyang Shua to use as leverage. However, Ouyang Shua was no longer the same. His combat skills had rapidly improved through intense training, and the tribal warriors who tried to capture him were all killed without mercy. An hour later, the massacre finally came to an end. All of the squadrons, except for the 1st Squadron responsible for wrapping things up, were sent out by Lin Yi to cooperate with the prearranged scouting troops to hunt down every escaped soldier. "My lord, should we disguise the entire battlefield and frame the Tianfeng tribe?" asked Lin Yi. Ouyang Shua shook his head and said, "It's not necessary. Just burn everything and leave no trace or clue. We're not familiar with these tribes' activities, and disguising the battlefield might have the opposite effect. The best approach is to do nothing. This way, the Tianqi tribe will speculate on who benefits most from this massacre. They'll likely suspect that the neighboring Tianfeng tribe is behind it. With their capabilities, I'm confident they won't figure out it was us. There's one thing you need to know. We just completed a trade of Qingfu warhorses with the Tianfeng tribe, so we have no motive for this." Lin Yi looked at Ouyang Shua with admiration and said, "You're indeed a wise man." Ouyang Shua waved his hand and said, "Hurry, before anything happens. Time is of the essence." "Yes, my lord." At 10 a.m., all the forces converged once again. The operation went exactly as planned. No enemies survived, and they returned to base with the rewards from the battle. Operation Dawn seized a total of 100 young Qingfu stallions, 300 high-class Qingfu warhorses, and 4 elite-class Qingfu warhorses. In addition, more than 1,000 sheep and 3,000 sheepskins were also seized. When they arrived at Friendship River, the Navy and Meng Chang's warships were already there, waiting for them. Due to the abundance of rewards, the warships had to make a dozen trips back and forth to transport the rewards across the river. Since it was just a simple mission for the Navy, Commander Pei Donglai did not show up. Once the Navy had assisted the last of the cavalry to cross the river, they promptly returned to Beihai town. To avoid arousing suspicion from the Tianfeng tribe, Ouyang Shua ordered the cavalry unit to return to camp immediately after crossing the river. The same applied to the warhorses seized in battle. Dispatching these warhorses to the cavalry now would only reveal their true intentions. With insufficient Mingguang armor, mounting or not mounting the warhorses was not a pressing concern. The 100 Qingfu stallions were transferred by the Transportation Division to the horse breeding field in Jifeng Valley, while the 304 Qingfu warhorses and thousands of sheep were kept in Shanghai town's pastures on the west side of town. The pasture, after several upgrades, now spanned 50 square kilometers. It was divided into sections for pigs, sheep, and now horses. For convenience, Ouyang Shua named the pasture West City Pasture. Regarding Operation Dawn, as everything was executed in secrecy, it did not cause any chain reactions among the people of Shanghai town. However, the massacre did cause significant uproar among the other nomadic tribes. At Xinwan Lake, in the Tianqi tribe warchief's tent, Khan, the scouts have brought news about the Tianlian tribe in the southwest. The tribe was burnt to ashes in one night, and there were no survivors. All 800 of their people were slaughtered, said a muscular, bearded middle-aged man. He is the first of the 3 generals in the Tianqi tribe, known as the Lion of the Grassland, Lakshan. The Tianqi tribe had 30,000 people, including 12,000 soldiers. Among these 12,000 soldiers, 2,000 were the elite of the elites and served as the Khan's personal guards. They were led by the second of the 3 generals, one of the Khan's most trusted, known as the Wolf of the Grassland, Boraktina. The remaining 10,000 soldiers were divided into 2 divisions, the Eastern Division and the Western Division, each with 5,000 soldiers. The Eastern Division was commanded by Lakshan, while the Western Division was under the command of the 3rd General, known as the Black Tiger of the Grassland, Dai Qin. The tribe that was annihilated by Shanghai Town was under the jurisdiction of the Western Division. Therefore, as soon as Lokshan received the news that the Tianlian tribe was wiped out, he quickly reported it to his Khan, Monk. Monk was a man in his 50s, considered an elder in the savannah. His once handsome face was now full of wrinkles, and his thick, curly hair was turning white. All these signs indicated that he was truly getting old. Despite all of this, no one had ever dared to be disrespectful to Monk. This was not only because of his majestic aura but also the deep respect in their hearts. Monk inherited his father's position as Khan and took over the scepter and crown passed down to him when he was 14 years old. When he assumed his father's position, a powerful vassal named Gru took advantage of Monk's youth and treated him as a puppet. The tyrant used Monk's name to control the entire tribe. Monk, however, did not show any sign of dissatisfaction. He pretended to know nothing about it and even acted as though he was very fond of Gru at the time. Unbeknownst to Gru, Monk secretly amassed his own forces and cultivated his own generals. After 2 years, when Monk felt the time was right, he assassinated Gru with a fatal blow while Gru was drunk and sleeping in his tent. After Gru's death, Monk boldly commanded his generals and cleansed the entire tribe of Gru's faction with their blood, thus regaining control of the tribe. For the next 30+ years, Monk's rule became increasingly experienced and brutal. During his reign, he was called the Bloody Butcher, and more than 5 tribes were exterminated. To this day, the smaller tribes still live under his shadow, fearing to voice even the smallest dissatisfaction about Monk. While other tribes feared him and spoke of him in insulting and derogatory terms, to the Tianqi tribe, Monk was their supreme leader, their god, and they would die for him. When Monk first took over the position of Khan, the tribe was only a medium-sized tribe with 4,000 to 5,000 people. Under his rule, the tribe grew bigger and stronger. Despite the barriers posed by their strong rivals, the Tianqi tribe managed to defeat them all and eventually became the strongest tribe in the savannah. They were so powerful that all the other tribes respected him as the savannah's Khan. However, the throne of this old Khan, who appeared to be on the verge of death, was built with the blood of his enemies. Lokshan was a newborn when Monk inherited the position of Khan. He grew up hearing all sorts of stories about Monk. Therefore, even after Lokshan became a strong man, the lion of the savannah, he dared not show even the slightest disrespect. At this moment, the old Khan sat up straight on his throne, showing no signs of weariness. After hearing Lokshan's report, he opened his turbid eyes slightly and said hoarsely, "The Tianlian tribe? If I recall correctly, they just bought 100 Qingfu stallions from us not long ago?" Suddenly, a thought struck Lokshan about the incident. "Yes, my Khan. Do you mean that the Tianlian tribe was eliminated because of these stallions? Someone grew greedy for these stallions and wiped out the Tianlian tribe for them?" Cough Lokshan, when looking at a problem, you must understand its cause to solve it. The Tianlian tribe is one of the smallest in the savannah. They possess neither precious treasures nor a lush, fertile territory. If that's the case, what else is worthy of being coveted? Ment coughed and said, "My Khan, you are indeed the wisest man in our tribe," Lokshan said respectfully. "Are there any clues or traces of the remains of the Tianlian tribe?" Monk asked. Lokshan shook his head and said, "There's nothing but ashes left. The Qingfu stallions they bought from us, along with their own horses and sheep, are all gone." Judging from the heat of the remains, the attack occurred at around 7 a.m. this morning. The enemies were all cavalry, as there were no other footprints, only horse tracks. Besides, this was probably a planned attack. Most of the tribal members' remains were found in the burned tents, which means that most of them were killed in the fire while they were sleeping. Lokshan was clearly an experienced warrior. Just by looking at the remains, he could deduce what had happened. This man was not as foolhardy as he appeared. Fortunately, Ouyang Shua did not try to disguise the battlefield, or the flaws would have been noticed by Lokshan by now. "Any survivors?" Monk asked again without saying anything else. Lakshan shook his head and said morosely, the enemies were as sly as a fox. They must have arranged scouts outside the tribe to stop and kill those who managed to escape. Most of them were killed far from the tribe after they escaped. Suddenly, Monk's turbid eyes opened. This time, his eyes turned extremely sharp, and he said, it seems there's a tribe that has become unwilling to serve us and wants to challenge our dominance. Lakshan's heart raced upon hearing Monk's words and asked, my Khan, which tribe do you think it is? He was very clear that once the conjecture was confirmed, it would mean an endless war. Humph, the TWO tribe just received our support and was wiped out. What else could this mean other than trying to provoke us? Those missing stallions were just a decoy, Monk said coldly. Suddenly, a bloody aurum materialized around him. Lakshan's limbs froze for a moment. Even a man like him couldn't withstand the pressure coming from the Khan. He barely stabilized himself and said, to the south of the TWO tribe is just a river. To the west is the wilderness. To the north is us, and to the east is the TWO tribe. My Khan, do you suspect that the annihilation of the TWO tribe was caused by the TWO tribe? Monk did not reply and sat emotionlessly on his throne, looking far into the distance. Lakshan knew that his Khan was thinking and stood quietly beside him. 10 minutes later, Monk turned, looked at Lakshan, and said, Dariachi is a very subtle man. He may be ambitious, but he will not act rashly. This man is a snake. He will quietly wait in the shadows, watching us fight each other until we show signs of weakness. If this were the doing of the TWO tribe, it would not match Dariachi's behavior at all. Confusion was clearly visible on Lakshan's face. This general was definitely good at fighting and had high intelligence, but this didn't mean he was good at handling political issues. Then, who do you think did this, my Khan? Lakshan asked. Monk shook his head and said, without any further news, a wise man should never make speculations, as they may not help solve the problem at all. My plan is to search for more clues while also improving our awareness of the other tribes. We'll wait for the enemies to show up again and deal with them once and for all. Although he was called the Bloody Butcher, Monk was not an irrational man. Of course, if he were irrational, he wouldn't have achieved so much by now. However, Lakshan, I have a bad premonition that an immense storm is coming our way. This storm will hit us with a strength we have never seen before. We must be prepared for any scenario, Monk said suddenly. Lakshan's heart quickened. In the TWO tribe, Monk was their god, and his predictions were like oracles. Therefore, Lakshan was easily convinced that a great storm was coming. However, Lakshan was still a general, a man skilled in war, not politics. If he were to fight anyone, he would never be afraid, so he said loudly, rest assured, my Khan. I'll show them that anyone who provokes us will perish. Monk nodded but didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and Lakshan withdrew quietly. The conversation that took place in the war chief's tent of the TWO tribe was unknown to Ouyang Shua and the war chief of the TWO tribe, Dariachi. In the state of Lian, at the TWO tribe war chief's tent. Hukitu, what do you think of the TWO tribe's annihilation? Dariachi asked. Sitting a few levels down from Dariachi's throne was a young man in his 20s. He had a tall, muscular build, handsome features, and curly hair that added to his charm. This man was Hukitu, the only general in the TWO tribe. He commanded every soldier of the TWO tribe, except for Dariachi's elite guards. Upon learning that the TWO tribe had been wiped out, Hukitu rushed to the scene as quickly as possible. After examining the remains of the tribe, he came to the same conclusion that Lakshan had. The only difference was that Hukitu knew this was not the work of his tribe. From Hukitu's perspective, the truth of this incident was shrouded in a thick fog, making it hard to uncover. War Chief, this case is very strange. I suspect that a tribe is trying to frame us, Hukitu said cautiously. Dariachi frowned and said in a deep voice, yes, someone has a sinister motive. It seems they want to provoke conflict between us and the TWO tribe. Who do you think did this? Hukito asked. Dariachi shook his head and replied, I am not sure. It could be the tribes from the west or the tribes from the north. It could even be the Tianqi tribe themselves that did this. Tianqi tribe. Hukito said, shocked. Yes, Menk is an old fox. In order to suppress the smaller tribes, he could do anything. Don't forget, there's a reason he's called the Bloody Butcher. If there is a reason to suppress us, a small tribe would mean nothing to him. Hukito couldn't believe it and said, Warchief, I still don't understand. If it really was the Tianqi tribe, they should have sent people to question us. However, they didn't do anything at all. Yes, this is the part one can't understand. That is why it is really confusing. Even with his capabilities, he still couldn't figure it out. Could it be our new neighbor from the south? Hukito asked boldly. Dariachi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing it. However, he shook his head and said it shouldn't be. First of all, they don't have the strength to do it yet. Second, they don't have the motives. As you can see, they hope to maintain trading with our tribes. Hukito didn't believe his statement, as he just simply made it. After hearing what his war chief said, he cleared his confusion, but the biggest mystery was still not clear. Anyway, what's done is done. It won't just stop at this point. There will be some unknown changes in the future that cannot be foreseen right now. However, no matter what the changes are, it will still come down to the comparison of strength between us and our enemies, Dariachi concluded. He said in a serious manner, Hukito, order your army to not let their guard down, no matter what. During this period, strengthen the patrols on the border. Also, increase the strength of our army as much as possible. You might also consider maintaining trade with the southern friendship town to gather as much iron ore as you can. Understood. Hukito said loudly before leaving. After Hukito left the tent, Dariachi looked up at the tent's top, as if his gaze could pierce through it and look far into the sky. He then muttered to himself, a great storm is coming. Savannah God, will this be the chance for our Tianfeng tribe to rise and become the greatest tribe in the savannah? May 11th, Beihai Town Harbor. After a month of development, the construction of Beihai Harbor was officially completed. Located near the estuary, Beihai Harbor is a natural harbor with a protected bay for ships to dock. Built for military purposes, it mainly serves the Navy, providing services such as a docking place for warships, supplies, shelter, and equipment. Therefore, Beihai Harbor is also known as a naval base, equipped with the necessary technologies and various facilities. The Navy camp was moved to Beihai Harbor immediately after its completion. Presently, Beihai Harbor also functions as a fishing port, allowing fishing vessels to anchor and load and unload goods, and providing shelter and resource replenishment. It also offers services such as fish processing, vessel maintenance, fishing gear manufacturing, and crew resting areas. The southern waters of Beihai Town are the North Bay of the South Sea, with the largest island in the North Bay being Qingyang Island. After the game system was modified to magnify the island by 10 times, it now covers an area of about 350,000 square kilometers, 1.5 times the size of the Lianzhou Basin. Besides Qingyang Island, there are several smaller islands. However, most of these islands are uninhabited. They are mostly deserted, but some have developed their own ecosystems, with abundant resources suitable for habitation due to the presence of an inland lake or river. These islands have become ideal locations for pirates, especially after the game map enlargement. The once tiny islands have suddenly become viable for habitation. For this reason, Ouyang Shua decided to order his navy to explore these islands, not wanting to draw conclusions based on reality, as the game may have altered the landscape significantly. In the northwest corner of the North Bay, close to the border between Vietnam and China, lies an island called Moon Island, covering an area of about 50 square kilometers, equivalent to a Grade 2 village. In reality, this island would only span 5 square kilometers. Moon Island is inhabited by a group of about 3,000 pirates known as the Black Shark, led by someone called Blackbeard. Due to Moon Island's proximity to Vietnam, the Black Shark primarily targets Vietnamese coastal villages for raids. Blackbeard has become a notorious figure, especially among Lord-type players in Vietnamese coastal areas. Since the game's launch, the Black Shark and its leader, Blackbeard, have raided no fewer than 30 players' villages. The Black Shark, however, knows its limits and avoids provoking the system-built cities. One day, as if they had all gone mad, the Black Shark did not raid the Vietnamese coastal villages but headed for the northern Chinese coastal areas instead. Needless to say, the patrols spotted them before the Black Shark could reach Beihai town. As the soldiers on the Mingguang warships prepared for the encounter, they also launched emergency flares upon seeing the pirate ships. This time, Blackbeard had brought 3 pirate ships with him, carrying about 300 pirates in total. He was shocked to see the Mingguang warships and even more so when Beihai Harbor appeared in his sight, as this type of harbor only existed within the game system. On the other side, upon seeing the flares fired by the patrols, Pei Donglai quickly boarded the warship and led the remaining 4 Mingguang warships to the scene. Mingguang warships were designed to be long and narrow for enhanced mobility, allowing them to pierce through enemy formations fiercely. Their cabins and decks were covered in cow hides to increase fire resistance. Each side of the warship had slots for paddles, and above the deck stood a 3-story cabin, also wrapped in cow hides. Each level of the cabin had designated spots for crossbows for offensive purposes. Thus, in about 20 minutes, while Blackbeard still hesitated, the 4 Mingguang warships and Pei Donglai arrived to join the patrols. Seeing the superior capabilities of the Mingguang warships and the reversal of strength between the two parties, coupled with a lack of information about the enemy's true strength, Blackbeard promptly ordered his pirates to retreat. As the pirates fled, Pei Donglai pursued them for a short distance before returning to base. There were several reasons why Pei Donglai did not pursue the pirates further. First, there wasn't much of a gap between his navy and the pirates in terms of strength, so they could not overwhelm the pirates with sheer force. Second, the navy had not experienced any real battles, so if they were to fight the pirates, they might have lost. According to the art of war, it is unwise to chase after fleeing enemies irrationally, especially a group of pirates at full strength. After returning to Beihai town, Pei Donglai immediately wrote a report about the encounter and sent it to Ouyang Shua for further orders. On May 12, Ouyang Shua received the urgent report from the Navy. After reading the letter, his mind was flooded with thousands of thoughts. The encounter indicated that the pirates had learned about the existence of Beihai town, and the town would no longer be able to develop peacefully. To protect Beihai town and ensure the safety of this strategic fortress, Ouyang Shua wrote a letter to Pei Donglai, requesting him to expand the navy and form a naval fleet. He also asked Pei Donglai to gather more information about the pirates as soon as possible. If possible, it would be best to locate their lair. To Ouyang Shua, only the elimination of each and every pirate and their lairs would ensure that Beihai town could continue to develop peacefully. Otherwise, who knew when they might suddenly appear and launch a surprise attack? While Ouyang Shua was racking his brains about the future development of Beihai town, a system announcement popped up for those in the China region. System notice: China has successfully promoted 100 town-level territories, triggering the battle map. The first battle, the War of Zhualu, will officially commence in 3 days. Friendly tip: the War of Zhualu is a non-mandatory battle map, and only those with a town-level territory are eligible. This notice caused an uproar among the players, as they were not aware of the battle map. There was also no detail about it on the official website. Even Di Chen and the others had no prior knowledge about the campaign system. Compared to the previous territorial defense missions, this battle was on a much smaller scale, but the attractive and exciting features it contained were definitely on par with the former. Due to the system's restrictions, only the top 100 players with town-level territories were eligible for the campaign. Those still struggling with a village-level territory could only voice their dissatisfaction and protests, while those who were qualified were preparing themselves for the battle map. However, some who were not qualified and not satisfied were trying to see if they could raise their territory level to a town-level territory in order to qualify. Compared to those who were still lost, Ouyang Shua had a clear mind. Earth Online's most unique feature, the battle map, was finally going to be launched. In his previous life, Lord-type players described the campaign map as a dimensional war, which justified how exciting a campaign war could be. This so-called battle map was similar to a scenario mission. The system would generate a temporary dimensional map based on a historical battle. Those eligible could lead their armies and choose a faction to join through a teleportation formation. Many famous figures were generated on the map, allowing players to follow them and participate in selected historical wars. Players could even alter history if their presence was strong enough to influence the tide of war. The immense feeling of participating in such epic scenarios was undoubtedly very attractive. Generally, there would be at most one historical war per dynasty. Once a dynasty's battle map ended, its historical figures would begin to appear in the game, awaiting capable players to recruit them. As the game progressed into its later stages, a vast number of historical figures from different dynasties would be available for recruitment. This significantly increased the chances for players to recruit mighty warriors or powerful strategists. Another advantage of the battle map was the merit points. The later the game progressed, the harder it became to raise a player's title. For example, Ouyang Shua was currently a second-rank count, the highest title among players at the moment. However, advancing to a first-rank count was still very challenging, let alone the even higher title of Marquis, which required an absurdly high number of merit points. The battle map provided players with an opportunity to earn more merit points. In each arc and scenario, the system ranked players based on their contributions, with higher ranks earning better merit points. The top 10 players also received special rewards. The most appealing aspect of these scenarios went beyond just this. For lore-type players, famous generals and strategists were what they desired the most. In scenarios, players will have the chance to trigger quests to recruit these famous figures. Only by completing these quests can players recruit them and bring them back to their own base. Figures such as Baiqi the Azura, Sangu the Overlord of Western Chu, Zhao Yun the God of Martial Arts, Li Jing the Military God, and other well-known characters will appear in these campaign scenarios one by one. Just thinking about them is enough to make one feel completely fired up. Currently, everyone knows that it is very rare to get a famous figure. Even with the resources and wealth of Shanghai town, aside from Shi Wan Sui, who was awarded for building the village, there are only 2 king-class figures, Fan Zhongyan and Tian Wenjing. This highlights the rarity of every famous figure. After the system announcement, every Lord-type player, including Ouyang Shua, received the notification. System notification. To facilitate the opening of the campaign scenario, the system will set up a teleportation formation in your territory at no cost. Please choose the location for the portal carefully. Gentle reminder, this teleportation formation will be permanent and can also be used for traveling within the territory. Consider your choice carefully before confirming the location. A blue light flashed across the screen, and a holographic map of Shanghai town appeared in front of Ouyang Shua. The placement of the teleportation formation should be chosen with care. First, the portal cannot be built indoors and should be placed in an open space. Furthermore, for convenience, the area should be spacious to prevent overcrowding. However, the portal cannot be built outside the town as it can be destroyed. If placed outside the town, it would be very vulnerable to enemy attacks, and reinforcements would not be able to teleport here if the portal were destroyed. After considering these risks, Ouyang Shua decided to place the portal on the east side of the town square. This location was not only spacious but also close to the military area, ensuring the portal's safety. System notification, location for teleportation formation confirmed. The portal is now being generated. System notification, teleportation formation generated. Player can now view it at will. Walking out of the town hall, Ouyang Shua saw a massive teleportation formation on the east side of the town square. The formation was disc-shaped, about 10 meters in diameter, made of a material that looked neither like rock nor jade, with a simple appearance. At the center of the portal, the iconic black and white Tai Chi symbol rotated slowly in a clockwise direction. Surrounding it was the pattern of the Bagua, and the outermost area depicted the sexagenary cycle. Bronze statues representing the 4 celestial guardians stood at the 4 cardinal points of the portal: the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. These statues formed a barrier around the portal, blocking access to anyone without permission. Ouyang Shua approached the portal and placed his right hand on the barrier to adjust the settings. System notification: please select the player to be authorized for using the portal. Since he was the only player in Shanghai town, Ouyang Shua authorized only himself to use the portal. System notification: please select the mode of territory teleportation. You may choose one from the following 3: free teleportation, permitted teleportation only, or wartime limited teleportation only. The portal's barrier is one-way, meaning it can stop people from entering the portal but cannot stop someone from walking out of it. Therefore, for the sake of the territory's safety, there must be a restriction on the portal transmission mode. The free teleportation mode has the least restriction. It allows anyone from the Allies' side to access the portal at any time without authorization. No lord really uses this mode unless their ally can be trusted with the territory's safety. This is because no one can guarantee that every ally is reliable. If an ally has been bribed by an enemy, the enemy could easily access the portal through the ally's portal. If the enemy is cautious enough, the lord might not even notice. Given Ouyang Shua's cautious personality, he will definitely not choose this mode. To prevent possible infiltration, the second mode, permitted teleportation only, was introduced. In this mode, anyone wishing to access the portal in your territory must be authorized first. The owner of the portal can see who is requesting authorization and the time they wish to access it. With this information, as long as the owner takes precautionary measures, enemies will be unable to cause trouble easily. Of course, if you are even more cautious, you can choose the third mode, wartime limited teleportation only. In this mode, allies will only receive permission to teleport here during a territory war when reinforcements are needed. They will not be able to teleport during times of peace. This mode is suitable for allies who are not fully trusted, as there is still some risk even with restricted teleportation. Similarly, it is also appropriate for allies who are solely engaged for military purposes, as their alliance is based on mutual support in war, not in other areas like the economy. Select permitted teleportation only, said Ouyang Shua. Although the members of the Shanghai Alliance have yet to establish a high level of mutual trust, Ouyang Shua was confident that he could minimize the risk to a manageable level. After all, the Military Intelligence Division and Security Division were not just for show. If an ally betrayed the alliance, with an early alert, Ouyang Shua believed the other side would not pose a significant threat. The final teleportation mode seemed to be more of an isolation strategy for one's own territory. System notification: would you like to open the teleportation formation? Regardless of the mode chosen, all 3 require an alliance for teleportation. Without an alliance, players cannot teleport into each other's territories. However, if a friend or a general he wished to recruit needed to be teleported into his base, what should he do? The system is user-friendly in this regard. In addition to the 3 mentioned modes, there is a special teleportation mode designed for such situations. This so-called name-adding special mode allowed each lord to have a list of permitted individuals for using the portal. All the lord had to do was add the name of the person they wanted to authorize, and that person would then be able to teleport to the lord's base through any teleportation formation. Open the teleportation formation. Ouyang Shua said without hesitation. After the completion of the teleportation formation, Ouyang Shua checked the teleportation fees. On the battlefield map, each individual would be charged 1 gold. Between territories during wartime, each individual cost 1 gold, or 10 gold each during times of peace. The special teleportation mode, name adding, would be charged at 20 gold per individual. All the prices stated above applied only to one-way teleportation. That is, if you visited an ally, a round trip would cost you 20 gold. These teleportation fees were charged directly by the system, so the Lord would not benefit a single copper from them. Of course, there was nothing to complain about, since the teleportation formation itself was constructed for free by the system. _system notice, select your payment method, _. As mentioned, the teleportation formation could charge at either end. Just like mailing services in the real world, one could choose to pay through either the sender or the recipient. Battlefield map teleportation fees were naturally paid for by their respective lords. For teleportation fees between territories, Ouyang Shua decided that Shanghai would fully cover the teleportation fees during wartime. During times of peace, Shanghai would pay the teleportation fees for visitors returning to their respective territories. The add-on teleportation, being a one-way teleportation, would naturally be paid for by Shanghai town. With Shanghai's financial status, Ouyang Shua could easily bear all the costs on his own. However, as the leader of the union, his position did not allow him to do so, as he had to consider his allies' feelings. The teleportation fees taken on by Shanghai town would set a benchmark for the union members. If Ouyang Shua had decided to bear all the costs to act as the good person, the others would have had to follow his lead. Otherwise, if they did not follow his act of bearing all the costs, they would be looked down upon by their fellow members. These fees might have meant nothing to Shanghai town, but they could be significant financial burdens for the other lords, and that was not something he wanted to see. As a lord, especially as the leader of a union, one must understand the art of moderation. It was important to know when to stop and not exceed the limits. Otherwise, good intentions could pave a road to hell. After setting the fee payment methods, a series of system prompts rang in Ouyang Shua's ears. System notice, please fully prepare your troops for the first battlefield. Note, the number of soldiers a lord can bring is directly linked to the lord's rank. 3rd Viscount, 100 men. 2nd Viscount, 200 men. 1st Viscount, 300 men. 3rd Earl, 500 men. 2nd Earl, 1,000 men. 1st Earl, 3,000 men. 3rd Marquis, 10,000 men. 2nd Marquis, 20,000 men. 1st Marquis, 50,000 men. Duke, no soldier limits, can decide the number freely. Ouyang Shua's rank was now 2nd Earl, which meant he could bring 1,000 soldiers. Including the soon-to-be expanded naval unit, Shanghai's official military forces had reached a total of 4,000 soldiers. As for which specific units would be participating in the battle, Ouyang Shua still needed to discuss this with Gu Hongliang. After leaving the teleportation formation, Ouyang Shua sent messages to his 4 allies, inviting them to Shanghai for a gathering and discussion meeting the next morning. Honestly, making this decision was a difficult step for Ouyang Shua. He was initially reluctant, as inviting the allies over would mean exposing Shanghai's true face and lifting its layers of mystery. However, as the union leader, Ouyang Shua felt it was necessary. Only by doing so could the union members build trust and gradually form a unified body. Back at the manor, Ouyang Shua gathered the 4 directors to prepare the town for the allies' visit the next day. Since it was a gathering, there would, of course, be a touring session. Though they were allies, there were still limits to what they could and could not see. Some things were to be shown, but only to a certain extent. All these matters required serious consideration from Ouyang Shua. Consonance Town, Council Chamber. Qiue Wui has invited us to Shanghai town tomorrow to discuss the Battle of Zhualu. Who among you will accompany me? I'm saying this now, Xing will be coming, it's a must, Beihai asked, looking around. Xing nodded silently. Ziluolan laughed and said, what a surprise. He's openly inviting us to tour Shanghai. I wouldn't want to miss such an event. What's so special about it? We all have our territories, another member responded. I won't be going, Honging said. Beihai nodded and said, all right, then Honging will stay in the territory, and the three of us will leave for Shanghai tomorrow. Mulan Town, Mayor's Office. Sister, go with me to Shanghai, Mulan Yu said with a playful smile. Mu Guiying, her eyes filled with love as she looked at Mulan Yu, asked, why, are you afraid to go alone? Mulan Yu nodded and said, yes, what if this Chiyu Wei is a big bad guy? It would be safer if you came with me. Then I wouldn't be worried. All right, I'll go with you. Similar conversations were taking place in Xuanlong Town and Black Lion Town. Asterisk Shanghai Town. Council Chamber asterisk. Everyone, are you aware of the teleportation formation at the town square? Ouyang Shua asked. Yes, my lord. Do you know what it's about? Fan Zhongyan asked. Ouyang Shua nodded and explained the teleportation formation and the battlefield map to them, then continued, this time, the Battle of Zhualu is very important to us. There must be no mistakes, and everything must be done properly. As for the troops we will deploy, what are the thoughts of the Military Affairs Department? Gu Hongliang pondered and said, first, this is a land battle, so the naval unit is definitely not suitable. Moreover, the nomadic tribes are getting a bit restless lately, and the cavalry has a significant responsibility to defend against them, so we shouldn't move them easily. Therefore, my suggestion is to form the deployed units mainly of infantry, with cavalry support. Within the infantry, the crossbow infantry will come first. Ouyang Shua nodded and said, your words are wise. In that case, the deployed units will be as follows, from the 3 city defense units, 2 bow squadrons and 3 crossbow squadrons will form the main attacking force. From the infantry unit, 3 infantry squadrons, with 1 equipped with the Burin armor, will serve as the defense force. Lastly, from the cavalry unit, 2 cavalry squadrons will support them with coordinated actions. Additionally, an intelligence team from the Military Intelligence Division will accompany the expedition team. The details of the deployment will be given to the Military Affairs Department and the respective units to settle. Understood. Gu Hongliang answered, then asked, my lord, what about the general and officers? Selecting the officers was a sensitive issue. Given Gu Hongliang's status, he did not dare to make the decision himself. Not to mention Shi Wanshui, even just Lin Yi and Pei Dong Lai, the 2 intermediate generals, were both equal to Gu Hongliang in rank. Ouyang Shua pondered before answering, I will personally lead the expedition, with Director Gu as the strategist. As for the infantry, General Shi will be the main commander, with Zhao Sihu as his assistant. The cavalry will be led by Lin Yi alone. The Military Intelligence Division team will be led by Song San himself. Since the time flow rates of the battlefield map and the main world map were different, Ouyang Shua did not leave any generals behind to guard the territory. Gu Hongliang nodded and said nothing. After the meeting, the Military Affairs Department will need to gather the troops as quickly as possible and conduct joint training. Furthermore, the Combat Logistics Division, Armory Division, and Bow and Crossbow Division will need to fully prepare the logistics for the troops. Ouyang Shua continued his orders. Understood. Gu Hongliang answered. After finishing the discussions regarding the expedition, Ouyang Shua then said, tomorrow morning, guests will be visiting Shanghai town. These guests are our allies. Big brother, how do you plan to welcome them? Yingyu asked. I have planned tomorrow's schedule as follows. We will hold a small welcome ceremony at the teleportation formation, followed by an official alliance ceremony. Then, we will give them a tour of Shanghai town, limiting the area to the town itself. Lastly, there will be a discussion meeting about the Battle of Zhualu in the council chamber. Ouyang Shua explained his plan. The faces of the 4 directors instantly fell. The schedule Ouyang Shua had planned was not simple at all. The task is challenging and we are pressed for time, so I will briefly divide the work. For the welcome ceremony, no special preparation is needed, just follow me and give them a warm welcome. The venue for the alliance ceremony will be selected by Mr. Shi-won with the help of the Material Reserves Department. The only condition I ask for is a solemn and official atmosphere. For the tour, apart from the military restricted area, other places can be open to our allies. Lastly, the discussion meeting will be prepared by the Military Affairs Department, Ouyang Shua said with a smile. Understood. Those whose names were mentioned all responded. Taking this opportunity, the Military Affairs Department will also arrange a simple military parade. It will be conducted by the 1,000 soldiers participating in the Battle of Zhualu. We will use this chance to showcase our military weapons and equipment to our allies. The Finance Department should prepare, as you might be dealing with our allies in trading weapons and equipment, Ouyang Shua suddenly remembered. Why not seize this opportunity to start the arms trading industry in Shanghai town? Go Hongliang answered with immediate agreement. However, Yingyu hesitated. As a descendant of a business family, she wasn't familiar with the prices of weaponry, so she asked Ouyang Shua directly, Big brother, do you have any prices in mind? Ouyang Shua nodded and said, for armors, Mingguang armor is not for sale, so we'll leave that aside. A set of Buren armor will be sold at 25 gold. For weapons, a Tang sword will be priced at 5 gold, longbows or hornbows at 10 gold, and a god arm crossbow at 15 gold. Ouyang Shua set these prices based not on cost-profit margins, but on the supply-demand dynamics in the market. With Ouyang Shua's figures, Yingyu had a benchmark to follow. She smiled and said, all right, Big brother can rest assured and let the finance department handle it. We will take care of it. Ouyang Shua nodded and added, there's one more thing. The finance department must deliver the gold from the Langshan mining field to me. I need to raise a sum of gold, I'm running low on funds. Understood. Yingyu nodded.